I'm on the concrete now.
Well, here we are once again in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for Warzone Esports World Cup 2025. Everybody looking to become champions themselves, and we are at the Players Hotel looking to get some spicy takes.
We've got world-class Warzone players crawling in here. Let's go in and grab a couple. I found movie star Koi, Go Clem. So, how are we, man?
Nice to meet you.
Welcome to Riyadh, sir. How you doing?
This feels amazing. It's just like a dream to be here, just playing video games and be able to be here. It's just like an amazing experience.
It's like a dream. It's really like a dream.
It is like a dream, for real.
How have you guys felt? You came in late last night. Are you jet lagged? Are you feeling good?
No, thanks to our ARC, Movistar Koi. I mean, they got us to play on Madrid because we all three from Mexico. So shout out to them. I mean, they take care of us. And I mean, the jet lag is not as bad from Madrid to here. That from Mexico to Madrid, we were tired, man. We were tired. We were dead. But I mean, we're feeling good. We're feeling good right now.
This is really good. So you've enjoyed yourself in Riyadh. Have you explored, or you've just been in the hotel?
No, we've been in the hotel most of the time. We have a friend over here, so he took us and we went to his house and everything. But the city is really, really nice.
It's a long way from home, right, man? It's long. Are you excited about the tournament? You guys ready to play?
Yeah, no, we're actually ready. I mean, we're just here to prove everyone's wrong here. We are kind of like the underdog team, and yeah, we're prepared. We are ready to play. We are itching to play. Yep. More
photographs and more interviews first, though, boys. Any teams in the competition you're excited to play? Any rivals?
Oh yeah, everybody knows the answer already. Todo lo que cae en control. Everybody that goes to our spot, control center, all the teams.
Control center, yeah? Control center? Eyes on control center, we're coming. Boys, I love that. So 100 Thieves, a little bit of a rivalry?
Yeah, 100 Thieves like the main rivalry because, I mean, we've been landing there like for months, and they started landing there like in the last 2-3 months. So it became like the main rivalry for us. So yeah, definitely them.
I love it. Exciting stuff. 100 Thieves, watch out. Muchos gracias, guys. Thank you very much, boys. Hey, good luck, boys. Good luck. Thank you very much, fellas. Movie star Koi, 100 Thieves. It's going down.
All right, here we are, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We got Warzone taking place, and we got the big dog Biffle himself. Team Falcons looking to reclaim his throne as the champion. Biffle, what's going on, man? How was your travels?
Pretty good. I'm excited, man. I'm pretty excited to play.
Without a doubt. Now, I got to just go straight into it. People were saying you're not as dominant as you've been. Your team might not be able to win once again. What do you have to say to that?
I mean, I will say the competition from last year, I mean, we won everything last year, so that's pretty hard to beat. But the competition has gotten better. I still think we have the ability to, you know, still win champions. Yeah, man, I mean, I'm confident in my team.
Without a doubt, and you guys are a dynasty roster. That is heavy. You have to maintain a dynasty. What is that? First off, what does it mean to be a dynasty to you, and what does it mean for this competition to win it once again and maintain that dynasty?
I think it means a lot to me because, you know, I don't know how many more of these tournaments I got in me. So I got to go out with only wins. You know, we're actually the only like team really to win on land, so I feel like we have a pretty big advantage compared to these other teams with confidence-wise. And yeah, I think we got it.
Not many more tournaments left, so one quick question. You're not retiring this time again. Don't bait me one more time.
No. Not this time yet.
Not yet, but he'll keep that storyline going. Biffle from Team Falcons looking to go back-to-back. I wish you the best of luck, brother.
Well. What have I found here getting makeup? Scumming of AG Global. Mate, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Mate, I'm fantastic. First time in the makeup chair for you, sir?
Yes, sir.
How are you enjoying yourself in Riyadh?
It's cool. I haven't really got to explore that yet. Got in late, so, you know, just went to bed, and now we're doing this for media.
Got to get acclimatized quick, man. It's game day soon. How are you feeling about all that?
I'm feeling pumped. Adrenaline's just going. I'm just ready to play.
You just want to get in the game, right, mate? Well, dude, I wish you the best of luck with everything. Of course, take care of yourself. Lots of water. Hydrate well. Try to get that good sleep. He looks great. Well done, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
Who else have we got? The one and only Welsh Dragon, ladies and gentlemen. A man who I've not seen in a hot minute. Rated, how are you, brother?
Not too bad, how are you?
You're looking incredibly trim. You're looking fantastic. Mate, how's the game been treating you? You've had an exciting career, not just across Warzone, but across multiplayer as well. Good to be here in Riyadh?
Yeah, it's a lot different. I think this is the first place that's like culturally different than traveling, so it's a good experience.
It's a lot different to the US, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, are you enjoying yourself so far? Obviously, I mean, you traveled in from the States. How's the jet lag treating you?
I'm fine. I've done this a long time. I've been doing it for a decade now, so.
A consummate professional. Mate, how's the practice been? The preparation of coming in this tournament? Obviously, a massive competition, a ton of money on the line. You know, has the prep been good?
It's been different because we've had World Series quals at the same time as thingy, so we've been playing a lot of big map, but we've been playing the game a lot, so.
Yeah, I was going to grab a brush and help out, but it's best that I don't. I'll leave that to the true professionals. But mate, a professional in your own right. God bless you, brother. Good luck. Lovely to see you. We'll see you out there in the game. I've managed to find CT Gaming outside of the player lounge. I'm here with King Matty. Welcome, sir. Welcome to Riyadh. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling great. We are here to give it all. We're here to win. We're excited. We're excited to compete.
I'm so happy to see you know, many more people here from all across the world, representing different regions from the LATAM region as well. Could you introduce your teammates, or if you guys want to speak on yourselves and maybe share a little bit about yourself?
My name is Resolve. We're from LATAM, from Mexico, and we're representing CT Gaming here in Riyadh, and we're so happy and excited to play and just do our work.
Absolutely. En español?
Y pues muchas gracias a toda la gente que nos apoya y vamos a demostrar lo que somos hechos capaces.
My guys, any teams you're excited to play here in the tournament, or are you just looking just for the win?
We're here to win, but everything is good here, so we need to give it all to win.
What's the practice been like coming into this tournament? I mean, obviously playing from Mexico, not too bad for comparing with teams from the United States. Have you had much practice against the Europeans?
Well, I'm from Ecuador, so I have been competing from there. We have been competing more with NA teams. We haven't competed too much with Europe teams at all, to be fair. But the practice has been good. We have been practicing a lot in comms, strategy, and more in like the gunfights too. So
we're looking forward to seeing what you guys can do. Anyone you were looking forward to playing? Any teams you any rivalries with?
No. We just came here to fight every team. We don't care about the players. We just go all in. Doesn't matter who's against us.
Here for a good time, guys. Man, thank you so much, boys. I really, really appreciate it. Good luck in the tournament. Good luck, my friend. Thank you very much, guys. CT Gaming, we'll give them a mo. Possibly the busiest team in the venue, Twisted Minds. I have found them. I mean, how you doing, mate? You good?
I'm doing great, man. I'm excited to be back in Riyadh for Esports World Cup again. It's
an exciting time, man. It's an exciting time. And you've obviously been here a few times. It's changed a little since last year, but it's the same kind of competition, man. You ready to rock and roll?
I'm ready. I feel like, you know, we got Ben this year, so we're excited. We've been practicing a lot, and yeah, just excited to take over Riyadh.
So feeling strong in this competition, feeling like the team's pretty well practiced. Anyone you're looking out for in the game?
Honestly, I don't think we could look out for anyone. We got to look out for ourselves, and I think we're going to take it this year.
I love that confidence. Honestly, though, is there any team you really want to, like, any team you really want to, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, Falcons is like the team to beat, right? Like they've won a lot on, you know, they're consistent. So I think that's the team. Like obviously we want to take the throne from, but I think with this roster, like we could do it.
I love how professional this is. Ben, is there anyone you would talk mad trash to?
My boy SoCon Falcons, man. That's my homie, but I gotta beat him.
It's all love here at the Esports World Cup. Guys, thank you so much for your time. Good luck in the tournament and good luck with the rest of Media Day. It's Call of Duty Warzone here at the Esports World Cup 2025, and we are all done here in the player lounge. There's no one left. We've tried. We looked under the couches, couldn't find a single rat, but the rats are in game, and we're nearly ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I am Enigma, and alongside me is Dream Crazy.
Oh, and here we do, in fact, have the Falcons returning, the 2024 champions, Biffle, Hisoka, and Shifty. Well, they're going to definitely be taking the cake.
And returning, of course, from last year to challenge them will be Fnatic. Second place last time out. The new faces, but the same old fire. Can they close it here?
Well, we also have Twisted Minds in the mix, not to mention their home base is here. Z-Smith is returning with Almonds, but this time a new player. We have Almond, the AG.AL role.
We most certainly do, and also to mention the European powerhouse, the Frenchman of the Gentlemate, being gentle on no one in the lobby, but can they pick up their own revolution and surprise everybody, leading their continent to glory? Let's find out, as ladies and gentlemen, we are here for Call of Duty Warzone. Yeah!
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, a.k.a. Mr. EWC, and it is already Week 5. This week, though, may be the best week. Why? Because Warzone is back in the house. Welcome in. I have some very special minds to help me break down all the action. We've got Alan, a.k.a. I Hold Shift, Ellen, a.k.a. Dream Crazy, and the Man in the Mirror Reflections. How we feeling, Taylor?
Feeling great, man. Excited to be here. There's 2 big Warzone events each and every year. EWC is one of them, so I'm ecstatic to get it underway.
Now, Dream Crazy, we were here last year. Hisoka, the Falcons, putting on a show in front of the Saudi fans. It got wild in here.
I most definitely did. And I mean, they are the team to beat. They've been on top for years. And of course, they didn't have to play through the qualifier. They're back once again.
Now, Shift, I think the big note this year, though, is Falcons were coming in winning 28 of 30 tournaments. The competition has been more stiff in 25.
Everyone's getting prepared now, knowing what this event looks like. A handful of roster changes, has a couple of squads looking primed and ready to take down the champs.
Now, this time around, we had some amazing qualifiers with some incredible fights. But Taylor, how did our 21 teams get sorted here?
Yeah, without a doubt, it's going to be a long run to be a champion. We start in group stage. 21 teams enter. We break them up into 3 groups of 7, where the top 7 teams advance directly into the finals. Meanwhile, for the bottom 14, well, they get one more chance and a last chance opportunity. 14 teams will enter the last chance qualifiers. Meanwhile, we'll cut them in half. Only top 7 will advance to the finals, where 14 teams will once again match against each other in match point format. No match limit, 135-point threshold.
Nailed it.
It'll be a long run, baby.
Boom. You finish first, you get bonus points. That's all you really need to know. Watch the top fraggers throughout the tournament and get weird on day 1, because you do have that LCQ if you need it. But when you look at these groups, what's the group of death? Is it Group A?
It's Group A. Without question in my mind, you've got, of course, the defending champs, plus a Twisted Minds team that looked dangerous last year and looked better this year, and a couple of sleepers. I'm looking at Fnatic and FaZe. Lots of slaying presence on both those 2 teams.
Love that call-out reminder. It doesn't matter which group your favorite team is in, you will see them today. Everyone is going to play here on day number 1, as we'll be starting to score our initial points. Ellen, are you ready for a jam-packed schedule?
I am so ready because, again, we have so many teams playing on Rebirth Island, right? Because we have a map, Chris, where they get a chance to come back in. It's not your typical Verdansk.
It's all about Rebirth. It's fast and furious. What should the fans know, Alan?
Yeah, 3 drops per group versus group matchup. So it's kind of series of 3 in the mix. I think this is really going to come down to, can Group A actually earn points when they're playing up against other top teams continually in their own group?
Now, of course, everyone is playing for some serious money. But at the end of the day at EWC, it is all about the trophy. And if you haven't heard about the keys, now it's time to catch you up.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The game trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
I'll tell you what, Chris, the Key Crusher is actually slaughtering keys this year. 3 keys go to the champions, but also keep in mind, Falcons have their champions key, which is new this year.
I heard they upgraded the hydraulic press. Those keys are starting to snap. We're going to get to that in a little bit, but it's more than just keeping your key intact. There is some prize money if you do that. Everyone who made it this far, you're guaranteed 10 grand. But Taylor, what happens to our top teams?
$1 million on the line and $250,000 for first is incredible, and a big reason why you want to get first. It's $100,000 more than second. But more importantly, if you make it top 9, everybody walks away with a little bit more than $10,000. This is why the players come. Yeah, they want the championship, but they want that prize money as well.
Absolutely, walking away with a huge paycheck. And if you're playing with the jersey on, you're also playing for some tournament pride. We have a massive club championship going down across these 7 weeks, and we're right in the thick of it. Let's check it out.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, that's right. It's basically the Olympics. Swap out nations for teams here in our clubs. They have been scoring points for weeks. Where are we at on the leaderboard, though? We got to check in with Miles Ross.
Welcome back to the STC Club Championship update. What a fantastic week to be a Falcons fan. They get their first win in Overwatch 2, taking down Al Qadsiya 4-0 in the grand finals. Now sitting atop of the board, 3,500 points, and now eligible to lift the Club Championship trophy. But that's not all. PUBG, Yangon Galacticos get a fantastic upset victory over Weibo after an 18-match grueler, now sitting at joint 10th place. For Liquid, it was a very, very solid week indeed. MLBB, they get a massive upset victory over Selangor, Red Giants, OG Esports. And of course, in chess, Magnus Carlsen, legend of the game, takes down Ali Reza Farouja in an unbelievable 2-0 game. The Club Championship race is still very, very much in effect. It can go anyone's way, especially after an upset loss in Rainbow Six for the Falcons, one of the favourites to win it. It's still anyone's title. We'll find out more here at the Esports World Cup.
What a brutal start for the Falcons in Rainbow Six, but this is fantastic news for the rest of the competition, right? Your reigning champions from 2024 here at EWC out of the competition. They're not going to earn many points, and this door is wide open for the remainder of our squads to try and climb up this leaderboard.
We have a lot of teams that are in the top 8 that are represented in Warzone, even a couple that you dig a little bit deeper that could make a major jump if they find a way to upset, maybe even beat Falcons here. So lots of points on the line, a lot of opportunities for those top 8 teams to jump to top 3.
And Ellen, I'm seeing Vertus Pro, AG.AL, Twisted Minds, some huge names are already on that left side of the screen.
Yeah, I mean, even opportunity for a little bit of a jump up for EVOS Esports, right? So for this club championship for Warzone, it's going to be intense, but for Falcons, obviously that's going to be the team to beat.
Our clubs are running out of time as we are already into week 5. It is going so fast out here in Riyadh, and you can see we have 3 incredible games over on the EAFC channel. Check out my guy Jafonzo for Vitality. We got Rainbow Six Siege, though. That is going to be going down without the Falcons. A big opportunity. But in Warzone, I got to ask you out of the gates, are the Falcons still the top dogs?
Ooh, that's a heavy question. Now, I asked Biffle. He said, yeah, they are. And he said, for all the doubters, see him on the battlefield and he'll prove them wrong. But I do think the Falcons this year, I'm not going to lie, they might have some stiffer competition than before.
Love that call out. Our teams are making their way into the stadium as we see it is the Falcons in our Jamil Motorsport departure cam. The champions, they get the best ride, Alan.
Oh, of course they do. They have the best key. They get the best ride. They get maybe the best treatment. The thing about it, I need Ahsoka to pick if he's going to silence the crowd or ask them to get louder. Because last year he was doing both at the same time. So got to figure out how you're going to pump up the crowd this year, bud.
Twisted Minds trying to get in their way. As you see, it's all smiles for Z Smith and crew. And this Group A is going to be ferocious. There are so many top dogs. You mentioned it's going to be the group of death. But the question is, who is going to be the top Slayer on day number 1? We take a look here at our Group A. Walk me through it from the bottom, Taylor. Who has your eye?
Yeah, Robstar immediately, right? I look at him and I'm thinking to myself, he's going to be a heavy hitter. He always is anytime he's up on the battlefield. I know there's been a lot of expectation for this phase roster, more so in the idea that they're going to underperform. But I've also heard, man, don't leave out flanked. That's the guy to watch out for.
Now, a lot of people last year tuned in with the Fnatic versus Falcons race. The Falcons came out on top. They won basically every match on the final day. You look at this roster, you can't build a stronger team on paper.
You can't, because these are the best players in Warzone, and they have been dominating for years. Even when the Falcons didn't have Hisoka, Shifty was the AG.AL with Sage. They still won 2023 World Series of Warzone. So going into this year, the biggest question, though, are they an S-ranked team? Because last year they were dominant all year. The competition has immensely increased, but looking really strong ever so. Mr. Clozo, Hisoka, he's not only slaying in the lobbies, being in the top of the leaderboards, but he's also closing out games by himself. And Shifty, that fragger that's going to go ahead and roam with Biffle. It's going to be interesting to see if they can lock Stronghold down, because we have a team that is going to be contesting them, Chris.
Already calling out their drop spots. Look out, Falcons. Hisoka and crew will be running and gunning the entire time as they look to drop the most kills. But their opponent in this group is Twisted Minds. And if you've been watching Aiden stream, they're coming in prepared.
Not only are they coming in prepared, they're bringing in a quote-unquote new third this year in the form of Almond, who has been one of the historical greatest firepower slayers in Warzone, no matter what map you're loading in on. So you've got a squad here that's built to win, built to be improved upon where they were last year, and they know that there's a huge target in their group on Falcon's back. So it just comes down to, like we keep talking about, are they going to try to get the ego in early, challenge out Falcons and put them in the dirt, or are they going to play a little bit more safe, a little more controlled, and just get out of groups and then figure out what you want to do afterwards?
Group A is going to have a tough start to the day because they are taking on all the teams from Group B in their first 3 drops. Let's take a look at our second group, and this one, of course, is led by 100 Thieves, but I look down, Movie Star Koi, our top finisher in our Latin America North competition. The Mexicans are looking very strong as we had Miles Ross catching up with them. And then, of course, Rock Esports and VKA are some of my standout teams. But can we talk about 100 Thieves?
Sure.
Why are they considered the favorite in this group?
Well, they've got Blast first and foremost. He's a veteran in multiple other esports. He comes to Warzone. He's a leader in his own right. He's also an aggressive slayer. He can do a little bit of everything. Skullface, love the guy, knows how to stay alive, and in fact, our winner during the World Series Warzone Global Finals, Solo YOLO. So you know, if he's by himself, he can tear up the competition. But bringing in Gabe Kuhn, the new guy, hey, he knows how to slay out. He also has history with these 2 rosters. 100 Thieves, too, that's such a massive organization to represent. I think it's going to give them an edge. But the question is, can they control? Because you've got 2 teams, right? Movie Star Koi, Nova Esports, who's looking to gun them down.
Let's just keep it simple. They won the North American qualifier.
First
Bang.
place.
Like, just that's all you got to say. Falcons weren't there, but still they won the North American qualifier.
Look out for the 100 Thieves crew if you're an NA fan, but if you've been watching the beginning of Warzone, you may be familiar with this guy. He goes by the name of Wars, and this time around, he's playing for Rock Esports. Now, Wars, I first found him on YouTube. He was playing with Vicstar, one of my favorite YouTubers.
Yeah.
He has stayed in the competitive vein since then, but tell me about his teammates, Dream Crazy. What are the expectations for Rock?
Well, you have Visions in the mix, who arguably has just been looking so good, one of the best Europe slayers, and then Prodigy. I think at one point him and they were playing on like a 2020 sense, but they're super fast, super aggressive, and you can always catch them on rotating out of POIs, but they're going to be really fast when it comes to their gameplay, and I really expect them to see them challenge around that chem area, really heavy.
I think the thing is they're coming in with more experience this year. At Guild Esports last year, 2 of the 3 were there. They finished in the top 5, and they kind of snuck under the radar because they started to come online late after really Falcons had ran away. So a little bit of that late veterancy coming through, finding a little bit of a resurgence, no pun intended. Now it's time for them to do it right off the get-go here this year.
Where did Rock land in our Aramco power rankings? I have a feeling they're going to be right in the middle. Let's take a look as we have favorites on top. You're all familiar with the Falcons. Virtus Pro featuring Noobs and, of course, 100 Thieves and Twisted Minds. Fnatic coming in with a new roster. You have them alongside Rock, Gentlemates, and AG.AL, Taylor.
Without a doubt, and for me, man, I think this is a solid list. Of course, it can change. You do go down to the bottom, though, with the underdogs. Inner Circle, I want to put a little bit of time on them. Inner Circle, winners of APAC, beating out the roster of Na'Vi, top dogs in that region, but it's their first ever LAN event. That's my biggest question. Can they transfer the online skills into the LAN environment where there's a plethora of experience, but they're the ones to rise up to the top?
Shift, who has the best chance on this screen to upset one of the favorites?
I think AG.AL. I think they've kind of gone under the radar a little bit in terms of conversation points, but they bring everything you would want in terms of veterancy, experience, a well fleshed out roster of 3. You know what the roles are going to look like. If they just get good momentum early, I expect them to really be a force in other group matches.
Dream Crazy, out of the favorites, who do you have most confidence in?
Ooh, I'm gonna say out of the favorites. That is tough. I'm going to say Twisted out of the favorites just because Z-Smith, he already called out like people looking nervous on LAN. He came out frying last year and then just coming back with Aiden. They're always in the top 3 and I think they're just going to come out hot.
They've been smiling. Somebody needs to wipe that smile off Aiden's face. Who can do it? That is the question. For now, let's check in with our players as they are already making their way in to the Qiddiya Esports Arena. So much energy on this opening day as you battle jet lag and all of the nerves. Taylor, what are your keys for all of our players?
Keys for all the players. First off, when you get out there and you hear the trash talk from the other competitors, you hear the trash talk from, of course, the fans. Because let's face it, Twisted Minds, Falcons, this is their home turf.
They're so loud.
They're the home team. They're so loud, right? And if you're not ready for that, it can get in your head.
I have to say, I learned something from the Falcons fans and the Twisted Mind fans. There is an incredible chant. It goes like this. Airport. That way. All right, we're going to get there a little bit later. No teams will be sent home on day 1 and 2. For the meantime, though, let's check in on our match of the day brought to you by SNB. This is a banger.
I think the thing about it is it's your top 2 teams. It's Falcons and Twisted Minds. They were right there in the running. Last couple of drops during Grand Finals last year. Again, the overarching story point, Falcons coming back as defending champs with the same 3, but looking maybe a little bit more vulnerable than they did last year. Twisted Minds, one of a handful of teams that were competitive last year and made an upgrade, or so they think, in their roster to try to dethrone them.
Dream Crazy, quick predictions for our first series. It's going to be Group A and Group B. What team do you think finishes on top of the leaderboard after 3 drops?
I already said Twisted, so I'm going to stick with that. I said they were my favorite. I think they're going to do it. Falcons, although, you know, listen, we knew they were an S-ranked team last year, you guys, but this year the competition is tough, and I think that 5 years is going to give them a run for their money.
I will shift. Who is going to be the top fragger for our first 3 drops?
Give me Diaz Biffle.
Solid choice.
Right on in there.
Solid
He's
choice.
a Dixie son of a gun, dude. I got Diaz all day. Give me the over.
And Taylor, if there is someone from Group B that is going to upset the favorites, Twisted Minds and Falcons that we just highlighted, who are you liking?
I like Rock Esports. They're the top team. Even though they get 6th place in EU, I think they're the top EU team competing today.
Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 5-day broadcast. It is going to be a blast, and it all begins right now as we introduce you to the competitors in the Qiddiya Arena. Enjoy.
63 players, 21 teams, $1 million, and 1 trophy. We have the best players from around the world under one roof for the ultimate showdown. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host for Call of Duty Warzone at the Esports World Cup. And it's been a year since our debut here at EWC, so our teams, they've adapted, patterns have shifted, and our players, well, they are ready to prove themselves once again. So get loud and get ready as we introduce them to the main stage, starting with CT Gaming. They are Extra J, King Matty, and Resolve. Movistar Koi. They are Goat Clamp, Netarts, and Balcom. 9Z Globant. They are Goodbye, Elato, and Bale. FaZe Clan. They are Flanked, J-Tech, and Clumsy. Leviathan. They are Deki, Lays, and Stukex. ROC Esports. They are Wars, Vision, and Prodigy. VKA. They are Aizen, Vidati, and Katsu. EVOS Esports. They are Robstar, Jawad, and Showstopper. Fnatic. They are Patsuka, Enxion, and Zakar. Thieves. They are Gabe Kuhn, Skullface, and Blast. Gamax Esports. They are Tenux, Elolam, and Sucra. Twisted Minds. They are Aiden, Armand, and Z Smith. Five Fears. They are Sai, Big Man, and Anxiety. Gentle Mates. They are Enkyo, Hallow, and Gromalok. Novo Esports. It's Javix, Cams, and Vortex. XO Esports. They are Hamoud, Penguin, and Notorious. Inner Circle. They are Teeny, Orbs, and Bray. All Gamers Global. They are Rated, Nate Dogg, and Scumman. Team Vision. They are Echo, Lennon, and FIFA Kill. Virtus Pro. They are Dongy, Noobs, and Sage. And finally, your reigning Warzone champions and reigning club champions, Team Falcons. They are Shifty, Soka, and Biffle. People may think that the group stage holds less gravitas, but today is the benchmark you set yourselves for the rest of the week. Today is the day you show your opponents they don't even stand a chance. Welcome to Call of Duty Warzone at the Esports World Cup.
they're obviously the team to beat.
Team Falcons!
I think they were the best team, but I don't think so anymore.
They're really, really talented players.
They're really sick. They're really good, but hopefully they will not be champions this year.
The Falcons gonna take it all in style.
The team that would feel good, you know, when we wipe them for sure is probably 100 Thieves. They chirp a lot, but for us, I mean, they're just another team on the map.
They won a couple lands, but I mean, we're here to win, so it doesn't really matter.
Hopefully people realise that they've got to challenge them and not just give them a free win again.
Good luck to them. I don't know, I mean, we haven't lost. You know, we're coming here, we got 2 more this year. And I mean, we're just not losing anytime soon.
Obviously, last year was your year as a team. This year, there are arguably a few more contenders. Are you concerned with those teams? Do you like the fact that there feels like more competition?
I think it's always great for the scene when there's more competition. You know, a team that potentially could like rival our what we did. So I think it always is better winning the championship at the end, knowing that you had to like really fight for it.
How do you guys stay composed?
How we know who we are. You know, we've done it time and time again. So, you know, when you have the chips and the earnings that we have, you know, we've done it year in, year out. So if we are ever struggling, I mean, people are still, we're the team, no matter what.
The Falcons are now the greatest Warzone trio the world has ever seen.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your supporters?
I just want to say shout out to the Falcons, man. When we got here to the hotel, they showed so much love.
The support is everything. It's why we do it. I think that's like the biggest thing that we're chasing as pros is we're doing it for others.
Shout out to the Falcons. You guys showed us nothing but love. Really feel home turf is out here.
Oh, that is it, boys. Thank you so much for your time, boys. Thank you so much. I've been Miles Ross. They've been the Falcons. See you in the next one.
Peace.
Call of Duty Warzone at the 2025 Esports World Cup. We are getting ready to drop into map number 1. Falcons on your screen right there. They are looking to kickstart group stages with a bang. Dandro here, but I couldn't do it alone. We got my best buddy Enigma with me. How are we feeling today, my boy?
Oh, we are feeling glorious, my friend. Arguably the most stacked competition we've ever seen in Call of Duty Warzone. And all of those players standing on that stage have earned their spot here in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. And under the bright lights, they will square up against one another in a beautiful resurgence format. Can't wait to do this alongside you, my friend.
And there's been a lot of talk leading up to this event. The players, they know that they're here. They know that they're ready. But we were in that stage yesterday, my man. And let me tell you what, it's one thing to think you know what nerves are when you're sitting down on that stage, the crowd surrounding you, the lights shining down. This is where money is made. This is where memories get cemented in your brain, and it starts here with map number 1.
No, it does indeed. There's no way of really getting it across. As said, we were there yesterday. It is a pit. It is a place where you will feel that pressure very much so, whether you are the dynasty, the defending champions, or not. Speaking of which, the first chinks really that we've ever seen of them have definitely come this year, and everybody stepping out there right now will know that there is at least blood in the water. It's whether or not they can find it.
I love how the desk broke it on down. I totally agree with you. Last year, Falcons came in just a cut above everybody else. Yeah. It's not nearly the same this year. You have, of course, some competitors in this first lobby who are trying to usurp the throne. I'm going to be looking at, teams like Twisted Minds. One of the things we are really going to be paying attention to here in map number 1, it's going to be those drop spots. It's going to be the contests that we see across some of these big teams. Twisted Minds, one of the squads in that mix.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at a couple of different moments here early on. It's going to be that factory drop that's going to be incredibly busy. Leviathan in particular love to play out of factory. That's the prize squad out of the European region. However, Twisted Minds, of course, also liking to play out of factory, dominate that side. So it's a huge battle going on early. An extra addition to that could be Fnatic, who have mentioned that they will play that side if the circle pulls that way. So we could end up with a big 3-way head-to-head battle to get things going.
Hey, we could. You and I, we covered the European qualifiers to get here, right? And that was one thing that we saw with Fnatic is that they love to go factory for those first kind of 3 or 4 games. And when they did, not great games. The second they go back to bio, it looks beautiful. They have these amazing games. We see the plays of a team that we would come to know and expect. And what happens, I think, in game 5, game 6, they go back to factory, immediately wipe them out. So hopefully they've managed to look at some of their competition and say, hey, you know what? It maybe didn't work super great for us in the qualifiers. We have 2 absolute juggernauts going factory. Boy, boys, maybe we should just lock down bio.
Yeah, wouldn't be a bad idea there for sure. And of course, a lot of this coming into today, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the adaptations these teams have made. What have you spotted that didn't work in qualifiers? How do you look for some of these European teams that obviously might go, okay, well, there's a huge North American juggernaut landing here. We might just find progress elsewhere. Then again, you might want to make that mental blow early. If actually this belongs to us, you can go and find somewhere else to play out of. So many of our squads going to be trying to draw those bits of blood early here. And of course, got to talk about some of the other battles and some of the other teams that could contest, my friend. 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
They are here. We know how confident they're feeling. They're going to be playing out of control. They're going to be contested by Movistar Koi, but you and me got a recent look at that battle, and that was going one way only.
Yeah, that was going all the way towards 100 Thieves. I think with the EWC logo of nothing is granted, everything is earned, is going to be exactly that. If you want to try and earn that control drop spot, you got to go through the Thieves if you want to do it. I think what I love about them is that when I talk to them, I say, are you guys nervous at all? Because there's been some rumblings of maybe some teams trying to play spoiler, maybe making a late rotation, trying to clean up both of these two teams who are battling, and they just said, yeah, no, we know that we have the best gunny in the lobby. We are literally not afraid of anybody else. If you want to try and come take control, go for it. You're more than welcome to. But when you have three players like Skullface, Blast, and Gabe Kuhn, it is just such a tough scenario to have. But one thing we have seen recently in some tournaments that have been happening just before the Esports World Cup was Falcons. Yeah. We know they love Stronghold. They seemingly get it for free all the time. Kind of seems to be like the Falcons repertoire that they have no matter what the tournament is. They get a POI for free. But we started to see Shifty. He starts to kind of lurk on up, and he's that player who's coming back on in and being able to play spoiler a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a couple of different questions there coming into things. Yes, it's a case of can you get involved in that control center fight cleanly. We've seen that that's not really been going their way recently, my apologies. But also, they might actually have a team that's considering contesting them. You and me and everyone in the chat are going to raise eyebrows a little bit because 5 Fierce have said that they will be sticking with their stronghold drop and trying to fight for control over that region. While we sit here and, of course, question that decision a little bit, there's no reason to believe that they've not surprised us so far through this year. For no reason they could do that here on land.
The asterisk to that, though, Andy, is that they managed to hold Stronghold in qualifiers, and that was without a Falcons.
It was.
So, I mean, yeah, you're probably feeling pretty good coming on in. Maybe they've decided to swap things up. They've had a lot of time between those qualifiers and now to maybe rethink about it. These are smart players. You don't make it to the Esports World Cup just thinking, yeah, we can go ahead, we can contest the Falcons, one of the best teams in the game, and not have any worry about it. So we could see them come on through. I know Goach mentioned it in his hot take, which was that potentially all the information we know on drop spots could just be blatantly wrong. All these players have been in the lab. They've been here for a couple days. They've been at their practice setups, and that's what we're going to kind of be looking at. Where do we think players are going? And then where do they end up going?
No, absolutely. And the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, we're not bad at our jobs, believe it or not. We do the research. We do talk to all the players, of course, coming into Saudi Arabia. But it's a case of you might play that first drop and then go, actually, we've got a Bravo spot, we've got a Charlie spot. We're going to go and play around those because this alpha drop is not necessarily working for us. So it's all about those adaptations. It's all about figuring out where you want to play out of. But of course, a lot of teams here might just go with home comforts, get things started. We've got a long tournament here in Riyadh. So it's a case of, okay, do you have time to test out a couple of different strategies and find out what works best for you?
Well, one of those squads that maybe needs a secondary drop spot, it's going to be Leviathan. We're hopping in here into map number 1. Let's go to an interview with Leviathan to see how they're feeling coming on in to this first map. Welcome back, everybody, to another interview here at the Esports World Cup, and we are with one of Europe's rising squads. I think we can say that. We are here with none other than Leviathan, here with Decky, Stukex, and Lays. Talk to me about how you three came together to participate as a team, because two of you have played together for a while, but obviously you're here kind of as a brand new trio, and things are looking pretty good.
It was kind of spontaneous. We tried out, me and Decky were looking for a third. Lays was free. We tried out, it worked well.
I wanted to play with Stukex like 3 years ago. We played 2v2s and stuff like that, and I wanted to team up every time with him, but I guess he don't rated me or something. so he played with UKs and stuff, and yeah, this year it's perfect for me, perfect for him, and now we're here.
Talk to me a little bit about what's been some of your preparation that you've done for coming to the Esports World Cup. I know you guys have been scrimming. I know you guys have been playing, a lot of basically everything you possibly can. But besides out of that, what have you been doing to prepare for the event?
Watching VODs, just preparing some strats for the team we're contesting. Not a bad team, we'll see.
Is there any specific teams whose keys you want to crush, that you want to bring down that crusher on? Who are we picking?
I would say everyone is saying that Falcons.
Falcons, okay.
Champions. Falcons.
You want Falcons?
Falcons, yeah.
Falcons? Man, I was hoping to get something spicy, something good. Everybody's saying the Falcons. Everybody wants to bring them down. Besides the Falcons, give me one.
Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds?
Twisted.
The Kings of Factory?
Yeah.
Is that who you're trying to come out on top? Okay, I respect that. I like that a lot. We've had a number of teams that come out of Europe that are like looking good, but you guys have like really actually, I think, cemented yourself as a very top team overall, globally. I just want to know, what was like some of the secret sauce? Like, what was the secret to success to kind of finally, you know, maybe just kind of poke out of just being a good team to being a great team?
We talked like after every tournament, what we're doing wrong, what we should do better. When it's important to lock in, we're freaking locked. So
okay.
In the finals, we played like a completely different game as in the scrims.
Well, hey, that's all we got here with Leviathan. Fantastic being able to talk to you guys. Excited to see you on land, playing, you know, on ping, and being able to see maybe you can take down the Twisted Minds guys and maybe come out on top at Factory. Loved being able to talk with those boys. They are so excited to not only be here, but to also represent their country. 1 Austrian, 2 Germans looking to make their move here. You heard about the prep. Let's see if it pays off.
No, absolutely. And I love that you bring up representing their country. Of course, an important thing for every player here, but especially for our European brethren. There's so much in terms of different cultures here. A lot of our players know how important it is to carry that flag on their back and represent for everyone back home. But you're going to have to do that, of course, against some of the best players to have ever played the game. And in front of you are certainly those 3, in Biffle, Soka, and Shifty. All eyes on them as they defend their throne here in Riyadh. This is where they started to put the nail in the coffin to cement that dynasty in 2024. In 2025, it's about how much has that gap closed. And of course, many teams here are going to be trying to show us on the first day, but it's about keeping a couple of tricks up your sleeve as well. Again, a long tournament in Riyadh, and Twisted Minds are going to be one of those squads looking to make an early statement. They have their base here on the street. It is 30 seconds away from where we're standing, an impressive place, but they will be also backed here by a home crowd.
Yeah, and I think that's really, really fun to watch. We have a couple of home crowd teams that they're going to have some energy in the arena. We also have some people who are maybe not the home crowd team, but we'll see them a little bit later. I know Gentlemates, they have brought a large part of their fan base here as well, looking to get loud for their squad. So very excited to hear this crowd, very excited to watch how some of these teams are going to go ahead and perform. When we kind of talk about this first group here, Andy, let's kind of maybe dive into the weeds. I'm going swimming, baby. It's Group A versus Group B, just to kickstart us off, right? So when we kind of look at some of the teams, we highlighted some of the contests that we have here, but what I'd like you to do, highlight me one squad that we're about to see in this first lobby that you think maybe people are overlooking, who, you know, they're not one of the juggernauts, but maybe a thorn in the side for some of the top teams.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how this Gamax Esports roster play. This is the Puerto Ricans. They come out of North America placing 6th. I think that was a surprise to everybody last year. You saw Tenex, Ilalam, and JTech playing alongside each other. They surprised everybody again here in the Esports World Cup and through the competitive year in general. They then lose. JTech, he goes on to find fortune with the FaZe clan, and then it's a case of, okay, we feel like these boys aren't going to be a part of the conversation. They bring in Sucre, and they look even better, if anything, which is saying something, because JTech is a phenomenal individual talent. They play out of docks or industry or headquarters. They actually have 3 different drop spots. They've done a lot of VOD review, a lot of planning, a lot of prepping, and they're definitely coming into this intending to third-party some of these big team fights. And one of the things that I really like about that strategy, my friend, that control center battle. We talked about it. There's going to be 4 different squads potentially at points fighting over that. They're looking to come in, clean up the pieces, and walk away with a lot of points.
To counter that, though, one thing we have seen in execution is sometimes if 100 Thieves win that battle for control center, I gotta say, there are a few things scarier than life than Skullface with a gun in his hand. And as your anchor who looks to just hold down that roof and stay up there, there's been a lot of times where that team is trying to play out of that boat side, and next thing you know, you're just getting shots downrange from the top of control, and your team is getting farmed. So it's really gonna be about understanding that timing. When do we move up from that control center boat? When do we try to activate and be the cleanup crew that you're really looking to be? Because if they can manage to make that happen, Gamax gains a ton of space on the map. They go ahead, side, they loot out all of boat, they move up to control, they clean it on out. Well, okay, what's going to happen? A team's going to regain boat with the 4 crates that are on the entire thing. Have fun, okay. And the second you see somebody flying in from the sky, you know that GameX is going to rotate down and clean them on up.
Yeah, I mean, I love the call out. I think it's very important here to talk about the different strats that are coming in for these various teams. And I think that one of the things to remember, ladies and gentlemen, is that this is group stages. This is not about winning the maps. This is about placing at the higher end to obviously see off that multiplier, but picking up a ton of kills. You finish in the top 7, you book your ticket guaranteed to grand finals. Everyone beneath will be put into that last chance qualifier. If you are that GameX roster, you go around farming up a couple of kills, nice and easy and early, get yourself a decent multiplier. You don't need to stand out on the map. You'll get your ticket to grand finals.
Yes. Did so much to talk about with a lot of these different teams, and I feel like there's just so many things we can talk about. Because reminder, folks, this is only 14 of our total 21 squads. We're gonna play 3 games here, and afterwards we're gonna go ahead, get Group B off the stage, get Group C on in, and we're gonna have A versus C battling it out. Whole brand new amount of teams, absolutely just more chaos being infused on the map. So keep your eyes peeled for some of the differences between those 2 lobbies. But back to AVB, you brought up J-Tech in that little talk of GameX, and where he's now come on over and played against FaZe Clan. I think that this is a squad we really should keep our eyes on. You know, they have a potential. They're going to land top prison, what they've go ahead and told us, but I think they are going to maybe get a little mixy because in the North American qualifiers, they surprised a lot of teams by being able to come on in. They ended 5th overall, which out of 7th maybe isn't the best, probably wanted to do better, but hey, they made it here, and that's what the important part. And there's anything that we can't do is count out flanked. That guy is always going to be able to get to land, surprised a lot of us in previous tournaments when he's been able to get there. And I like that he's able to have J-Tech with him, but also Clumsy. I can't stop shouting out this guy Clumsy enough because he is just a Rebirth-only content creator. He's a Rebirth-only Reaper, and he's kind of one of these sort of secret weapons that we have in the community who, oh, you need somebody to come in and fry out on Rebirth Island? Clumsy is your guy. He's done it time and time again. He did it in the qualifiers, and I'm really excited to see if he can do it here, silence the haters, and do it on land.
Now, I love that you are talking about that team, but another squad that I think is very important is one actually coming in from our MENA region. This is going to be EVOS Esports. They will be, of course, up against some of our best teams in the world, but we actually got the chance to catch up with them before we load in here in Riyadh.
Hello, my name is Miles Ross and I'm here at the Esports World Cup with EVOS. I'm joined by Robstar, Showstopper and Jawad. Guys, welcome. How are we feeling, boys? We're feeling fresh, feeling ready to go?
Feeling good, excited to play. Can't wait.
Feeling great.
Yeah.
You're feeling even better, my friend. You live here.
Yeah, it's 20-minute drive. Feels good.
Guys, tell me about how your team came together. How did EVOS come to be what it is now on this couch?
Me and Jawad were teaming up with a different third at the start of the year, but then I saw that Rob was a free agent at one point. I sent him a DM and seen what he was up to, and asked him to play with us, and here we are.
Me and Shaw have also known each other and wanted to team with each other since Warzone 2.
Yeah.
But we never had the opportunity till obviously this year. I obviously become free agent, and then Shaw hit me up and went from there.
What has been one of the keys for you guys in preparing for a tournament like this?
Mentality.
Yeah.
Because we haven't had much practice because there's not been any scrims. We're the underdog this weekend, so we know there's less pressure on us to not do so well, so we can play better from it, I think.
Are there any teams you are really looking forward to playing or coming across in game?
Yeah, AG Global.
Why is that, Show? So what is it? Is there any drama there or any history?
We're just taking our landing spot, their landing spot.
Excellent. Whereabouts is that landing spot?
Headquarters.
So you'll be the kings of headquarters?
We will be. We've got Robbie Boy here. He's been doing it for time in HQ.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure that tower's mine.
That's a great thing to look forward for. Jawad, you split from Hamoud. You've both been still able to qualify from the MENA region, which is wonderful. Do you see XO Esports as friendly competition, or is there anything else there?
I mean, yeah, he's still my friend. Hopefully they can do good in game. Maybe not.
That's good. That's wonderful. Again, guys, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for coming in. I wish you the best of luck in the tournament. Anything you'd like to say to the fans, supporters back home?
Everyone that's going to be supporting us, we appreciate you guys. And thank you for having us as well.
Thank you.
I've been Miles Ross. This has been EVOS. See you in the next one.
Man, I just want Jawad to be my best friend.
Yeah.
He's going against his competitor, says, hey, I just hope they play good. I hope they do well.
Yeah, no, an incredible man indeed. And of course, you will recognize him under the name of Zix, who came 12th last year. Huge breakout, massive performance. But it's also a case that they were talking there about their drop location, playing in at headquarters. Really important that they managed to win that, put Robstar in that position, because that is the linchpin to their success.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're getting ready to load on in to map number 1 here at the Esports World Cup for Call of Duty Warzone. This is the start of a journey. You need to play good through this group stage if you want to just surpass the last chance elimination bracket and get to those finals. So let's get ready. Let's hop on in, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 1.
We will see teams head to pretty familiar locations, majoritively across the board here as we get a quick look and some of these wide cams. Of course, Bioweapon's going to be Fnatic's drop. We'll have, of course, their anchor stood out on the submarine. And for a lot of these squads now, quickly loot, quickly try and find a couple of fights. And Robstar is going to kick things off here in Saudi Arabia with a kill onto the squad out of Argentina. Goodbye being found in the feed.
Yeah, this is something that we knew, is that sort of this industries side is going to be free. But look at Control. We have this fight brewing. They know it. They love it. They want some more of it, baby. 100 Thieves gonna try and bring it to Movistar Koi. Now this is a little bit, if you're just tuning on in, par for the course what we see with this battle. It's usually one team tries to land below, another team likes to go ahead, try and take that roof, and then it's just all about who can get that first blood and start to move on forward. So for Movistar Koi, it's just gonna be about maybe trying to watch this zip line. Is anybody from 100 Thieves trying to maybe make a play? You got Go Clamp on the outside looking for the trade, and well, Blast, looks like he maybe extends just a little bit too much.
Yeah, Go Clamp catches him. So for all the talk we've said about how this battle usually goes, that's the position to be in if you are going to be the Movistar Koi roster. Skullface and Gabe trying to buy time here, just backing off, try and reset the fight, get Blast back in. Short timer at this period of the map, so it will come through, but you now lose Gabe as well. So Movistar profiting in these early fights and, well, make it a 2v1 for a moment, but reminder, just an opportunity for players to get back in, set things here, but 100 Thieves here being rolled up on by a different squad.
Yeah, this is going to be VKA, who's actually coming on through and looking to maybe get a little bit active, but Blast coming in from that resurgence. He's been able to find one, but he was not expecting to find Vidati and Kazu moving their way up the stairs. So for 100 Thieves, they might have to go ahead, back off this control right now, because when you have a duo moving on in like that, it's about to get spicy. This battle for control already surprising us here. It looks like we thought Gamax is going to be the team moving up from the boat. Nope, it is going to be VKA.
Yeah, plenty of differences in the look of this fight as opposed to just a few short days ago. Vidat going to be up top here. It's going to be the French trying to find a way to break in. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, these guys weren't supposed to even be here, so every opportunity that they get is certainly one that they will aim to seize. We get a look over towards Prison. No surprise to anyone to find that there's going to be multiple teams scrapping over this. This is CT Gaming up against Rock Esports. Right now, CT just going to hold the rooftop for now. We'll give them a look out over the lay of the land around them. Yeah. To whether they can find a couple of freebies, but Rock have company. We'll find Prod picking up Marty, so it's all about finding the rest of the players as quickly as possible, but sticking nice and tight and together will be Extra J backed on down. You're going to get on the hunt.
Yeah, I think you need to fly on forward right now if you are Rock Esports. I think you want to try and get that team on out. Extra J maybe try and make his way on over to that buy station by Grandma's. Got to be careful, though, because it is going to be EVOS in that Grandma's house. They could cut you on down, but great finds right now from Rock Esports. I love that they're playing the roof of Prison right now because they're going to be able to look towards that sky, and any of those players coming in from Resurgence, we've seen it time and time again, where it's just guns up, and as you go ahead, drop back in, try and get your feet on the map, guess what? You are taken on out yet again, and it could be some easy licks. I'm looking at that kill feed, though, Enigma, and it just seems everybody here in Game 1, they are not withholding the violence.
No, definitely not. Trying to make early statements. As said, we get a quick look at Dekiago. This is going to be, of course, Leviathan, who find Big Blood onto Twisted Minds, bully them away. We said that this fight was going to be huge. This Leviathan's roster have surprised everybody in Europe with how they've performed, stepping on through, smashing through the qualifiers, and dominate here to force Twisted Minds all the way up into Harbor. Definitely not what would have been in the script.
Yeah, we've seen Allman time and time again. He loves to push off this and go play towards that red roof side, so no surprise to see them back on over towards that harbor area. You can see, thanks to our CODcaster, where they're going to go ahead and play on down below. Rock continuing to hold this rooftop at prison as Wars, with a sniper in hand, is looking to get a little active. Now, this is something we've seen kind of evolve in Warzone over the last sort of month or two. Players are starting to realize, hey, having something like an HDR or a Frostline in your hands, even though it can't get you that one-shot potential that you're looking for, what you're going to do is try and get that crack. So huge moments there, and well, for Leviathan, it looks like they are on the hunt for Twisted Minds.
They are indeed. Find Aiden for free, relatively. So Alden and Zisma are going to have to continue to punch north. The problem is they can't do that forever. They will eventually run into chemical engineering, which will have a member of the FaZe clan in it for now, but I mean, you don't want to get caught in a little bit of a pinch. We get a first look in with the Falcons, who've rotated in from Stronghold. They have already made it to prison. They actually backed EWC Esports down. You can see them chasing them already. Showstopper, Jawad. They're fleeing for their lives, and Shifty, well, he's not going to let them get away for long.
No, he's not. He already has 2 kills to his name. Starting off very good. Showstopper going to go ahead, slide on out, maybe try and get a little bit of a free fire right now. Third player going to be flying on in, so if you can get boots on the ground, maybe grab a couple of guns and try and turn this fight into a 3v2, that could be a great way to cut on down the Falcons. Right into the Falcons, they get the sense that they don't want to overextend too much. An armor crack comes on through as those players drop on down towards the showers. If there's anything we know about Shifty, he is going to be the one to push on forward. Jawad just trying to stay alive here, and Shifty down below. He's fallen into the trap of Rock Esports. He's taken on down in Vision. Puts down Diaz. Biffle. We are on land, ladies and gentlemen. No ping diff here this time.
No, so many teams collapse into the same area, but with Rock Esports walking away with the majority of the kills on multiple teams as well. The only reason you survive if you are the Falcons, you get Soka finding a kill onto Alato and escaping through the backside, so they will have to reset over by headquarters, and Rock Esports continue to hunt. Vision has 4 already. A great start for the European team.
Yeah, you love to see this from Rock. It was through the EU quals. They were very slow on the first 4 maps, but then just absolutely went light speed on the back half to qualify their way here towards the Esports World Cup. And well, even though we casted it, I think what we're seeing here for everybody at home, it's exactly how they were able to do it. Prison allows you to look through so many of these different areas around the map and just hold it on down. Beautiful plays coming out of Rock, putting a thorn in the side of the Falcons.
Yeah, I'm seeing 3 on the board as well for Wards. That's 7 between 2. You could assume that they're up towards 10 kills already. And Wards punches a rifle shot straight through the chest of Vale. But by the way, keeping an eye on the feed off to the side here. Twisted Minds are still in the blender. Leviathan haven't left them to breathe for a second, hunting them down. Falcons aren't in a wonderful position either. Tucked inside Grandma's, waiting for Shifty to get back in here and desperately trying to rotate away. Let's find out exactly how they're going to make that happen with a listen-in.
Get those guns. I need to go back to the fucking roof so they can't just keep peeking you guys.
Oh, he's on the close corner. You're not going to be able to see him though. He's like right.
I know, but just me being here, you know what I mean? Keeps
Yeah.
You guys can get an advance with my money that I dropped. And we can do the recon too.
He's on top. He's on top. He's on literally on top prison. They might OE for this peak.
I'm climbing. I gotta climb. Hold on. I gotta climb. I'm literally about to be in the roof.
Corner. Yeah.
Looking at me.
Top, one dead. I got one.
I'm gonna die. Get a third.
Got 2.
Nice.
Yeah, but full.
Last one's over here. No. Last one's over there. I can't tell if he's first or not.
Hop in the van.
They're on the roof. He can peek you from there.
Yeah, no.
Just stay away from him. They still need one to spawn back, by the way. You heard?
Yeah, I'm popping in advance now.
I'm waiting. You guys should work this. We should work top prison, bro.
Yeah. I see him there. I can get guns right here. Just got land. Look over if you can. Look over.
Falcons comms looking good, showcasing how they're able to get to this point where Soka even has the AG.AL. He's in the tower and he has 3 kills. However, they are getting a little bit surrounded by this EVOS roster that is here, but Robstar maybe gets a little bit too big for his britches. Cut on down, and Soka, well, Cypher 91 in hand. He's going to go ahead and get some of the shots in on Jawad.
And Showstopper gets knocked in the back as well, so Jawad's got to stay alive here. I don't know what the timer is on Robstar, but it can't be great for now. All the great work from EVOS potentially undone in that moment. But yeah, going back to that listening, so calm from the boys, despite them being in a horrible position. And speaking of which, Twisted Minds continue to suffer. Just 1 player left, and they're being surrounded by Lays, by Stukex, getting on the hunt. Smitty in a corner, and Lays finds it. Twisted Minds, the 3rd team to fall here. A Juggernaut slaughtered over towards the harbour side. This European squad are proving nice and early they're here to play.
I mean, it's only game number 1, folks, but already Leviathan, they've taken this fight many, many times, playing from Germany playing against this team over in America. But here on land, things hit just a little bit different. And they might be the momentum they want for the rest of this group stage. So a huge win there. Not going to be really much action happening on that side of the map, but where the action is happening, well, look where its VKA is, over on the other side of the map. Glad to see 100 Thieves. They've managed to stabilize and looking to get maybe a little bit of revenge for that early game fight on the VKA. A couple of blast traps sitting on down will maybe stop them in their tracks. Blast moves on forward with the help of Skullface. Finds Kazu, but Aizen is there for a fantastic trade. But you are down a player. You have to be careful about how you want to play this fight. Just barely misses a sniper shot coming by your dome, and well, you're playing in and around these shipping containers, trying to lose not only the ire of 100 Thieves, but also the ire of Movistar Koi, who have managed to get back into control.
They have indeed. The one thing, if you are this French roster, if you can survive for long enough, that circle is going to move everybody out of this region, and even Movistar for control, so they would have had a moment to breathe, but never mind. Aizen will fall in the feed, and your gentleman will have to come back in elsewhere. A quick look at where everyone starts to set on up. It will be the CT Gaming roster approaching from industry side. They're going to roll across two different teams momentarily. Resolve trying to put a couple of shots in. The one problem I'm seeing here is no kills on the board.
Yes.
And, well, at this point, everything starts to get a little bit tighter. It becomes a little bit more difficult. If you are needing points at this stage of the map, you may be put into spots that could cause you problems. Soka will try and trade out on Shifty, who's knocked. Just trying to provide the coverage right now. Bax lays down. The nade misses. And Soka, he's worried about all the different angles here, looking to control this fight best he can.
I like that. Use the stim, get that regen back on up. Are you going to have the opportunity to stick this res? It's going to be very tough when Rock is just lurking on the other side. I don't know if they're going to hear this res come on through. No, they go ahead. They back on up just a little bit. Opportunity where they could activate and absolutely take down the Falcons, or at least bring them down to just a single player. Before Leviathan, even though we just watched a fantastic fight against the Twisted Minds, they're already getting thrown into the blender just to tad them out. A fight against the Falcons up towards prison. It's going to force them down below. You get some shots onto that team going into the well, and it's just not enough. So let's go ahead. Let's take a swim. Let's go for a little bit of a rotation on in. But I don't know, Enigma. I'm looking at this zone, and they still have to make their way all the way inland.
Yeah, this couldn't be a worse ball for Leviathan. It couldn't be much worse either when Fnatic are stood above you. Engsin will find one. That's going to be his 8th down so far. Likely the 8th kill. Involved in this as well are going to be CT Gaming. Engsin dives, potentially makes the wrong call, and what's that? Get over aggressive. Patsuka trying to help him out. Will jump in as well. What is this play that you made? Fnatic have sold, and somehow Leviathan have a player in this. CT Gaming going to continue to press, harass, but you've dove into the water, and you don't really have a route out of there. Lay's going to try and stand his ground for a moment. He's lost his teammates, and above him, one solo member of Fnatic will slip on by Zakar. For Lays, 11 kills on the board already is fantastic, but you want that top 5 desperately.
Yeah, reminder folks, placement multipliers don't mean anything if you don't have the points to back them on up, and well, for Leviathan, it's already looking good. 100 Thieves trying to go ahead, hold out CT Gaming where they can. You lose Blast in the process. Skull, shots going across onto Lays. It is just a battle out here in the gas. Skull, he goes ahead, he turns, he burns, he's good for one. He finds Zakar. FaZe, they've decided to move on down too. Can you bring down J-Tech? No, you cannot. 6 team eliminated. Going to be 100 Thieves. FaZe Clan, they've been able to come on down, but J-Tech trying to hit the ladder, gets found by Extra J. Last player alive for CT Gaming. Not going to be enough, but hey, guess what you did? You found one more kill, and you didn't even give that kill up to any other team in the lobby. Top 3.
Will be one member of the Falcons too, actually, as one dives out in towards the water. You've also got full team of Rock Esports ready for this final fight.
DS Biffle down below. You can see the teammates flying on in. If you see this, if you're Rock Esports, you might go ahead and try and move on forward. Soka on the outside. He's not going to be able to do it against Clumsy. Clumsy gets the knock on to Soka and is finding him. Shifty, he's been able to bring down Prodigy on the other side that's there. He's trying to be able to stay alive, but Clumsy finds a 2nd kill against the Falcons. He's still alive. It's just not enough. DS Biffle, he'll clean up the FaZe Clan, but it is a 1v2 now for here in game number 1. Vision going ahead, trying to play on this outside. Surges on forward. Snakes coming on through, but it's an LC-10 right into the face of DS Biffle. Rock Esports will take game number 1 of the group stages here at the Esports World Cup.
Beautiful play from Rock. Nice and early. They profited with so many kills in prison, and we've spoken about it for years at this point. You get those early kills, you can play for position, play for that multiplier. They were slow to move out of that prison spot. They were happy to let everything else unfold and then collapse on the scraps. And towards the end, they're the only squad with a full team of 3 ready to smother the Falcons and seal the deal. And honestly, looking at our board here, my friend, I think it's going to be these boys out of Europe who are looking towards the top end of that leaderboard, considering just how many many kills they had in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be fantastic. And you saw all smiles from them. And we cut over to the Falcons and Soka, the AG.AL. He's already given them the tips on how maybe they could have played that a little bit better. There was an opportunity for the Falcons to fully regain as a 3 and maybe play a little bit of a spoiler to Rock, but they just get split up too much. And I got to give some credit. We gave him some credit at the top of the show. Clumsy goes huge to find basically 2 different 1v1s against the Falcons. But let's take a look at some of these moments, though, through that map. I mean, these final moments were just absolutely crazy. Clumsy here with that 1v2.
No, absolutely. I mean, you do have, of course, the Falcons trying to put up a fight towards the end. FaZe, you mentioned Clumsy himself, going absolutely nuclear. So many players trying to show what they can do. But for a moment, we're going to take a breath, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you on the other side of a quick break.
Fucking come on, man.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Right, yeah, oh, we're gonna beam from the left.
Wait, no. Hold them all in zone. Wait,
landing in.
Yeah, but someone on the left as well, bro.
Oh.
One is funny. Come to me.
On my right. We're gonna get pushed out on the right.
On my left as well. I need the fucking smoke.
I have a smoke. I nearly have a smoke. Shoot your strategy. It's only one guy. 2v1. Let me I'm throwing a smoke and then we challenge together.
Yeah.
I smoked it. I'm pushing you. I'm a little bit late. I'm here. Hey, challenge you.
Come on then.
Fucking come on then.
Go, bro.
Let's go.
Come on then. Go, man.
Rock Esports already feeling it here after game number 1. 2/3 of this team came in 4th at the Esports World Cup last year and looking to maybe get a little bit better here, but it's only one game, ladies and gentlemen. Still an opportunity to have a blunder, but hey, if they just play like they did in that game number 1, I don't know if we're going to see it.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's been a weird year for them. I think a lot of people saw them come together and felt in the resurgence format they're going to be incredibly strong. Came 6th in qualifiers, so looked a little bit slower than they needed to, but straight away here, map 1, proving that they are well and truly looking the true beast on LAN. Of course, managing to close off that map 1, but it's also going back to those initial flights. Prison's a difficult spot to land, can easily put you into a bit of a blender, but they managed to survive that, and if anything, thrive amongst it. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about how they look on that leaderboard after winning map 1. And we're going to take a quick glance here. You will stand atop the pile if you're Rock Esports, but I gotta say, my friend, as we take a quick glance over this, the biggest talking point for me has got to be Fnatic in 2nd, because they're 2 points behind and they sold.
Yeah, they absolutely sell, but I don't know if we can really even still call it a sell if you're only 2 points behind the team that take the dub with 25 elims that are there. Really impressive. And the Falcons, even though they come in 2nd, they have 18 eliminations to their squad, 23.8. It's a nice little cluster here at the top with this grouping of basically a lot of these teams in 22 and on top. I got to give a shout out to Movistar Koi also being in there. We didn't see a ton of them throughout that game. We saw that engagement very early on with 100 Thieves, and kind of when we tune back on into Control at the end game, they're still alive and well. They're holding down the POI, so obviously able to farm just a little bit. And then it's basically a bit of a chasm here. Leviathan getting taken on out with 15 eliminations, 16.8, but they are tied with FaZe Clan, who are 2 eliminations behind, but they're just a little bit better on that placement multiplier.
Yeah, the placement multiplier showing off there how important it can be. Looking at the opposite end of the scale, 5 Fears, this is the team that surprised everybody really in terms of qualifying. They were the first team out, landed on Industries, and sometimes that can happen, right? We've seen teams land, get pretty quickly wiped, and it ends up a very disappointing map for you to start things off. Not necessarily a statement of how their afternoon may continue or their tournament may continue, but certainly a couple of things that they need to fix coming into the rest of the day. It will, of course, be the Twisted Minds down there on just the 4 points after map 1. That's one of our juggernauts here in Riyadh. We're expecting them to do much, much better, but they felt the force of that Leviathan roster. That European squad of Deki, Lays, and Stukex were hunting them out of factory and along the entire harbour. For Twisted Minds, they've got to fix that up pretty quickly. As much as they are a team that can take over any map at any moment, that's a statement right there.
Yeah, I will give Twisted Minds some credit, though. They are a squad who, they normally, it feels like in some events, will come out and have a flat 2 or 3 games, but then start to pick it on up, right? Yes. So we are only playing 3 games in this A versus B, but for them, the aggression doesn't stop, because, reminder folks, Leviathan, they are in the same group as Twisted Minds, okay? So it's not like one of these situations where, oh, when we're playing this group, somebody's going to contest our drop spot, and we just got to figure out while we're playing against them. It's like, no, every single game, you're going to have to do this. So if I'm the Twisted Minds, I think that A, you're probably feeling pretty good about getting reps against this team. Good chance both of these squads make it to that top 7 to be able to get to our finals day, but it's also enough reps of how do they play this. Do you go ahead, do you try and enact a plan B? Do you try and make something happen? The squad, Twisted Minds, they have the mental fortitude they need, right? That's why you bring in a player like Almond. He brings a lot of that energy. He knows what it's like to be here and try and be able to kind of lead this team to victory. So while a not great game number 1 here for the Twisted Minds, I have no doubt in my mind they will go ahead and bounce back.
Now, I love that you call out Almond as well. That is an important point here as you look at the players sat in the venue. It's about getting your leaders into that talking position and saying, look, boys, it's just a bad map 1. Happens every now and again, calming the nerves, settling the energy, and simply going again with the game plan. A lot of our players out here will, of course, be led by various people. None better than that man, Hisoka. And we did get to listen in with the Falcons during that map, and we got a real good look at why they are the world's best. Put in a very difficult position early on. It was a tough rotation from them out of Stronghold, and just as it looked like things were going to go south for them, they do the classic Falcons, which is to smash a hole in the team that was trying to hold them. It was the E4 Esports. But I heard Soka calling out things like, I'm going to position myself here. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just trying to keep EVOS where they are. And moments like that, with playing that mental game out there on the map, no one able to counter that in the situation. It allows Falcons to bounce on through prison and into that end game.
And I think that's the sort of what we call the intangibles in Warzone, right? And that's a lot of what Soka brings to this Falcons roster. He's not just the best gunning, he's not just the best IGL, but it's moments like that where you're going to see is what separates them from a lot of other teams. I love that you bring it up because it is true. Like the fact that he's able to call out, hey, I'm just creating pressure here. I'm creating aggression. I'm trying to draw all of the lines of sight towards me. And that's exactly what happens, right? right? Because while he's getting some shots onto Showstopper, who's on the top of prison, he's able to kind of hold them there, hold EVOS in that position, and we see Shifty and Biffle just kind of running through as a duo up through those stairs, just trying to be able to then maybe, help out Hisoka and then push down that team and be able to get them. So great work from that squad. We said it before the break. I want to talk about it again, though. Great work from FaZe as well. We saw them kind of near the top of the leaderboard as well, and like to see them kind of come on down and in those late game scenarios get active. We see them jump on over the wall. Clumsy, he's able to find a lot of kills, and he's able to just pick apart 2 members of the Falcons very easily as well. So flanked, and JTech and of course Clumsy representing FaZe Clan doing a great job there in game number 1.
Yeah, indeed. And this is a team that we've kind of highlighted as a little bit of that underdog. They were 7th in the qualifiers, only just making it through. But they are this kind of weird dark horse team, and we can't count Flanked out online, quite frankly. We've tried for years, and every time he bounces back with a ridiculous performance. Last year, he managing to pick up 5th in the World Series. Unfortunately, couldn't make it to the Esports World Cup, but showing yet again that he was able to overcome everyone else's expectations and lead his team to glory. It is a case with JTech and Clumsy. You've got a roster there that just feels mechanically disgusting. Yeah. And we get to that look, of course, towards the end with the 2 victories against Falcons players who are, of course, some of the best shooters in the world. And it's a huge crest to be carrying on your chest. We have a lot of huge orgs here, but FaZe Clan, they're arguably up there with the very, very biggest in our space.
Yeah, we can't talk Call of Duty without talking FaZe, right? I mean, you can do it to FaZe up. It has become part of our nomenclature, part of our history. And, well, Flanked, he's been a big part of that, at least in Warzone as well, of cementing their mark here. So glad to see them continuing to do that. I want to talk about sort of some of the other squads that were rotating around there. We saw CT Gaming, right, get a little bit active early on. And one team, the team on your screen right now, that maybe didn't get as active as they would have liked, 5 Fears, actually our first team taken on out. And we had the questions, are they going to go ahead? Are they going to try and contest Stronghold? That isn't the case. They drop Industries, and what happens? Well, they get immediately fried by a couple of the teams around them.
Yeah, it's difficult for 5 Fears because they obviously qualify knowing that the Falcons didn't have to take part in the qualifiers through that Stronghold drop. Gives you so much lay of the land, so much room, and also no one else is playing over there because they know it belongs to the Falcons. They're not willing to practice that strategy that they're not going to use on land. For 5 Fears, it was their ticket to get them here, so it's fair play, but now it's a case of, okay, if you manage to adapt into a different location. Early signs are not great, but of course it's only been 1 map, so an opportunity for them to bounce back from that. But these are 3 players who they know they've got a huge pair of eyes watching them right now as everyone expects them to prove that they deserve to be here. In Scythe, Big Man, Anxiety. Their first LAN, that's also something to factor in, of course. Can be very nerve-wracking out there. They've already talked about the environment, the pit that you are literally in here in Riyadh. So, yeah, of course, paying attention to what they do after this. They are in Group B, so they will be able to get rid of the Falcons at some point, and it'll be interesting to see if they change up and get better from that point on.
No, I mean, it's a great shout. I would love to watch them, kind of go ahead, bounce back. That's really what we're looking at here in game number 2. It's, can our teams who performed well, can they maintain that momentum? And the top squads that maybe didn't have a sort of great number 1, can we see them go ahead? Can they bounce back on in? And that is really sort of my question for 100 Thieves. We see them kind of get a little bit scuffled into that first engagement. Thanks to the team of VKA, who, like you mentioned, shouldn't even be here. They actually are going to be the squad that move on up from that control boat. And then they're playing a little bit of a spoiler against, the remnants of those 2 teams that are there. So number 1, with that, I love seeing VKA get a little active there in game number 1. It'd be very easy, I think, for them to come into this tournament and just say, hey, we're just going to go ahead. We've had really no reps against these teams. They're a formidable squad, don't get me wrong, but they probably, are just like, hey, but that's kind of the reality and the fun of some of these teams that maybe are being overlooked is sometimes they come in with this attitude of like, I got nothing to prove, baby. Yeah, why not push the 100 Thieves?
Well, I spoke to them literally 2 days ago, and they said that we feel like we have zero pressure. There's no reason for us to feel. No one expects them to do a damn thing. They come bottom of the pile, fair enough. You weren't supposed to be here in the first place. They feel great about this, but also that plays for me against one of their big weaknesses, because one of their huge weaknesses of this team is that they're mental. If they start slowly, they can really struggle to get out of that spiral. But if you're not feeling pressure, you shouldn't enter that spiral in the first place. You should be feeling pretty damn good out there. So if they're going to fly at everything, they're going to make things interesting, and that will, of course, give us and all of you in chat an opportunity to very much so watch some mixy fights as they try and squeeze in on everybody else from that control boat. The rotation that they have is very variable, and they're looking to set themselves up for all sorts of different circles. So a team that, if they have done a bit of odd review, could surprise us here in Riyadh.
I mean, and if you're 100 Thieves or even Movistar Koi, hopefully you're making that realization that you just had a team roll up on you that you maybe weren't expecting to happen. So how do you go ahead? How do you adjust? Maybe for 100 Thieves, it's, hey, we need to play just a little bit slower. We saw off that opening engagement, I love the positioning from Goat Clamp, right? To kind of play off of the main control building, and he's playing more over towards where the buy station is, with a couple of those boxes, and he's just waiting patiently for somebody to try and make that play that we are so used to seeing, which is you run across the bridge from main side control over to small side, you run across that bridge, maybe you hit the hop up on the outside, and all of a sudden you cause all of those players who are on the roof to, you take all their aggression, you take all their eyesight on over to you, and it allows both your other two duo to move up through the stairs. Unfortunately, when he moves over to small side, he's not expecting Clamp to be able to play that angle, and Clamp just absolutely lasers him, puts him on down, and then very quickly, if you are Movistar Koi, you understand that you are now in a 3v2. After that game number 1, though, let's talk a little bit about who are top fraggers for the day so far here, Enigma, and well, I think we're getting maybe a little bit of a look about how Leviathan was able to put up so many points.
Yeah, I do wonder how many of those elims from Lays are going to be on the Gentlemen of the Twisted Mind, because they were hunting them down, refusing to let them breathe at all. But can we talk about Fnatic?
Yeah!
All 3 of their players in here nice and early, and between them, I'm seeing, what's that, 22 kills on the board between the 3? That's incredibly impressive. Yeah, don't ask me to do that again, I won't. Don't worry about it. But also Prodigy going to be up there, a huge part of the Rock Esports victory. We see him in that final kill feed with the Falcons in the final fight, and you can see why he's leading the line in there first, wanting to be every bit a part of the conversation, regardless of who he is up against. And taking a look, of course, through the rest, Robstar will be there for EVOS, Shifty Soaker appear for the Falcons, Netodds for Movistar Koi, and then JTech leading the line for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and these are kind of what we're looking at for some of our top teams, right? It's a thread that we see time and time again, which is that the squads that seemingly start to run away with it, it's exactly what you're seeing on your screen right here. It's at least having 2 members of your team on this, sort of eliminations leaderboard. For Fnatic, hey, fantastic that they're able to start game number 1 already with all 3 of their team being on there.
Yeah, I think one of the things with that as well, all 3 of them in super close proximity to each other in terms of number of kills.
Yes.
That, for me, is great in 2 ways. One suggests that you're playing very close together, sometimes can be an undoing of a team in Resurgence because you can all fall together. But also, to me, what it means is you're not relying on one player to really take over. I had come into this tournament a little bit concerned about the fact that Enxi and Patsuka just hadn't looked to slay heavy recently, that Zakar was very much leading the line for them. And it's a lot of pressure to put on one man's shoulders to be your outright fragger. Only a few people in the world can do that as a solo. So to see all 3 of them putting up big numbers is huge for that squad coming in from the European region. It's whether they can continue that, because they started ridiculously hot. They fall earlier off what was a bit of a sell, maybe needed a bit of a heat check in the moment, but they started off faster than anybody else out there, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you.
I mean, and that's probably a little bit of, we call it the heat check, but, it's making plays like that. They get you to the point where you are leading the lobby in elimination.
Very true.
Have a lot of points at your back as well. So, it may look like a blunder that we happen to catch on main, but for every 1 blunder we catch, we probably miss about 9 absolute world star performances. But either way, game 1 done and dusted, folks. What's more important, though, is game number 2. As we're getting ready to hop on in, players are trying to lock on through, trying to figure out how they can maybe either continue that same momentum here in game 2 or go ahead, flip the script, maybe play a little bit better. Let's get ready, folks, to hop on in. I am excited to watch some of these teams. Can Twisted Minds manage to get back on in? Can we see 100 Thieves take control of control? Or will we see somebody else go ahead and spoil? Will the Falcons manage to keep doing what they're doing? Let's go ahead. Let's drop on in.
We get players falling from the skies, popping the shoots and making early statements, of course. Will be kills in the feed already, seeing big wipes onto 5 Fears. Started slowly in map 1 and already finding pressure from EVOS and that LATAM South time. But oh my lord, Twisted Minds, they do find 2 in the feed. You will get an answer back coming in from 9Z, and blood being drawn all over the damn map.
I just watched Elatu get a double kill with a knife in the kill feed. All right, continuing the aggression here in game number 2. You love seeing Twisted Minds get early active here back over at Prison. Rock, they were the team that held down this location, and well, looked like they maybe farmed CT just a little bit. Let's go ahead, let's see if that is the case here as well, because, well, you already have a couple of players on through, but it just looks like ain't no party but a third party, as I am just watching Big Man, Sight, Anxiety are just getting farmed over and over again. Twisted Minds, they'll find Decky here. You can see Leviathan in game number 2, they've had to back on up, and well, Lays thinks he has a little bit of an angle onto Aiden. He's going to be able to find it. Oh my god! Oh my god!
All right.
I thought he was about to pop a 2-piece. Thankfully, you got AG.AL Aiden, or Almond. He's going to go ahead and slide on through. That is crazy.
Maybe we'll see why Lays is leading the damn lobby in kills. I mean, you're fighting two Twisted Minds players. They're phenomenal individuals you've just shut down. We move over to Control Center. Of course, this war that goes on between 100 Thieves, Movistar, Koi, and you're going to get VKA getting involved nice and early. Movistar going to have to back off for a second. You lose one, seconds cracked. 100 Thieves is missing one as well for their troubles. VKA back off towards the boat. And I tell you what, these three squads are going to continue to contest this all damn day, and that means prime viewing for us. Thieves will get their third back in. Can tell you that Movistar recovered down below. Blast got caught out last time trying to hit this rotation. Got to be careful about it again. And Biffle, he's lurking. He's trying to find a couple of exit kills.
We've seen the Falcons do this time and time again. They'll sometimes send one of their Slayers up to Control just to maybe just get into the mix, cause a little bit of chaos between some of these two teams. And we can see for Leviathan, they lose control of that factory side, and they've had to come back to the school, come back to the boat. This is what I was worried about. It's Almond trying to be able to keep his eyes on that boat, making sure that you're not going to be able to regain for free. And I'm seeing Stukex way away over towards that harbor side.
Well, an interesting thing here as well is that you've got Aiden in the skies. He's basically being a UAV for Almond and Smitty in this fight. So Decky thinks he's safe. He's actually being live pinged to hell right now. Does manage to return some fire, but it's all going to be ground loot, and this is not the position you want to be in for very long. So right now as well, with 0 plates in the pocket, just trying to find a bit of utility to really fight back with. But the problem for this Leviathan squad, of course, being on this boat, you can't really push out. You're hoping that your teammate up towards harbor can find something and help you set up some sort of pinch. That's a beautiful shot to at least back down Twisted Minds for a second.
Hey, that's a great way to do it. Grounded sniper in hand. Decky, he hits the shot. Back on over to FaZe, though, towards this bioweapon side. We can see on our side here, folks, guess what? Bioweapons, chemical engineering, industries, all free. So this is just so much space for FaZe Clan right now, and whether they decide to use that as an opportunity, maybe push on forward and then know that they can regain back here, or just loot on up, get all the cash you need, get an advanced UAV, get your self-revives, get everything you want to try and take some of this fight, because you know that some of these areas like Prison are getting mixy alongside Control, because we can see Shifty, Diaz, Biffle, they've moved on up here towards Control as 100 Thieves and Movistar Koi continue to battle it on out, but with Falcons getting on the mix, this could be crazy. You see the flash come on through. Shifty throws a couple of shots with the LC-10, but gonna go ahead and back on up, says, I do not like this. And look who's coming in from behind. It's Blast, but Diaz makes the read. So with that happening, Diaz, Shifty, they realize this is going to be basically a series of 2v2s. Gabe, he's going to fire on back. He's the rookie of the year for a reason. Shifty trying to stay alive. Skullface swings for the cleanup. Can he manage to find one on more? Armor cracked on the Shifty. Slides on forward. And Clamp, he tries to play spoiler. He's come on through. Has he been able to do it? Gold Clamp activates for a huge two-piece. The cleanup crew of Control is here, and their name is Movistar Koi.
We did wonder whether or not these gentlemen could be the X Factor here at Control. They'd struggled so long in the online stages to contest this relatively effectively, but now finding plenty of footing. I will say, however, 9Z continuing to look at this, VKA continuing to push towards this and decide to just try and find Biffle actually out in the war. I don't know if I like that play necessarily from Vidati, but it leaves your teammates a little bit high and dry. Never mind, they fully abandoned this and decided to play back over towards bottom. Not sure if they recognized that Movistar Koi was still in the area. Anyway, look over towards something else for a second. We've got Prison. This will be CT Gaming up against Rock Esports. Last time Rock well and truly won this battle. Seems like they're in a little bit of a blender right now as Wars is found by Resolve yet again, and they won't be alone. They have 9Z Global for company.
At least if you are getting thrown in the blender a little bit, at least Vision has 4, so it hasn't been completely terrible. Patsuka gonna go ahead, fly on out, find Elo Lamp. Gamax looking to get a little bit active here at the Industries. They're not going to be the only ones, though, because look who's here. They've moved out of bio. Slammed. J-Tech is out by Patsuka. That's a little crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guy got caught running down the stairs. I'm going to say that's slam.
I mean, Patsuka feeling himself over here. J-Tech, definitely the kind of player who can win that fight. I'm not letting him away with that one. We take a back look at Prison. This war that going to continue to go on. Actually, get a moment to flick on over to Shifty, who's just about avoiding a thermo. Going to get involved in a bit of a fight. Needs support. Will have it, of course, from Biffle. And Adato's just sniping over the top. He has 3 from this position. You can see why so many teams fight for this top tower. Going to allow you to third party anything that happens. And Soka, he's had to squeeze up as the zone starts to compress him. He's lost his 2 teammates, though, so you have to stay alive for a moment and slip away into the night. Of course, known as the closer, but one of many things that he understands more than anyone is how this game is and the composure that's required at important moments.
Yeah, and I'm just watching some of this kill feed. We can see Vale and Goodbye 60 Hertz. They're getting active in that kill no feed while Uatu just continuing to sit up top here in this lighthouse. We know that the players who hang out here, I know you've all experienced it in your own pubs. You can be absolutely annoying. And well, you're one of the best players in the world who's made it to the Esports World Cup. It just becomes even more annoying to boot. Sniper in hand, going to just be raining down hellfire from above. Let's see if he's going to be able to get him on out there. For the Falcons and 100 Thieves, though, looks like we sort of moved this battle away from the tents on over to living quarters. As 100T, you had 2 alive. Skullface will come on in with that resurgence counter. But already we're starting to see the Falcons start to surround 100 Thieves here. Soka's going to be opening up this fight. Nate goes across. Trophy system will block it. And you're just trying to figure out how do we want to try and take this fight against 100 Thieves.
Do very well to get the third back in if you are the Thieves, but yes, you mentioned it, you are surrounded. So for them, they've got to pick a side, punch out together. You don't want to be split trying to fight the Falcons. They will punish you well and truly for that. Look at the feed very quickly. Twisted Minds continue to haunt Leviathan, but up high as well. We've got to remind you, if you are both of these teams, that you have that sniper from the tower on Overwatch. You step out for a little too long and you will find that 50 cal well and truly hunting you down.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again where you're just trying to take a fight against a team that's directly in front of you, and out of nowhere you're taking damage from the other side. So it looks like DS Piffle has been able to find himself on that other side. And for Soka and Shifty, they're just kind of playing a little bit of a high-low on this angle. For 100 Thieves, though, they understand, hey, guess what? We don't have to move when the zone closes. We can kind of take our time. Only 2 teams have been eliminated for the time being. You still have plenty of opportunity to get your points on the board if you need. Shifty takes some great shots across the way, but he's going to go ahead and back on up. Let's take a look down at Factory, though, Enigma, because we still have this battle between Twisted Minds and Leviathan. Ultimate, he's going to be able to find Decky, and that's just going to leave 1 player left here from Leviathan. It's going to be Lays. He did it earlier. Can he find another 1v2? Great shots on to Aiden. He's able to find him. Can you back on up? Can you go ahead? Can you reset this fight? No plates in hand. You're just trying to catch a little bit of a timing here. But see Smith, he smells blood in the water. He is trying to surge on forward. He wants to be able to bring down Leviathan, get his squad back on in, and you've at least bought enough time for now. You find Lays jumping on down, and that is enough to clean them on up. Took just a little bit too long, though, as 1 more member from Leviathan will come on in thanks to Resurgence.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have done well to answer back after the struggles of map 1 and essentially repay the favor. They have not allowed Leviathan an opportunity to breathe there. Lays does well to stay alive as long as he does, but you're not getting away from Smitty for long. Alato continues to find yet more impact with the sniper up high, spots the Falcons down low, but will take a second to reassess his position as he's on his own and may well be under threat soon. Let's take a quick look in with the FaZe clan up against Rock Esports. This battle for Prison continues on, and there will be a crack come through. JTech getting on the hunt against Vision. Vision fucks himself off. Prodigy, though, going to be there for the trade. Actually gets the kill as well, and then provides Overwatch. Can you lift your teammate? Well, I think you're hoping if your wars to try and offset these 2 players stepping over. Well, no, Prodigy. Do you have the timing? The answer is no, but you have a gunny, and Flashbang catches you flush. Will find yourself knocked if you're clumsy. Wars here on the trade out. Wars can't fall, though. His 2 teammates currently needing rezzing.
I mean, this is basically like a 1v1 a little bit. You got that 1 last member of FaZe Clan above. Wars will drop on down. Go ahead, get the stick at least on Division. I think Flank doesn't want to get a little bit too active just yet. Wants to play his life, make sure his teammates get back on in. On the other side, though, for 9C, they're going to go ahead, activate. You're going to find Shifty. That's a huge pickup to be able to have on this side of the map because, well, Enigma, with that kill, they kind of have control of this headquarters side. Nobody's really at Prison. You have the Twisted Minds down at Factory, and it looks like Falcons behind you. So they have a lot of ground, and, well, they're going to have 1 side of this zone. So let's go ahead, though. Let's go and check on in with ROC and see how the comms are feeling.
Maybe one of these cells?
Yeah, maybe one of the cells above you.
Yeah, like that cell like right above.
Yeah.
What's the next one? Top 5?
I don't know. Yeah, probably. Just let everybody fight.
I'm getting chilled, I think.
We have a PA if you need to. Yeah.
I don't think there's really anything you can do. Is there another cell on your left? Or is that the plan?
Vision, last alive. You can hear some of the comms from the team that won map number 1. Just trying to figure out what is the strategy. I think at this point, if you can't manage to get the squad back on in, you just have to play your life if you are Vision. That's not going to be the case for Movistar Koi down at the bottom. They want to get active. As we can see, they go ahead. They fight DS Bitbull. That's Falcons out in 9th.
That is indeed them out very, very early. Just struggling to find ingress from Stronghold. They found themselves back down by 9Z at points as well. So a couple of these squads reminding the Falcons that that gap has closed from 2024 to 25. Get a quick look at Z-Smith and Almond trying to squeeze up. They find vision, Rocky's balls fall, and Almond's going to return some fire as well onto FaZe. Flanked, clumsy, tucked inside. Smith's going around the corner, flying and wipes FaZe off the damn map. Beautiful work, but 9Z are here to fight this as well. They're just above, considering dropping in. I love the decision for Twisted Minds here. No one's going to expect this. They back off, find a different route, and maybe play up for the rooftop to then sit over everyone as they scramble below.
Yeah, I think you need to go for the wide wrap here if you are Twisted Minds, maybe down into control. We can see goodbye 60 Hertz. It's going to be the first one to drive down into this tunnel. Unfortunately, though, CT Gaming, they are just on the other side of this. They are going to try and build a wall, make sure that you can try and hold it on in. You see the trades come on through. Resolve, he's going to try and go ahead and clean it on up, and he's going to be able to. So good trades there, but you lose some players in the process. And for 9Z, they had the high ground, they had the opportunity, but it looks like Movistar Koi, they are going to cut you down on the rotation. We lost Twisted Minds in the process. Blink of an eye, Enigma. We are down to the final two.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3v3 then between not 9Z, sorry, it's going to be a 3v3 between Movistar and, of course, VKA, the team that shouldn't be here. One's high, one's low, and they're in big trouble.
2v2, let's go ahead. You're pushing on forward. Vidani down below. He's trying to do his best to get the shots on in, but the rest of your teammates is just getting cleaned on up. Kazu, he's good for one. He turns on the net odds, but look who's there. It's Vidani, and it's Volcom. He's the last alive. The res, it's coming on out, but can you manage to bring them on down? You can't find them. Finally, Kazu gets caught on down. Vidani, it's the last 1v1. Volcom can't do it. VKA, they shouldn't have been here. It's a last-second invite, and well, they prove everybody wrong that says, listen, we may not have qualified, but we deserve a spot in this lobby.
Yeah, showing that they belong here in map 2. Seen plenty of kills in the feed from them as well. Of course, we'll get all those numbers tallied up and let you know where they stand. They do so well to flip the script on that end fight. For me, that belonged to Movistar Koi. They had the high ground, they had the circle positioning, and also they got the initial knock, but you get that flip come through. I think there's a little bit of a disconnect about whether they want to push or whether they want to stay. VKA don't care. They find the bloods, they find the trades, and turn it into that 2v1 in the end. Fly out of different angles and just about do enough to win the fight. And again, that's a huge mental moment for them, because no doubt they came into this tournament knowing that they didn't qualify, but now showing not just to the world, but to themselves they can mix with the very best.
What a fantastic way to end game number 2. It's only a 0.2 difference on the multiplier between first and that second through fifth, right? So yes. Obviously we see Movistar Koi, they're still all smiles. You know, yeah, sure, if you're Volcom, you just lost a 1v1. You gotta like those extra 0.2. They had a great game number 1. That's a great game number 2 for them. Yeah. It's group stages, folks. Like, these players are just taking it game by game. Let's do a little bit of a run back, though, on those final moments, because, man, for Movistar Koi, it was like you mentioned, it was really their map to lose. But man, they are able to farm, but it's just not enough for that one last player of VKA. We'll be right back after this break for game number 3.
This land is calling.
Crac à droite, push.
Dead.
Prends le full.
Encore. Wadi.
Les derniers au top. Life ping jaune.
Ok. Smoke,
Il push.
Avec moi.
Il est là, il est ici.
Let's go!
Bien joué les frères.
Come on!
Bien joué les gars. Bien joué.
After some dirty little cheaters were identified, VKA got an invite into this tournament, and they just turned it into a victory. I'm Chris Puckett. I do what I want sometimes, and I just went rogue. Sorry about that, production. Can we talk about VKA, though? Because they were playing under auto-aim assist, right? These are mouse and keyboard players who have been on controller for 7 months.
Right.
And they just took out the reigning champs, teams like Twisted Minds, FaZe Clan. They just won the whole game. Where are they at in the rankings now?
The thing about it is, it's not just the input that they're playing on, it's also just the fact that they're playing good heads-up Warzone right now. How they identified how those last couple of circles were being and how they rotated around it very strategically, taking fights, not just diving in. Right. Beautiful stuff from the new guys.
Well, you know, the thing is, new guys, right? They came in with 0 expectations on their shoulders. And for some, that's helpful. You have no pressure.
Right.
You go into it, you go full speed ahead. For VK, they had nothing to lose, everything to gain, and they made the most of it.
Dream, what impressed you in game 2?
I mean, well, for one, a lot of players came to life, like Z-Spit being one of them, Twisted Minds getting out of a lot of these engagements, but it really was Movie Star Koi, right? We were looking at this zone pool like, this is going to be 100 Thieves win. But guess what? They got knocked out. Clamp. He went off disrupting them, and then he also disrupted the Falcons.
Without a doubt, and Falcons was a big one, taking them down intense. But even before that, right, that big battle for control going against Diaz and Shifty. Of course, we had his Soka still anchoring over in Stronghold, so Falcons weren't eliminated at that point, but also taking on 100 Thieves. Control is one of the most contested points typically in public lobbies. It's naturally going to be the most contested point when it comes to our private lobbies. Only the big dogs go there. So for Movie Star Koi to say, I'm going there and I'm going to lock it in is massive as far as I'm concerned. But for them to get second place and now to elevate themselves up the leaderboards in a way that they do, they're here for a reason and they're making the most of it.
Absolutely. And I got to give a big shout out to Movie Star Koi. As you mentioned, the Mexicans won the top spot from Latin America North. They popped off, not only going the distance there to the top 2, they almost won the game and dropped some serious numbers in game 2.
Yeah, they almost fought a 1v2 to win the game on top of that, and that was gunfight after gunfight after gunfight, like you guys had mentioned. It came versus some of the top dogs at the end point in the lobby. You're dealing with 100 Thieves and Falcons, you're through both of them, you're like, this is now our lobby to win, and then you realize there's still one more fight you have to take afterwards. They weren't able to fully reset, and that's just the nature of Warzone, especially, again, considering how VKA set themselves up on the backside of the slow part of the circle, gives them a chance to kind of get a lay of the land. Maybe not finding the most kills that they would have wanted, but still, first place is first place.
Now, I saw some early interactions between Movie Star and Aiden's crew, Twisted Minds. Are they landing at the same place? Is Twisted Minds getting targeted? Because if you're looking at the leaderboard, TM's near the bottom after 2 drops, and we're only doing 3 between these 2 groups.
I will say that a lot of that is because of Lays, right? We're looking at that Leviathan squad, and of course, Lays, Decky, Stukex. They had a little bit of a kerfuffle, though, this last game, too, where we did see Twisted Minds in the top 4, at least, of course, Lays wondering what the heck happened, right? Because he was staying alive for so long.
Without a doubt, and he was the staple. He was the glue, if you will, for the Leviathan roster over against Twisted Minds. He's tearing it up.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our numbers as our admins have officially inputted the scores. I hold shift. Walk us through after 2 games of action. Who's on top?
Well, not that.
That's not the one. No. Do the other scoreboard, the one that's loading.
Everyone's tied. Nothing matters. It's just
fresh start for everybody, baby.
I do believe that FaZe Clan is jumping up. They had a monsterful performance. If you're looking in the kill feed, if you're looking for someone who's been consistent, has there been anyone who is kind of controlling their zone and not letting anyone in?
I think the thing has been they're playing their own game and they are staying away from 2 of our top dogs at the drop point and then dominating either the north or the south side, depending how the circle goes. And they're playing it to a really, really fundamental level, knowing when they've got a team weak in front of them, chasing down kills and eliminating squads quickly to where they're not dealing with a full 3-man reset. They're maybe dealing with 1 or 2 players out of the sky and they keep playing 3v2s the whole time.
I have to say that this FaZe squad is something special. Clumsy being one of their players that I personally had played with in a tournament tournament. He's a god. He's a Rebirth player. This is his game mode. But for JTech and Flanked, right, they did play with DJ Moss in, big map.
Right.
So making a player switch, that was my biggest thing going into it. Like, will that affect anything? And they're consistent, right? Possibly being in first, but we know that they've been in the top 5 the last 2 games.
Our numbers are still unofficial. Chat, let us know who you think is in front, because I think it's FaZe.
I think so.
And I got to give a shout out to 9Z, because Olatu just stood up at the top of the watch tower with a sniper while his teammates were doing work. They stayed in it deep. They finished in the top 5 teams. This was a squad that was the top team from Latin America South. No one's watched their gameplay. No expectations. What have you seen from them so far?
I mean, that full Argentinian squad has been doing good, and that one interaction with that first place squad of VKA, right? We saw 60 Hertz. I mean, he went in bottom prison. They traded, right? He almost won that. So you have to think for that squad, could have won that. Just from that one engagement.
Let's go back to the start of the show, though, because, Taylor, you were kind of noticing some people with hot hands that were not feeling any jet lag as we roll the highlights. Who were some of the top performers?
Without a doubt, Skullface was great. He's always going to perform well when he is needed most. And in these final moments, honestly, I believe from game number 1, it was Fnatic who ended up stealing the show. Fnatic was looking so hot and powerful off the rip, tearing up everybody. They had an early lead, and they ended up making a bit of a mistake. More on that in just a little bit. But one team, though, that of course is the #1 team coming into the tournament was Team Falcons. It was great to see them in second place because, in my opinion, that silences the doubters. Yeah, they're not in first, but Falcons are still cruising, and I think at the moment they really are cruising, but wait until they hit their final stride.
My whole thing is like, we're 2 games in.
Yeah.
Falcons are one of the most consistent teams game to game, drop to drop. Are they prone to having maybe a less than stellar performance? Yeah, absolutely. I still think we're all sitting there like, why did they not drop 35 points? Like, what's wrong with Falcons?
Taylor, they got the clip for you. Let's take a look at Fnatic. Walk me through some of their gameplay.
Yeah, Fnatic, again, an excellent game #1, but this moment had me absolutely confused. They sent 2 players from the high ground. You got 6 players below you, and then you full send it, and you end up losing your squad. It made 0 sense to me. You had such a great game 1.
Gravity's strong sometimes.
Gravity's strong, but the thing is like, what I wanted to point out was like Fnatic is a team that performed very well, and after game 1, I believe they were in second place, if I'm not mistaken, despite making that massive mistake, which shows to me if they can clean those little mistakes up, maybe nerves, it was game 1 after all, right? So they're getting their feet underneath them. If they can start to clean up those little mistakes, I truly feel they can make a running for the championship.
Dream?
If you go back and watch, though, I was watching the map feed, and while this was all going on, the zone actually had pulled originally to the other side of prison, where the Falcons were set up as a trio. But guess who disrupted that again? It was Clamp. He took out Shifty, so that actually left the Falcons in a 1v2. Had that not happened, I feel like it could have been a Falcons win for game 1.
Goat Clamp. Are we calling him Clamp or Goat?
Goat.
That's my goat.
He's one of both. I love what we're seeing so far.
This is
the final drop, though, for teams like Twisted Minds. I was asking Tommy, one of the greatest Warzone players of all time. He is here with the Australians Inner Circle, and I asked him, what's a good score? He said, well, 7th place finished around 11, 12 points that first drop. I think if you finish above 20, you're pretty happy. But if you're Twisted Minds, you're thinking maybe we got to push for a 30-point game. You're looking for that multiplier. Just remind everybody, if they're just tuning in, how do I get some bonus points out of this?
Yeah, there's a level of where you finish, and obviously the multiplier comes into play, but it all starts for me with like Twisted Minds and a very, very slow kill start, not getting the rotation, not getting the points to even build on that multiplier, and now you're a couple of drops down, looking all of a sudden with maybe a little bit of panic. So there is a level of, they need to step up the tempo and also still have the longevity to get the multipliers.
There's a look at the players. We're moments away from headsets going on. Map 3, Drop 3 coming up. It's EWC 2025.
All right, fantastic work from the desk, giving us a little bit of a break here because we're going to need it for an electric map number 3 of Group A versus Group B. Reminder, folks, this is going to be our last game of this group, but not our last game of the day. We still got 6 more games to play after this, baby. We got Group A versus C. You'll get Goj and Ton in here on the desk. And then, well, my good friend Annie and I will wrap up the day here with our Group B versus Group C. So for a lot of these teams, this won't be their last opportunity to earn their points here today. If you are in Group B, if you're a group like 100 Thieves, like we saw on our screen, you will still have an opportunity to rise that leaderboard, because we are just looking for our top 7 teams after our first 2 days to try and make it to our day of finals. Otherwise, you're going to be battling for your life there in the elimination bracket. Let's get on in to map number 3, Enigma, because if I'm thinking about anything, I'm thinking about still this contest at control.
Absolutely. One of the things I will say, we get an extremely southern pulling circle here. And I think the Santalan bio still, but we get a lot of teams actually play off towards boat as Twisted Minds immediately hunt Leviathan down, who I think had given up factory for a second and decided they were going to land on this outside boat, maybe play up towards it once they had their loadout. Not given that opportunity as Ullman seals the deal, and one of the Leviathan players has managed to play to living quarters. But these are the early mental blows and statements that we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Map 1 did not go the way of the North Americans. Map 2 most certainly did. And Map 3, well, you just obliterated your opposition.
Just a couple of friendly bullets between friends. All love. That's really good. It's all love. No, nothing wrong here. 5 Fears, though, they are looking to try and get back on into the mix. It hasn't looked very good for them for Big Man. Well, he wants to gain control of this tower and his teammate Scythe down below here at Grandma's alongside Anxiety. 2 kills already for Anxiety, feeling good. So 5 Fears after not a great map number 1 and even worse, arguably, map number 2. Yep. Already showing some signs of life here in map 3.
Yep, and let's hope we continue to see those signs of life, because they most certainly need to show some here on that. We move over to this battle for Control Center. 100 Thieves and Movistar Koi, of course, is looking to square up here. You are going to have company, though, rolling in. There's a couple of VK, well, at least one VKA player lurking around, just trying to sniff out a couple of kills. That might be Kadzu in the back corner. Gabe's going to slide out, spot absolutely nothing. For the Thieves players, it's about making sure you don't get isolated. You don't want to overstray and end up being found. And you can see Movistar Koi waiting, looking to do exactly that. Kadzu will be here to at least put some damage in. Can you isolate this? Well, the teammates are looking to support. You're going to have Vidati up close and personal.
Oh, no.
3v3.
You've left the roof open, though, and Volcom is going to hit that Ascender on the outside. Make sure you can hold that high ground. Try and stay on there. For FaZe Clan, over towards Chemical Engineering, though, looks like Fnatic. They are going to go ahead and take some of this aggression, bring it their way, and they're going to contain a lot of this area of the map. It'll only be for basically this first zone, as we are just absolutely pulling all the way to the southwest side. That is there. Let's get a nice little shot onto Clumsy out into the water, just trying to stay alive. And well, for Twisted Minds, it looks like they are just going to continue to have the aggression. And Aiden, it's a little bit of a hesitated shimmy. He catches Deki onto the outside. Lays taken on in. And Stukex, he's actually taken down by Diaz. Biffle, just like that. Leviathan wiped off the map. And map number 3, they're our first team eliminated.
Yeah, huge map 1 from them, showing early signs of fire, but no such thing in maps 2 and 3. Made to suffer well and truly. Please put out their misery quickly here in map 3. They will fall as our first squad, and well, the Falcons will continue to go on the hunt. That duo, arguably the best to ever play this game, continues to hunt through living quarters. They do have a member of FaZe in there, as well as some of the Movistar Koi. Move over to Fnatic, who continue to punch their way southern down through the map. You will have presence here from this Puerto Rican squad just looking to buy their time. Elolan trying to get Sakura back into the fight, but he's torn between just leaving this, and I think that's his decision. Just get the hell out of Dodge, try and regroup with Tenix.
Yeah, I think this is a really, really good idea right now for Fnatic. This team playing underneath Vitality last year, they loved this POI. This was their drop spot, so they know how to play out of here very well. The only problem is you're going to get moved out of here for sure with this next zone. And for Gamax, they do not want to let you take some of this size as you slide on forward, and Elolam is good for 1, is good for 2.
That might be really bad as well, because actually FaZe are considering regrouping over by Chem, which is where your 1 remaining player is if you're Fnatic, so you're going to have to buy some time. Circle's going to continue to pull you in, so worrying moment for the team. They've looked so good through the early stage of this, and actually no, you get the kill if you're Zakar into JTech. FaZe in a mad scramble on the opposite side of the map, but go back to control as 3 teams fight it over.
Yeah, I mean, this is just getting absolutely mixy. Falcons, they're going to go ahead. They want to try and stay on up here, and it's 1 final bullet from Diaz. Biffle catches Gabe Kuhn, trying to go up for the roof. Blast has to go ahead. Tail between his legs, duck back on down, but it is not going to be a clean exit for him. He's got to stay alive. It's by the last skin of his teeth. Blast goes down, but he gets another teammate back on in. Falcons continuing to surge up here towards Control Center, and this is just Shifty and Biffle up here, ladies and gentlemen. Soka's still down in Stronghold, rent-free. He just has the entire POI for himself.
Yeah, incredibly important that he stays there as well, because that zone may well pull in that direction towards the end. So just looking to hold and swat away any interested parties. And you could do that when Biffle and Shifty are tearing teams apart like this.
Oh no.
Incredible work at control. They're trying to fight Gabe Kuhn out of the sky. Skullfist going to land on the opposite side, be found by Shifty. Biffle also looking to chase this down. If Gabe is found here, I mean, 100 Thieves, they're continuing to stay alive for now, but it's a blender that you've got to find a way out of from some time. And Biffle, he's chasing, he's cracking, he's looking high, and by the skin of his teeth, Gabe will live for a moment.
Well, we start Koi. They're starting to get in on this fight. They hear these shots going on out. They know what's going on through. However, Volkov has been found on the outside by Shifty. It's just going to be one last player from that team that is just trying to stay alive for the moment. Looks like 100 Thieves, at least got 2 players back on in. Gabe was able to play his life on the little bit of a scuffle with Diaz Biffle, as we have lost a lot of players, it feels like. However, it's only been 2 teams taken off the map here, ladies and gentlemen. Circle 2 looking to come to a close. Already pulling down towards this sort of tense living quarters side. It looks like that's where our zone is going to go ahead and pull us. A lot of these teams going to have to start moving.
Just setting himself up here to try and fight this. Gotta bear in mind that Go Clamp's on the rooftop. You want to clear that. Shifty goes high. Shifty finds the kill because, of course, he does. 2 players off the Thieves down below. Shifty just going to hold the top here. Biffle's going to try and provide backup from a distance. Volcom's coming in from the sky. Skullface found yet again in the cleanup. And right now, Volcom as well, trying to research here. Now, honestly, at some point, I think you've just got to give this up. You do not want to be in a blender against the Falcons of all people, as Biffle finds his 7th kill, sorry, of the day. You do get shot actually by a member of the VKA team that are playing off towards Bo. Just a reminder that they are going to be there. This zone looks like it's going to squeeze everybody off towards that living quarters side, or maybe even Stronghold soon. 100 Thieves still suffering in the feed. Twisted Minds, though, they did make that big bounce back, of course, in map 2 and won their fight for Factory early. So here, just trying to push into living quarters. They will have company in phase very soon, and just trying to assess how they will approach that.
I love where Twisted Minds has moved here. It's up towards living quarters. They know that they've cleared out this entire, basically, south side of the map. They're just going to have the ability to hang on here. They're back at their POI, back at Factory. So you win the Factory drop, you get a little aggressive. We watch Leviathan get taken on out. You surge on up, you find a couple more in chem, and you come back on down and nobody's home. So you say, hey, great, this is our POI. We know exactly how we want to play it. We're going to stay here until we are forced to move. For Rock Esports, Prison, it's where they were able to play out of here in game number 1. They'll be forced to move out of here, though, in maybe a couple, 2 or 3 circles. But for the time being, it looks like we've kind of just come on down. Map started to feel maybe a little bit more slower as sort of different teams are starting to grab their POIs.
Quick check of the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, that we get live here in the back. Rock Esports actually have the most kills out of everybody with 41, and showing exactly why they have so much control of Prison, battering everyone away from their position. That being said, I believe that I was misled. The leaderboard changes, and that was not true, so we will just go back to what we were talking about before. Aizen gonna eye one up. Can you catch Resolve? Ooh. Shot just over the top. You will be backing Resolve down, who want that loadout up above. Circle will start to squeeze him in eventually anyway, so you can sit here for a second. It's between the legs on the second, and the dive comes through. Frustrating for Aizen here. He is the anchor, of course. I'm not expecting many kills, but just 2 on the board. You're hoping to pick up a 3rd as you hold. And we move over then to the living quarters area, and it's going to be all fist fights for phase. They back off here, potentially in a 2v1. Smith will actually draw blood as well. I think called it a draw and reassess your situation for the next fight, lads.
Yeah, you got Almond. He's on the back, still on that roof towards Factory side. You lose Aiden in that fight, but it's A-okay. I think Smitty realizes he's going to have an opportunity to still try and play alive here. J-Tech, throw some shots down on range. You have to be careful, though, because you don't want to push forward too hard. As well, you are going to have members of EVOS Esports just up ahead of you at headquarters. If they decide to look on down, they could maybe try and clean up some of these kills. Skullface still alive, so he's just trying to stay here and down towards that side. Well, his 2 teammates, this battle at control is still going on between 100 Thieves and the Falcons. Maybe a little bit of revenge finally. Shifty, he slides on out though, and well, just as you're feeling good if you are 100 Thieves, you get caught on down by the Falcons, and if there's anybody who's going to let you know exactly how they feel, it's Shifty. A little bit more friendly love bullets going out for some of our teams.
Yeah, that guy doesn't do quiet. As King Matty is found in the feed. Back on over then to Factory. This battle between Twisted Minds and Leviathan rages on. Twisted Minds coming out on top again here. Map 3 has been theirs to lock down this south side. And now it's all about where they try and progress into. They tried living quarters previously, where it came up against FaZe. We're told to back down and reset the situation. So now it's assessing how they head upland from here. Circle will drag hard. Somewhere between headquarters and control is likely where we're headed, ladies and gentlemen. For Rock, you will have some of that circle inside the prison, but you've got company in EVOS Esports.
Now, we've seen this battle happen time and time again, and a great Thermite from Wars will back them on down. He's going to be able to meet back on up with Vision. You have the cash if you need to hit that buy station, get Prodigy back on through. But I guess the question is, where can you go that there's a buy station, right? I'm trying to think about on the minimap, where could you go? And you got one maybe potentially down by Grandma's if you want to have happen, but you got to be able to make some ways on through. EVOS, they've been able to grab the roof, though. Trying to get some shots on in, and for Clumsy and J-Tech, it's just a little bit of a stabilization here on the outside of zone.
Yeah, important knock, actually, for Zakar. Just giving Fnatic an opportunity to breathe, because FaZe Clan are considering rolling up towards them. Circle's going to press, Clumsy's going to assess, and nothing too much to worry about. But FaZe, we've had a fantastic tournament so far. Let's find out exactly why as we listen in.
Yeah, look at these guys behind us.
We clear our back.
Okay.
Row back where?
Wait, yellow, you ready? Yellow, yeah, yellow.
120. Turret skin.
He's on the turret.
Look at this left skin, why you dead? Go back, Clumsy. 200, J.
I'm in, yeah.
No, he's got guns.
It's alright, bro.
Swing right, Clumsy.
Well, on my body.
Tell me when he dead.
One more. He's gonna die.
Inside the hut. I'm crossing over. He crossed the tent. I got PA'd on my body.
You can buy back too. You can buy back late.
You don't have a buy. The guys are solo.
Yeah, your kill.
You got the kill. Nice.
You can't.
There's a kill on the gun as well. You got top 5 already, okay? You can play kills if you want. Alright. Your right should be cleared. You killed the last guy right.
FaZe, it's been a little bit of a mixy map for them. Clumsy last alive. A little bit of a deja vu from our earlier maps. So he's just trying to make it, but I love the call-outs that we hear. You can do a late buy if you need to. He has a lot of space if he wants to try and make that happen, because the rest of the fights are pretty much going on up here at prison. You can see Twisted Minds finally able to get into our top 5 for a game. It took them 2 squads to get here, but hey, we love seeing them on in. Now, can they close it out? That is the real question. Aiden currently sitting on 6.
Yeah, Twisted, EVOS, and Rock are all going to be all 3s here, so 9 players in this vicinity. Rob does actually find himself a little bit of an outside angle, finds the crack over towards the control center. Not sure if he knows that the 3 players stood directly beneath him, and kills in the feed as the Falcons cut off Showstopper trying to rotate over. So if you're EVOS, you're in a bad position here, but not much better for Twisted Minds. The Falcons can see them.
Look at this, Falcons, they're just going to be able to cut down all of these players just trying to get out of prison. No one's able to move. Twisted Minds, they maybe have found the gap. They drop behind the wall, but it's the shot from Diaz Biffle. Currently on 13, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to go ahead. They clean up Twisted Minds. They know it's 1 player alive only, and they are flying their way on forward. It's just going to be Wars who gets knocked to the gas. Falcons, they had a great game 1. They had a better game 2, and they end our first 3-game series here with a win and an even better game 3. Absolutely crazy from the Falcons. I cannot wait to see these scores.
Terrifying for everybody else in our lobby to see the Falcons come online. It was always going to happen at some point. Inevitable, of course, for the greatest players to ever touch our game. But to do it so fast, to do it in such dominant fashion, to move into control and fight, take it away from the 3 teams that want that. That's supposed to be one of the hottest contested spots. It's an area that they've struggled to break down in recent tournaments, and yet they take over it and profit massively as everyone else walks across them as like a firing squad at the end.
Well, I think they realize 100 Thieves and all of their quals basically won every game that they got the zone pull. They understand 100 T's not moving because of where the zone is pulling, and neither does Falcons, right? So we watch Soka. He just hangs out his stronghold the entire day, and it's just Diaz, Biffle, and Shifty going crazy, just getting into the mix at control that's there. So keep an eye on that for a couple of these future games that are going on in. But that's all we got for A versus B, because we have a whole brand new group getting ready to come on in Enigma. We're going to go ahead and get that B group out of here, get C group on in, and it's just going to be a whole brand new set of 3 games. So if you are one of these teams in Group A, you're not finished. You got to play 3 more games, and I kind of wonder, for a team like the Falcons, seems like it took them 3 games. They're heating on up. If you're Group C coming on in cold, are you going to be able to suppress the Falcons, who are just shooting unbelievably right now?
Yeah, that's going to be a very tough conversation for any team right now. But we take a quick look over to the squads that are going to be in Group C. Of course, joining you soon, ladies and gentlemen, that's Virtus Pro, Team Vision, AG Global, Novo, Gentlemate, teammates, EXO Esports and Inner Circle. So there will be some space as well handed back to the Falcons because, of course, none of these teams are looking to fight for Stronghold. EXO are maybe considering it, but when I last talked to them, they were actually looking to bounce out instead. But of course, all of that, ladies and gentlemen, will be coming later because for now, what we're actually going to do is throw to a quick interview with Hisoka.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena. I've got Hisoka joining me here. It only seems fit that we would have a conversation first and foremost. You know, the reigning champs. How you feeling, big guy?
Feeling good, you know, just knocking the rust off. These kids are shit. So,
Game 1, impressive. Game 2, you said that you struggled a little bit or just it didn't go the way that you were hoping. What happened?
We're trying new stuff. You know, it's only groups day 1, so we're trying new shit and it didn't work. So we went back to the old strats, so yeah.
You're kind of like gaining a bit of a momentum now. Obviously, we're having a bit of a switch around here. We've got some teams coming in. We've got VP coming in. We've got Vision coming in. Some teams that are pretty impressive in the lobby. What are you thinking about that? Have you got different strats or are you just playing your own game?
Playing my own game. I'll find them later down the line, so yeah.
You seem kind of like relaxed. Are you like a bit bummed out? What's going on, Soko? Talk to me.
No, I just want finals, you know. I didn't take any caffeine today, you know, so kind of chill.
But it's group stage. You know, this is the time to just ensure that you qualify, and the finals you can really turn it up again. But, mate, game 3, you absolutely handed it to them. So get a bit of pep in your step. Come on, bro.
I will. I got you, Barney. Thank you, bro.
Okay. Thanks very much, Soko. Back to you guys. We are going to go into a quick break. We'll be back very shortly with our next round of matches.
Gents, do you know where Soka is? We're running a little bit late.
I mean, he should be here. Bro stars in the documentary. It's Mr. Hollywood.
What's up, boys? Still the same guy, you know?
What's going on? Am I late?
I'm ordering right.
Okay. I'm looking left. I'm looking left.
Yeah, I'm looking
outside
left.
prison. Crack. I'm a PA left. I
Left, knocked one.
PA'd it. They gotta play inside or the wall.
Yeah.
Another one on the right. On the wall. Holy shit.
I took wall control.
On the right. Look at the right, kids.
One shot.
Knocked two. That's cementing them.
I'm playing up. Keep looking, green. Last one.
Zone.
Holy shit, you guys.
I'm
He's in headquarters right here.
I'm running at him. Can I get a kill, please? Can I kill him, please? Please.
Why did you want kills? Yo, chill. Good shit. Oh, shit.
Oh, Falcons winning at EWC. I've seen that before, but are they officially on top of the leaderboard? We'll check in on that in a moment. First, though, let's break down game number 3. I have I Hold Shift, Dream Crazy, and, of course, the Man in the Mirror Reflections. I want to start with you, though, Dream. We are watching Leviathan, right? The Europeans taking on Twisted Minds or Falcons earlier round. How'd it go this time?
I'm always rooting for that team, especially because you guys know I love Decky, but it was a little bit unfortunate that they got pushed by both Twisted Minds and the Falcons.
Oh, so they got to fight them both this time.
Well, yeah, basically, they got the double sandwich, but I tell you what, they were looking good game 1, a little bit of a fall off, but it's hard when you're fighting a top team like Twisted Minds. And then Shifty, he's the one that played spoiler alert because the Falcons, they came to life. Shifty and Biffle both going off, both frying. It's unfortunate they got caught in the crossfire.
We don't have the official numbers, but I feel like it's either Shifty or Biffle at the top.
Has to be.
Aiden.
Has to.
Z-Smith.
Yeah.
Almond.
Yeah.
Where did they finish? Because they had a terrible drop 1 and 2.
That is correct, but they were getting challenged ferociously, and that's going to happen over at Factory. Factory is highly contested, much like Control is, and for Aiden, he's used to that because this has been his landing spot even for previous rosters going back to the previous year of EWC, but that's how Factory is going to end up enrolling. Now for them, though, one of the biggest things that ended up hurting them was, yes, the early fights. That's naturally going to happen, but also the zones just didn't favor them. They went all the way across the map over towards Control. So once they finally did end up winning Factory, they then had to go through a multitude of teams. It's never easy.
Shift, were you surprised to see Rock back in our final 5? They were going up against the Falcons in that last fight.
Dude, Rock and FaZe are playing consistent drops right now. I think they're getting a lot of opening space against some lesser teams. In their opening drops, they're finding good kills, they're clearing space, and then they've got the freedom of either the top or the bottom side of the map to rotate around, and it's causing issues for teams like Falcons and Twisted Minds early. But we heard it from Ahsoka at the end. They're back to normal. They're not trying weird stuff, and right now it does feel like our top 2 teams are taking out the belt and getting a little BTA action in the last 2 drops.
Well, I did ask you all to follow 3 teams coming in here. It was ROC, Twisted Minds, and Falcons. Let's start with our reigning champs from 2024, Hisoka, Shifty, and Biffle. Did they get off to the hot start we were expecting?
Absolutely did. As far as I'm concerned, Falcons are back on top. Even if they're not in first place, the fact that Ahsoka says we're just knocking off the rust and they're still performing as well as they did
and these
throughout
kids
the series.
Ish.
No, dude, they're the best, man. One of the things about them is they have full faith in Ahsoka to be that anchor and be that AG.AL. So it allows Biffle and Shifty just to go and slay out. The fact that they're putting pressure on Control in the zones in this first series and then in Control, that's the reason why they were so successful.
One of the things that I nitpicked about the Falcons, because you saw it in, I believe it was like a game final or a scrim or something. Shifty, you hear Ahsoka saying, come, we gotta rotate. Shifty wasn't listening, and there was a little bit of an awkward situation, so I was like, hey, make sure you listen to your AG.AL. Shifty, he does what he does best. Sometimes instincts take over, but yeah, that was my one nitpick thing. You gotta listen to Mr. Closer. He'll bring you to late game, and hey, frying, everything was just connecting perfectly.
And the thing is, they almost won 2 out of the 3 games.
Correct.
Here.
Thank you. I was about to say, the other thing that this is reminiscent of, watching game 1, watching game 3 in particular, is Falcons take away pivot points on the map like no other team does. Like, talking about the success of ROC, other squads like FaZe, where it's like, yeah, they're doing great, like clearing the North Coast or clearing the South Coast. Eventually, you got to get to the middle of the map. And when Falcons are taking over Control and finding top prison Control late in the game, it makes it so hard for teams to rotate against them, and it ends up putting them in the mix of having to fight multiple teams at once, where Falcons just got their feet kicked up, rocking teams from up top.
Hisoka is a great player.
Yep.
But I wonder, could Puckett spawn in? and just hide in a corner and let Shifty and Biffle do what they do and just bring them back in over time. As much as we love the Falcons, we got to talk about their opposition here in Group A because they go by the name of Twisted Minds. Aiden and Z-Smith bringing in Allman. We knew his slaying power was going to take this team to the next level. They were off to a very quiet start in drop 1 and 2.
Danjo called it out best. These guys, they will typically have a slow start, sometimes a couple of throwaway games, that if you will, but still, they will come alive. And in this game 3, of course, Z-Smith, Aiden, Allman, all doing just that, maybe just being just enough as we tally up the scoreline. But for these guys, and with Allman into the mix, I just really love to see them progress as a team because Allman as the AG.AL, I mean, he's so dang good, even being compared to Hisoka as S-tier player ranking, if you guys saw the player ranks last night on the Pulse Check.
Well, I think for me, Leviathan, they weren't expecting to have that much of a fight. I mean, Lays was tearing it up, and at one point almost opened it up with a triple. But for Twisted Minds, again, having to traverse across from Factory through Prison, ultimately over towards the control area of the map, it's not easy. But, I mean, Shift, as far as I'm concerned, Twisted Minds did a wonderful job facing through adversity, and this is a team that has a high skill ceiling that could very well go all the way.
I think the thing that's really refreshing about this team, looking through not how they started, but more so how they finished, is they know maybe better than anyone else when they have an advantage in gunfights that could lead to third-party situations, especially when you saw them that last map, rotating through bottom portions of Prison. Difficult because you just never know who's around you, but they're getting good information and they're finishing teams very quickly.
Now, there's a lot of talk in Call of Duty. Anyone who's ever played the game knows this. But who's speaking the loudest in-game? Alan, I know you watch the greatest players in Call of Duty across all platforms. Who shoots more bodies, Celium, Z-Smith, or Shifty?
Shifty.
Shifty right now?
Yeah, probably right now. I mean, it's tough. He's going to be top of the kill leaderboard, or at least up there with Biffle. So they have more opportunities to shoot more bodies.
Talk your talk with the magazine, my friend.
He's going to talk his talk.
We got to take a look, though, at the Europeans. As much as we love our North American squads, Rock came out firing. We know Wars, the OG, was going to be able to lead his team, but who was going to be able to top frag for the squad? I was very impressed by Visions and Prodigy. What did you see Dream Crazy throughout their 3 games?
I mean, obviously their game 1 is impressive, but you always saw them in the final moments, but it was their really impressive plays and Slay's Vision being one of them. I mean, I called them out at the top of the show being Europe's finest, best, and well, he was proving that. A lot of long-range shots, a lot of engagements. Of course, we saw them clutch up so many times, Alan.
Yeah, I think the other thing, and just kind of looking into the early numbers, this is currently the closest gapping in average kills per player on the map right now. Everyone averaging about 5, whereas you compare that to a Falcons team, Hisoka's not in the kill feed as much as the other two. Right. Those two are playing 2v3s. These guys are playing 3v2s, and they're cleaning up as a full group, which is really refreshing to watch.
Without a doubt. And for me, for Rock, one of the things that is so valuable that we mentioned at the very beginning was the fact that they all have LAN experience. They were here last year, so they want to go all the way, and I think they truly can. So for Rock, hugely impressed with their performance.
Rock is feeling good, and they're talking good. Here's Wars with Miles Ross.
Wars from ROC. Mate, map 1, an absolute delight.
We were cooking. I mean, yeah, like I said, we always usually, you know, for the qualifiers and stuff, even World Series and stuff, we usually start a bit slow and stuff and sort of heat up towards the end. This time we've had a good start. Now it's just maintaining it, really.
We could see you in the player cam afterwards have to compose yourself. You had to dial it all back, like, yeah, come on.
Yeah.
So, how did you do that? Is this something you've been thinking about practicing coming into this?
Not really. It's just about just chilling and just enjoying the moment. Just, do you know what I mean? You know, don't take it too serious. And obviously, you know, there's a lot of money on the line and stuff, but, you know, just gotta chill out a bit and enjoy it, really.
It looked like you were enjoying it in map 2 and 3 as well. Can you walk us through a little bit of 2?
Yeah, no, like, we definitely enjoyed it. I mean, there's a few mistakes that we made and stuff, which we'd like talked about after, you know, after the game and stuff, and just try and sort out a few things. But yeah, I feel like overall we played pretty good.
Map 3, a great finish as well. You're sitting well up the leaderboard right now. I mean, what's the game plan from here? Stay cool?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, all the teams that tried to land on us and stuff, well, it didn't go very well, I don't think. So as long as we just keep doing that and just lock down that spot and stuff, I think we'll be quite good.
Fantastic, mate. I'll let you get back to the team. Thank you so much, man. Good luck. Take care.
Wars was all smiles after drop number 2, but will he be happy as we take a look at the leaderboard? Shift, you have the insight. What are we seeing here, buddy?
That is a very significant start for ROC sitting in second. The funny thing about it, and no one's laughing, Falcons are still up 10 on them after really only having 2 solid drops. It's just that last drop gives you the impression that this Falcons team is going to have murder on the mind.
Reminder, you got to finish in the top 7 if you want to make it through. Dream Crazy, any surprises in our top 7 through our Group A-B?
100 Thieves, baby. I mean, especially the fact that they had technically zone pull, like control is their area. Movie star Koi obviously disrupted that a lot, but for that's just got to be the biggest shocker for me.
And also for Leviathan to be as far down the standings as they are, despite those great plays, in fact, against Twisted Minds. It comes to show you they're just not consistent, but they do have huge moments, and I really do. I hope they start to clean that stuff up going on.
Placements.
Well, we do have another round of drops coming in. A new group is about to take the stage. Before we get to that, I hear we have some spicy takes. Let's take a look.
Thank you very much, Chris. We are very much in the arena with non-crushed keys so far. That will be changing very, very quickly, but also your opinions of us will be changing very quickly because we've got some hot takes to go through.
We've got some hot takes presented by Al Habib Medical Group. My first hot take is pretty simple. I think all of the teams are changing everything up. VODs, all of that research we've done about drop spots, all thrown out. People are changing things for group stages. I'm telling you, Chris.
All these research segments for absolutely nothing? That's what I'm hearing, at least anyway. But mine is a little harder than that one. I'm thinking Team Vision are going to go on and really make a run this tournament. I think they're a contender for the whole thing. Lennon dropping 64 kills in the qualifier. The next best in Europe was 48. The guy is on a tear. And to follow that up, I don't think our reigning champions are going to really be there. I don't think Falcons finish in the top 3.
Okay, yeah, the first part was not very hot. The second part, absolutely hot. The Falcons are going to be up there. But I think the big question is, where is FaZe? My second hot take, FaZe, they may not have a drop spot with their name on it right now, and I think that's a good thing. That's what I'm talking about in group stages. Those types of teams are going to make huge, huge waves in this competition.
I can't wait to see it. Let's see if you can break down the nonsense, Chris. We went a bit off track there. I do apologize.
Reflections. Which one of those two gentlemen failed med school?
Without a doubt, Chris Todd. Are you kidding me? First off, Vision, that's a great call, FIFA. Like, that's my boy. But then to say Falcons won't finish top 3 after a performance like that, he's shocked.
The mustache man has been sipping the EU Kool-Aid. He does not have faith in our NA squads, but Shift, you do. We're about to see some from Group C. You excited?
Yeah, I've got more faith in Virtus.pro than Ton has in his mustache, I'll tell you that much. Wow.
Dream, final thoughts on this one.
Well, I was going to ask if you all can rock the mustache on finals day, you know? Like maybe just get some matching, ton matching.
Give me 3 more weeks. I might be able to get there. For now, we got to go to a break. When we come back, it's the second round of groups. Don't go anywhere. It's EWC. The party continues live in Saudi Arabia. Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup for Warzone here in 2025. It's looking like 2024. The Falcons out on top early, but it's still day one, and we're about to now turn over a whole new group. Dream Crazy, Group A versus Group C. How do they stack up?
I mean, okay, well, if we're looking at Group A, Group C, I'm looking at Virtus Pro first of all right? Virtus Pro contesting Vision Esports at Chemical. This team obviously is a huge team that we're looking at because Sage obviously was the player on that team that didn't get to play last year. He was coaching, so coming into here, I'm looking at that squad right away.
And of course, this will be 3 drops for A and C, and then C is going to stay on the stage to face off against all the teams you just saw from Group B, including 100 Thieves and Movie Star Koi. But let's break down this Group C a little bit. Reflections, I'm looking at the leaderboard and I see Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Right behind them, though, is Team Visions.
Right.
Are you going with the top NA squad or the top EU squad in this group? What do we like at the top?
Oh, it's so hard for me, man, because I'm a big fan of Sage. His story is incredible, and he's just happy to be on that very stage play. Because last year he was a coach, this year he's competing, and let's not forget Sage is literally a world champion, winning the World Series of Warzone Global Finals in London in 2023. Now, Vision has FIFA Kill, and that's my boy, and he's looking to be a champion himself. But if I had to go with anybody, I got to go with Vision because I'm always backing FIFA Kill up.
All right, so let's dive a little bit deeper into this Vision squad because everyone knows FIFA Kill. They know Lennon. Play for 100,000. But what about Echo, the new face on this squad? Are they a threat to some of the big dogs in the competition?
I think with Echo, it definitely elevates this team because the other two pieces of this puzzle really didn't have a good showing last year at EWC. This has got to be the squad that has to work. And so far, looking at them through qualifiers, it's provided. They were able to find 177 total points, put them first overall in EU. Yeah, they're looking real solid in terms of figuring out this map this year.
Can we talk about Lennon and how much he's grown as a player?
100%.
The Bradford Biffle, as his name has been called, you guys. So he's been absolutely eliminating his opponents. You'll catch him talking smack too. Like, we're talking shooting bodies. If he gets confident, I'd believe it. He's going to be taking out the lobby.
The other team, though, that we are expecting to go big on the scoreboard once again is Vertus Pro. And you're going to be familiar with these faces. Noobs, of course, playing for Fnatic last year. We talked about Sage. He was here coaching with the Falcons. He was not very happy to be coaching, to be honest. I caught up with him. He's like, I love being an AG.AL. I kind of feel like I'm not able to do everything. Well, he now has one of the best guns in the game to tell what to do. That's Dongy, who had a last-minute team last year. This squad could go deep.
Shout out to Seymour with the Dongwick call-outs, all right? Dongy is sensational. I mean, he is incredible. You partnered that with Noobs, who's had so much success in the past, and then you bring in Sage. This roster looks to be one of the strongest rosters as far as I'm concerned in our tournament. In fact, we had him in our power rankings as like our favorites. But for Sage, again, I just want to say, by the way, he's just such a good guy, and he has so many opportunities, and he loves each and every one of them. But Noobs, though, again, a guy with an incredible past, and he wants to make his future even better than the last. Noobs is simply that guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great support player. I mean, he'll hold things down. And, I wanted to add a quick extra note about Dongy because in this tournament, you guys, endurance is key. Dongy, even watching scrims on him, he was like, I think 20 kills above Shifty. He's going to be the one that will outlast everyone.
And Shift, if you watched Dongy last year, I wasn't even sure he was 18. I was like, are you sure he's allowed to play on this stage? He's got facial hair now. He's feeling confident. He's rocking an orange jersey, not a pink jersey. Look out for Virtus Pro. But they're not the only ones. We have people like All Gamers in this group coming up, and we're going to see what one of the most OG players in this competition can do. You have Rated coming in, and he's been around since, 2012?
Yeah, he's been around every form of competitive Call of Duty as well. On top of that, it just comes down to, will this team be able to keep up with all the top heavy slayers that we're talking about? Your Dongies, you're now going up to Falcons and Twisted Minds as well, so throw in Smit and Biffle into the conversation. Someone on that team needs to establish themselves as being able to dominate, take over, and play those 2v3 moments that we've really highlighted for teams like Falcons. That's the one question mark about this team. Can they do it? Because there have been questionable moments in their past.
Great call outs there. We have a lot of great personalities here in Warzone, but three of my favorites are all representing with the OG eSport crews. There you go, by the club name of Virtus Pro.
Hello, my name is Miles Ross. I'm here with Virtus Pro. I've got Sage, Dongy, and Noobs. I'm going to ask them some lovely questions. Last year, you didn't compete as a team together. No. How did this happen? How did this couch come to be?
Just a little bit of conversations here and there, and seeing the results of how tournaments went was kind of just a deciding factor for us. I feel like we all had it on ourselves to be like, oh, if we had a good year, then, but I think we all came together towards the end and we were just like, we got to be the team to beat this year. So we kind of just formed it, and since then it's been really good.
Well, there's a big whisper going around. There's a little whisper, but there's also a big whisper. You guys, are here to threaten the dynasty. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I'm ready to raise the crown this year, honestly. I'm so ready. I've been waiting for it for a whole year, honestly. And being here last year and not being able to compete in coaching hurt. But, I mean, it gives me a lot to work for, and it gives me a lot to look at. And I'm just looking at that trophy and waiting to put it in for that confetti, honestly.
I competed here last year with a different team. We didn't do too well. My first LAN, I didn't do too well. Last year, I got second at World Series, and I hate that feeling. I want nothing but to win. I want to win everything. I don't really care. That's all that's all I'm here for. I just don't want to do anything else.
We came second last year at EWC, and I mean, that was definitely a dagger, especially being like 10 points away from the victory. But this year, I'm definitely looking to win the whole thing.
Sage, former teammates. It's an interesting and ongoing conversation about wanting to prove something, you know, how you feel about it. Is there anything you would like to say for yourself? I mean, what does it mean to you to play against them?
Getting my hands on them this year definitely feels a lot better. I feel like I could definitely get in there and just make sure they don't ever come back and breathe again.
Boys, feeling pressure coming to this tournament? Obviously, you've got the, you got the love, you got the fight, it's all there, but in the back of your mind, how do you as competitors get rid of that pressure or try to turn it into something different?
Obviously, there's build up to events, you get excited, you get a lot of different emotions, but as soon as you sit down, get your hands on the controller and you play on that stage, it's a different type of mental. You lock in, so that's really all it comes down to, is just locking in at that stage on the day.
It's just like a switch for me. Like right as I put those earbuds in, the headphone over, like it's just game time for me.
I've been Miles Ross, this has been Virtus Pro. See you in the next one.
That is Virtus Pro, and while Sage answered most of the questions, I want to know who is dropping the biggest numbers through their first 3 drops.
Doggy.
Doggy, the man plays at a different speed. We're excited to see him, but there's another squad we want to give a shout out to, and my man Gataga has his club Gentlemates in action. They fell short in the CDL. They're looking to bounce back strong here in Warzone.
Well, you didn't really set a high bar there, Chris. But no, the thing is, this is a 3 Frenchman squad, and I think the only question here is how well are they going to vibe? How well are they going to chem? Did not have the greatest performance in EU quals, but there is a lot of ceiling behind it. I think particularly, I'm looking at Enkyo out of the 3. He's shown that in other forms of Warzone, he can definitely be a top slayer. It just comes down to, have they gotten their roles identified? And more importantly, what do they want to do on the map? Because you've got a handful of top tier squads that are looking to beat them up.
Absolutely. I mean, this squad for me too was a question mark because they were a team that was rotating POIs. Some were like, okay, are they going bio? Are they going here? Are they going control? But for the Gentlemates, I think Alan put it best. Enkyo, a lot of pressure on him, but he was up with Gabe, Rookie of the Year last year.
Yeah. I'm looking through Group C. We have the top EU squad in Team Visions. You've got the top Middle East team in EXO Esports, and you got number 2 NA squad in Virtus Pro. Falcons, of course, had the invite, so Virtus Pro officially number 2 on our leaderboard. Who finishes highest at the end of this one? Give me your top 3 for Group C.
Top 3 for just from Group C specifically?
Group C only.
Virtus Pro. Now I'm going to put Vision, Virtus Pro, and then I'm going to go Inner Circle. I really feel like Inner Circle is going to be my roster.
Apex squad.
Honest to God, dude. I feel like Inner Circle is going to be that roster. But what's interesting about all this, if you don't mind me going on a little tangent for a second, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 rosters from Group C who land in bio and chemical. So it's going to be highly contested. Now, FaZe did a really good job, right? But FaZe likes to land over in that area. So now they've got 4 teams who are going to be joining where FaZe is currently landing. So therefore, it could be a bloodbath over on the northeastern portion of the map.
All right, well, Tommy is coaching Inner Circle. Tommy used to play with TBE. That was Tommy, Ben, a.k.a. Allman, and Eddie, a.k.a. Noobs. So he knows where his buddies like to go. This is resurgence, though. It could get weird. Final predictions before we kick off Group AC.
Between A and C this time?
Yeah, I'll expand it to you. How's that sound?
You know what?
Let's make it harder.
That's hard. Yeah, that is definitely harder with Falcons in the mix. But I think Virtus Pro, they've been doing their homework. I think they're going to take the cake.
Yeah, they've been able to watch.
I think outside of Virtus Pro and outside of Vision, Group C is going to get flippin' farmed. I've got Group A running up the score against Group C in this one. I think you're going to see a lot of teams in A bump up.
Scummin', Nate Dogg, and Rated from All Gamers may have something to say about it, but they didn't in the qualifier. They're going to be my team to watch. Right. Novo Esports, though, is another team coming out that a lot of people have been chatting about. What are expectations for Novo if you're a fan at home?
Well, Vortex. Vortex is that guy. He's a leading slayer. He's a person on the battlefield that you cannot discredit or count out. I do still feel like A is most likely going to be the dominant group here, but for Nova with Vortex, I fully believe in him, and he could very well surprise everybody.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to give our players 2 more minutes to plug in their controllers. When we come back, it's going to be party time live at EWC. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all. While we're still getting the stage ready for this next one, we want to break down the action that you're about to witness. Now, these are drops 4, 5, and 6 on a 9-drop day, but it's our first look at Group C. So that's where I want to start the conversation. We already talked about some of the favorites in the group, but let's show some love to all the teams that qualified. Team XO is one we were talking about during the break. Why? Because the Saudi fans here in Riyadh are amazing, and we know that they get behind their homegrown talent. Yeah. XO is probably going to be the team to cheer for here in Group C, right?
I think so. I mean, Hamoud is a guy that I've been pumping up since last year, really 2 years ago, whenever he was introduced onto the World Series of Warzone global stage in London. You were, Dream, one of the people hyping him up, but I became a big fan of him last year, not representing Falcons, but representing Falcons, I believe, at the World Series of Warzone. So he's got history, but a Saudi local, he always brings the energy, and he was a part of the roster that was the only roster really to challenge Team Falcons last year in Stronghold, which means he's not scared to go up against the top teams in the lobby. I love Hamoud as a player. He can drop big numbers, and I do feel like his success is overdue. It's a matter of what he can do with this new roster from XO Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, watching them in the meta qualifier, my biggest question was, because we always seen Hamoud with or Zizix or Jawad,
right,
who's on Evos, right? So different teammates, and he was with, also Crims as well. So seeing him with Notorious and Penguin, I was like, how are they going to do? It was a little bit up in the air, but they were playing really good, locking down Stronghold, the green side, and it was all credits to Penguin. I talked with Hamoud. He said, AG.AL, he slays it too, and he was leading them in late game.
Well, the thing about Hamoud is, like, this is his now third LAN event, like on the biggest stage, right? On the major stage. That is invaluable experience, and now bringing in 2 new guns, as far as I'm concerned, like, I think he's going to be the most valuable member on squad.
One extra note, they get extra practice too, that region. They have better practice now.
That's a good point. I think the other thing about it is, like, whenever we see someone who is kind of an up-and-comer, like Hamoud is, now he's the veteran on this team.
Yeah.
How does he take over that role of being kind of a mentor to guys who've never seen a stage like this before? It's a tall ask, and especially going into this opening set of groups playing each other, it's going to be a battlefield for him.
Now, remember, no one thought VKA was going to win a game in our previous group, right? They were one of the lower-seeded teams that came in towards the end of the qualifiers. I feel like XO is in that same place. If you can stay alive, you could go deep. But here's a look at VKA. This is a team that we wanted to show some love to, because from Group B, they're going to be playing later on tonight. They already have a win. The question is, can they stack up some more frags?
I gotta give credits to Aizen, because he just switched from mouse and key to a controller, and we saw him sniping on that dock side by control. They really shocked us with controlling that side of the map.
Final predictions. We got VP, Team Vision, All Gamers, and Inner Circle as 4 of the squads that could make a challenge to Group A. Well, our players are ready. It's time to find out who's going to get it done.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Goj. I've got the amazing Ton next to me, and really excited to see what Group C can bring us here, Ton.
We're really excited. It's going to be an interesting one. We changed things up from what we just seen before. Those first 3 games were insane, but we've got a few drop points to talk on here, and we're going to be jumping in very, very quickly. So let's quickly cover. Control Center was very heavily contested over those first 3 games. We are likely moving away from there over towards more the northern side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle for Chemical, a battle for Bio. You heard the desk. It's going to be a battle for all, but I think Control Center might be a little bit more quiet this time around. Folks, get ready for game number 4 of the day, but the first game for Group C, it looks like, holy cow, VP starting out with a bang. Was that a team wipe? I don't know what that was.
I mean, nobody dropping just yet, but everything getting very, very mixy over towards Bioweapons. I think for me, that was one that I'm really looking towards. Gentlemates and Team Vision potentially going over towards that side, but Gentlemates up against Fnatic is typically a matchup that we'll be keeping an eye on as things do go on. Very big EU battle to kick things off.
Yeah, this is a really important battle over here in Bio and Chemical for multiple reasons. I think one of the main ones here, though, is that VP has been one of the most strong teams in Rebirth Island, and to have a team potentially contest them, it doesn't look like it was much of a contest as we swing over to that Bio side as Inxie and Zakar. They have been crushing it. Well, frankly, Ton, they crushed it in the first game, but they've been a little quiet in the next 2 here for Fnatic.
They were a little bit, but somebody else is actually getting involved here. Inner Circle starting to get in on the fight as well. Inxie trying to stay alive. The rest of his teammates still along, but Gromolok doing what he can only find the one, will fall. Big fight going on between these 3 teams here, and right now, I think if you're INC, you need to survive.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for Inner Circle to really prove themselves. Bray 18 years old. They win out in APAC, just like the Des talked about. Now they're trying to win out in Bio. See Obs get back into the mix, of course, Resurgence, and unfortunately, Hollow gets cut down quickly. Teeny goes in for the trade, picks up another. Inxian alone and, well, fully alone. That's a nice wipe there for our APAC team.
Yeah, no, it's a nice start for them, to be honest with you. In a circle, finding their way over, picking up the pieces, and bioweapons is entirely theirs. I was really curious, actually, if we were going to see Virtus.pro start to make their way over from Chemical. They decided not to. They're still losing.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Battle here, as per the usual with Twisted Minds. This is a battle that will continue, folks. A couple battles, Control, namely, is going to be quiet, but this side, the factory, it's going to be active all day today and tomorrow, and it's going to be this fight right here. Twisted Minds wins out yet again. I believe the overall belt for factory is now 2-2 in 4 maps, as Decky's team in deep trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they had a bit of a slow start to the day, did Twisted Minds, but they are very much warmed up and up and running over towards the factory side. Interested to see, of course, what the squad of AG.AL are going to be doing here to kick things up. Not necessarily the hottest of drops or the hottest of starts for them, but things starting to get a little more mixy over towards the prison side. A lot of teams fighting over headquarters right now as well. A lot of movement down towards factory, as you mentioned, at least 3 teams down there.
Yeah, EVOS, an opportunity to continue to make a name for themselves. Of course, if you watch a lot of Warzone, you've seen some of those names before, but on the main stage, they still have a lot to prove as we swing back to the fight that has been going on for all 4 of these maps. I just mentioned it, and Twisted Minds still on top in this fight, still making sure that Lays can't slay out. Man, that player so dang good in the first 2, but unfortunately for Decky and his team, can't get anything going in the 4th.
Yeah, Falcons starting to get interested over towards this factory side. They are the shots that's coming in over towards Noobs. They're full firing them down, keeping them down there over towards factory. A couple of the teams have kind of moved themselves away over towards the harbor side. Falcons on the hunt once more.
This is classic Falcons behavior. We saw what they were able to do in Game 3, one of the biggest games of the day, absolutely the biggest game of the day. And frankly, the Falcons really play 2v3, as you see Biffle and Shifty play together looking for trades. They're okay with dying, and they're able to trade out 1. Gets the cleanup, will get cut down, but guess what? Hisoka is all alone with 100 miles to himself in Stronghold.
I mean, that's a good trade for Twisted Minds, right? Falcons get themselves 1, you get yourselves 2. Not a problem whatsoever, as teams now starting to make their move. Circle coming in towards the southwest side of the map. Bio and Chemical and Engineering. Somewhere we said was going to be busy, entirely cut off, so teams going to be fighting for a little bit of purchase over towards Industries.
Yeah, a quick shout on this map view, by the way. As you can tell, Team 9 in the Salmon there. That's going to be Team Vision. We expected them to land straight on top of this VP squad, and I think they did. Got wiped almost immediately. Feet kill able to rat, stay alive, plays down toward Harbor now. We'll see if they can regain as VP is on the hunt. Sage picking up 1 on Zakar.
Yeah, that's Fnatic falling, but they had a really good game, number 1. Kind of went under the radar a little bit, but the kills are being put up by them. Can they continue to do so? Here's Dongy. Our first look at one of the guys that a lot of people have got their eyes on throughout this tournament. A couple of kills coming down though, very much a 3-way fight. Which way is it going to go? Teeny will find his way through, and that is squad 4 wipe. Fnatic out early doors.
Yeah, Inner Circle came to play. Shout out to Taylor Reflections Noble on the desk. He was shouting them out. They're looking good. I don't know if it's the coaching from Tommy or just this team really is that good, but a perfect third party, even though they're on the back foot up in Bio. They've completely restabilized. And now VP trying to restabilize and get back onto the hunt as we see a couple teams inside of prison still.
Just another note, actually, Fnatic have obviously had themselves, FaZe Clan have had themselves a very good start to the tournament. Right now, just trying to survive and hit a bit of a regain. Had a very, very slow start, so keep an eye on how things are going to go. But Dongy now starting to get eyes on our Australian team over towards the water side, but now for a little bit of a fight around prison. Not the best spot for them, they'll get out of dodge. But the fight does continue. Diaz and Biffle and Co, I should say, sorry, over towards Control. And where did they win those games from? It was Control. They currently have entirely that building locked down.
Leviathan somehow still on this map after what looks like they've been wiped 3 times. Their anchor still alive on the boat outside of Factory, so we'll continue to keep our eyes out for that orange team. See Extra J go to the top, take a look around, and yes, there's a couple people down below them. This sandwich has been going on for a while as well. Neither team really able to get better footing than the others. High ground here in prison isn't always the best position. But our zone is tending towards, well, frankly, the majority of the zones we've seen thus far are likely headed towards Control, or maybe the land out in the open between Docks and Control.
And I think the only thing is for Falcons here, everyone's kind of ignored them. A lot of action going down towards the southeast side of the map right now, and that is right where we are now. Prison is not necessarily the central area of it, but around Factory, plenty of teams in and around it. EVOS Esports over towards headquarters might get caught between a few.
Yeah, and Biffle continuing to just farm kills wherever you can find them. usually playing right next to Shifty, and right now all alone. Looking for kills inside, seemingly having the upper hand. Look, I'll take Diaz Biffle in a 1v1 any day of the week, including today. Havoc's a great player, unfortunately out of here.
Now starting to make them move a little bit here. Falcons starting to maybe spread their wings, because right now nobody's going anywhere near control center. They don't want anything to do with it. And after that previous game, I'm honestly not too shocked, Coach.
Yeah, and it does look like VP. I was going to say, it looks like they've got their anchor up in the water tower. So pretty much alone up there for a while. Decent high ground position. Should be able to fly over to prison. No problem and maintain the high ground position. VP beginning to spread a bit over top. So we take a look at Twisted Minds, who, again, really a slow start to the first 2 games. But the last 2, including this one, really strong as they continue to farm this Leviathan team. They just cannot get stabilized, and even catching Thermite, Molotov, anything in between, they are in trouble as, guess what? Vision here looking to finally get a few kills on the board. They really had a bad start here.
Yeah, they've had a bad start. They've kind of been caught in between a few different teams. A lot of action going down towards the bottom factory side. They were kind of lingering more towards the harbor, now starting to get involved, but getting cut down. Echo with the first one to fall, but look at how Aiden is going. 6 kills to his name already. Twisted Minds having a much better time.
Well, let's take a quick listen in with this team.
Yeah, 20, absolute, Smith. I'm tapping. I'm coming now if you want to wait. Dead, you fucking dog shit, Lennon. Let's fucking go. Let's go, baby. Is that their anchor? We can push him out. Yeah, last time. We can push him out right now. We have time. With you. He's trying to run all the way to gas. There's a res gas. I'm looking. He's weak on the buy. He res, crack, climbing left, crack. Dead. Nice, that full. I'm gonna get that full. They might try to come back in factory really fast. I'm gonna get the height. I think you're right. I'm gonna get the height and look. I'm gonna buy another UE. We're gonna try to third HQ in a sec too. Yeah, we can hold in advance.
This is the Twisted Minds we've been waiting for. Extremely clear comms, a few choice words for their opponents, and they are farming right now. Watch out for Twisted Minds in the in-game. They can push up into new. They are playing outside the zone right now, picking up a ton of kills as we head over to AG Global.
I mean, talk about 2 personalities who are going to go up against each other. You see Aiden clapping immediately over towards Lennon, and that's what we do love about BR, right? It's what we love about Warzone. Now teams starting to get themselves set up as we do go in towards the mid-game. Into circle 3, things starting to get interesting, things starting to get a little tighter. With your Smith now, you're just trying to survive, but to be honest with you, we've seen a good game so far out of Twisted Minds. They're closing that gap.
Yeah, they've got a big game on their hands right now. I think we saw Aiden on nearly double digits. But you're right, because we were playing on the outskirts of zone, battling in can be quite difficult if they're being held from prison. And it is King Madi up above, raining terror, raining hellfire as Allman and Aiden just try to find the right angle. I don't think they've got any streaks to try to play this cover, but enough damage on King Madi. He actually backs up and they're able to push up down below. A perfect push from Twisted Minds to get safe.
And they said they wanted to make their way over towards headquarters, so they've been forced into prison. It's not necessarily where they want to be, but they're safe, and that has to be the important thing. Circle about to close. Which way are we heading? Right towards the center, and once again, do they read it every time? Control center, Falcons, #1 team, currently sitting in number A spot.
A lot of folks said history was going to repeat itself at EWC here with Warzone, and history is repeating itself just from Game 3 to Game 4. Good grief. The Falcons have power position, in control. We'll see what they're able to do about it. Twisted Minds go all the way underneath and unfortunately get punished for it. Inner Circle is here. They got here very early, and because of that, they're getting paid.
Yeah, they've had a good game in there as well. Can they keep it up over towards the latter stages? Kind of in the middle of no man's land right now, and they are being farmed. Cams will find orbs, and all of a sudden, everybody else starting to cast some eyes over towards that Australian squad. They'll manage to find themselves some cover, but everybody else now fighting for the real estate in and around prison. Control center is going to be that spot, though, towards the end of the game. We're really going to see a fight between these teams at prison, whoever ends up being left there, and of course, the Falcons.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. I'm pretty impressed with our team number 7 there in yellow. That's Jawad's team. Oh, well. Just maintaining position in headquarters since the very beginning of the game. We actually saw, I think it was Robstar on top of that tower. I think it's circle 1. So watch out for this team playing high ground. Likely going to have to pull off of that position here in probably the next circle. Twisted Minds staying together underneath, but Robstar up in the tower.
The only problem is for me here is that they've been in and around headquarters. Everyone's around them, but are they putting up the numbers? Well, 4 for Robstar. Not a bad amount. Curious to see how the rest of his team have done, but Hisoka finding Lennon. Echo and FIFA kill, turning it round. Team number 10, AG.AL, out. Very much at the hands of Team Vision, who haven't necessarily had too great of a game, but that may well help them on their way to a decent score here.
Yeah, and that AG wipe is more of a story than just getting killed by that one team. It's because of this Team 7 winning out in headquarters. AG has been on the run. So unfortunately, because of that, they get punished and are full out of here. The zone, by the way, if you can tell, pulls directly to control, and with no 100 Thieves in this lobby, or Movistar Koi, it is all the Falcons all day.
That's Leviathan out of the game here as well. They kept it rolling, but I mean, everybody's starting to drop now as things getting chaotic here towards the Twisted Minds fight. Looking for the Australians, they've been wiped. No problem for Aiden and Core. He's sitting on 11.
Oh, we just push into the top 5, so the best multiplier you can get if you're not going to win the game. So here we go. Who's going to get the 1.6? Likely the Falcons, but let's see if maybe there's a third-party position where two teams can push at the same time. Is exactly what's happening. Twisted Minds says, oh, Cams, you guys want to go in first? Sounds good. We'll come in from behind. Unfortunately, getting shot in the back. King Madi still playing spoiler with Extra J up on the hill.
I mean, they've done so well to 3P this one. All of a sudden, Aiden Cup think they're in an unbelievable spot to get themselves to control, but here come the Falcons. They're putting the suppressive fire down. That may well let TM in.
Good grief. King Madi, Extra J, completely in the blender, and they are out of here. We only have 3 teams, and it's 3 of the teams, well, 2 of the teams that everybody's talking about. Twisted Minds versus the Falcons. We talked about it at the top of the show, but look who's in the mix in the middle. Novo has made it to the middle of the sandwich, and the meat may be there. I don't know if it's going to be the meat of the points, but they've got an opportunity. Shifty finds the angle over the top. We catch the tail end of the fight, and Twisted Minds out of here.
And Novo have got here pretty much unscathed, but it's all about the rotation that's going to start going. We can already see one player from the side of Falcons has made his way. Shifty in a little bit of trouble here up top. Can he find anything? But his squad Vortex is tagged up. The break is there, but we've already seen Falcons start to make the move. Shifty, he's just a linchpin from this angle. Hisoka holding off. They're in 3 different directions. Which way do you look if you know? But
a perfect setup from the Falcons. It's like they've played this a million times, and they cut them down without even hardly losing a plate to their name. Completely unperturbed. A back-to-back win for the Falcons.
And I think the only thing they will say, we've seen plenty of kills towards the end of that game. They won't put up ginormous numbers throughout the rest of that game. They'll get the 1.6 multiplier, but it doesn't tell you the whole story. They have so many teams scared of them. Control Centers was theirs. As soon as it started pulling towards it, we called it that this was their game from about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
They hold it down, they find what kills they can, and that'll be a decent score in game number 4.
I mean, that is textbook Falcons. I think one of the things we talk about with this team is that they're always fighting 2v3. They send out Shifty and Biffle. Shifty and Biffle not only go fight, but they also scout. Yeah. They get to control early and they say, hey, there's nobody here. You guys want to win the game? They called the zone perfectly. He said, well, that was easy. Thank you very much. And because of that, they're going to be at the top of the leaderboard, or rather remain at the top of the leaderboard.
Incredible work from Falcons. I mean, realistically, who's going to control them? I'm not too sure. Control is all theirs. Can anyone contest with Falcons?
We're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. We'll see you later.
Come to the wall. Come to the wall. I'm holding your top mini.
Last team.
I'm holding your top mini. One just crossing me. One's playing you. I got P'd where I was. I'm going right. I got P'd where I was.
I'm gonna stay here, okay? I'm dying with it. On my top. Cracked one. Cracked two.
Stay down, City. Stay down.
One.
One to the side. Yo, sit down to the buy. Sit down to the buy.
On the buy, almost cracked.
On the buy, cracked. I can't. Yo, buy kid's still alive.
On my top knocked.
My kid's not looking at me. You shelling me?
Buy kid, absolute knocked.
I'm holding the kid on you. Cracked on you.
Job.
Nice.
Good job. Hey, D. Come on, bro. Yep.
Yep, that's about 50% of the games they dropped in that they're now walking away as winners. Falcons with superior positioning. And Alan, you called it out 2 minutes before the rotation actually went down, that the Falcons are simply cutting off everyone on rotation.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's this thing about you could be super critical and be like, yo, why do you guys keep dropping Stronghold? No one's there. You're not getting early kills. They don't care. They don't care, because once you get a free drop, you get your loadouts, then you've got the world at your, essentially in your palms. If the circle ends up being on the northwest side, you fight through control. We saw that now on back-to-back games. If it ends up going towards the southeast side, you rotate through headquarters. No problem. Now we've got the circle for high ground. If it goes to the eastern side of the map, this is where they're most impressive. They rotate late from either of those two POIs to the top side of prison. They follow the circle, and then they're high ground controlling you the entire way. These guys don't make mistakes. They wrap the map better than anyone else because they go from central points of interest, and no one wants to challenge.
I think that's the biggest call out. They still have high ground at all points during this game. Excellent off angle by Hisoka at the very end. But can we talk about some of the early action? I saw Virtus Pro members constantly in the kill feed. They had like 14 kills, Ellen, before they went out around 11th. You don't get a multiplier if you don't finish in your top 10.
It's unfortunate that did happen, but with the way that they are getting those eliminations, just a couple of corrections that, of course, AG.AL Dongi, I mean, he's Dongi, he slays, he knows the game. I think that with the boot camp that they went through too as well, they're not worried. They're getting the kills.
What did you see, Taylor?
Well, one of the things about Virtus Pro is, again, they're landing up towards, biochemical, so that's going to be a highly contested area. It makes sense they're going to pick up a ton of eliminations, but Group C favored that northeastern side. So I wasn't surprised to see them drop early, but I was impressed with the 14 points they were able to accumulate, which begs the question now, how did they change things up? Because the point multiplier was reduced from 2x to 1.6x, right, from last year to this year, but it's still important to get those placement points.
That's one thing I forgot to say was that fight vision, right? There were so many teams that were on that chemical side that we were wondering, like, are they going to switch those POIs? Where are they going to go? Bio, obviously, Gentlemates got cost the crossfire, but for this next game, Alan, I don't know. It's going to be difficult for these teams to come up.
Yeah, I think, here's the other point about it. That's one drop for Group C. They're going to have time to, and for Virtus Pro, you say, okay, hey, we're doing good in the early game. Let's just stay alive. You finish top 5.
You got 5 more.
You're chilling. You're chilling if you finish top 5 at that point. So I don't think you're sweating if you're Virtus Pro. I'd be a little bit more worried if you're some of the other teams that are finding themselves in the mix. I mean, there is just a lot of squads in this group in particular that finished outside the top 10. So Group C's in a little bit of trouble early.
I'll be honest, if you're in Group C, you just sat there, you watched 3 games, and then you come in and you're Gentlemates and you get spanked without a single elimination. My head is gone right now. How do I regroup knowing I still have plenty of time? I have 5 more drops left.
Plenty of time. They've got the fan base behind them as well, right? Flying out like, 60 or so people to be out there in the crowd. They might even be out doing, Falcons and Twisted Minds for the home team, but that's not the performance that they were looking for. But you said it best, Shift. I mean, it's game 1. Plenty of games for them to go. If you don't mind, I do want to highlight Twisted Minds, though, because they were battling fiercely against Team Vision, and we highlighted Vision off the rip. Obviously, FIFA Kill coming into the mix, and we witnessed a massive battle over on the factory side. Now, one of the things I want to highlight that Twisted Minds did better this game than I think they have ever done in the previous games they played was rotating up from the shore side, from factory up towards prison. Alleviating that pressure from the top prison teams was critical, and they were able to do so in great fashion and therefore take bottom prison, ultimately rotate out. And they were also being gate kept from inner circle, who ended up trying to take them out of tunnel, but they ended up sniffing it out, reading it, and then of course they got finished up by Falcons over at control. But for me, that rotation was critical, and it showed that they truly understand their positioning.
What do I need to do to get one of those plushies?
Which one? With Twisted
I
Minds?
got
Which one?
but I saw the plushie. I was like, I need that little pink brain guy to hang out with me in the studio. No, I love it. Ellen, as we take a look forward here, Group C about to drop back in. Novo Esports is one that we chimed in just a little bit about. That is a squad that I want to put eyes on early in this game. They finished in the top 5 in our first drop for Group C. Expectations going into drop number 2.
I mean, the thing with them too, all of them were alive, right? They were baiting and trading each other so efficiently that going into this next drop, I feel like that's going to be another team that we're going to see on the top. But for Group A, they've obviously Falcons setting the bar really high. If you are at this Group C for this Game 5, I think there's just so much pressure on them as yeah, they got that warm-up game out of the way, but they got to come out swinging. And
Nova was the second-place team. That's great for qualifier points, multiplier points, I should say, but you need to drop some more frags. Is there a way to get the better of Shifty, Biffle, Hisoka on the high ground? Is there a way to have a more coordinated attack? Because it looked like they're a little too slow, and Hisoka made them pay.
I think that's more of like a how do you win a championship conversation, not as much a how do you get out of groups conversation. Because Novo, second place, 14 kills, that's solid. Like, if you can keep that and just consistently find yourself in a final battle versus a team like Hisoka and the rest of the Falcons, they're chilling. Like, you're in a good spot. That is a conversation that is going to have to be had, though, because so far, outside of maybe one drop where Falcons are trying something different, no one's able to beat them at their own game. So that is a really strong point, but I think if you're Novo, expectations are low, you have a second place and a good number of kills, you're chilling right now.
Taylor, there is a look back-to-back. Our FaZe Clan and Twisted Minds, they're both sitting there in Group A. They are down to their last 2 drops. Who do you think finishes higher on the leaderboard at the end of the night?
Twisted Minds, without question. Again, their rotation from Factory Net last game up towards bottom prison into control was wonderful. They were also getting pressured by Biffle from Team Falcons. Team Vision joined into the mix, and they took them both on in great fashion. In fact, even backing Biffle off, who was then forced to go over towards the control side to challenge Inner Circle. For me, Twisted Minds, but FaZe, I'm just going to say it. I'm so impressed with the way they performed today from after I was hearing they were going to be one of the bottom teams.
I got a dark horse watch for you, Chris.
Hit me with it.
CT Gaming.
What?
Currently averaging a 6th place finish. 5th, 3rd, 8th, and 4th in their 4 drops. They just need more kills. They're currently consistent, though.
We'll keep our eyes on them. It's time to jump into the game. We got Goj and Ton on the mic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chris Puckett, an amazing analyst desk. A great breakdown, and Ton, a great first map for some of our Group C teams.
Yeah, no, they had a very, very solid outing, especially Nova Esports finding that second placement. Cost kills, not necessarily setting the world on fire, but 14 will do you. If you would offer them that game again, they would snap your hand off. As a guy who did a hot take segment saying the Falcons may well not finish in the top 3, I'm feeling a little silly right now, Goj, it has to be said. But hey, if they can keep this up, we kind of knew they were the team to beat. Let's not get it twisted. But there are some teams who maybe need to step it up, maybe see what they're doing. They're sort of saying, okay, with scripts, you don't want to kind of mess anything up here. When is the time to test it against Falcons? But now I'm looking like Twisted Minds, FaZe Clan, teams who are looking like they are likely to go through. Give them a go, see what you can do.
My hot takes are feeling great. We definitely have some shift outs and FaZe looking good. Let's drop into map number 5 of the day, folks. Number 2 here for Group C. And it looks like things are shifting up quite dramatically as Shifty trying to get into the mix here on Inxion, which means Shifty and I think Biffle have both landed bio just north of this fight that we will continue to see in this group.
I mean, the confidence is overwhelming, and they are delusional at the moment, just dropping in on teams in completely different areas, but squad's already been wiped. We're already losing a team. I think that's Fnatic gone in the blink of an eye. All 3 wiped, Lennon and Co up and kicking. That is absurdly quick. Everybody gone, and that's Fnatic out of the scoring within 20 seconds.
This fight is one of the most important fights we will see for most of the day today and tomorrow, as these 2 teams are in a group stage. But one of the fights off screen is that wipe on Fnatic's team. Shifty and Biffle landed bio. They landed bio, wipe Fnatic. They get pushed out finally by the Gentlemates. They basically said, hey, Gentlemates, here's your POI back. How about you go win bio with our help?
Incredible work from the Falcons boys to actually just have the wherewithal, and that's to show different tactics that they have on the board, right? They're not just about dropping stronghold, looting up, moving control, doing their route. It's very much that they can throw a different look at every single game and still dominate. But Cams and Coast continue to do well here. Novo with a previous very, very good game, still keeping things alive and kicking here. EXO Esports, we yet to really get going in game number 1. Nearly wiped in game number 2.
I really like this Novo Esports squad, and again, as we had mentioned, the battle for Kim and Bio is an important one, and the control fight, we didn't think it was going to be all that active. It does look like Novo is not uncontested here. They are contested, and they're winning that contest after a fantastic last map, but Hamoud is going to try to punish it and make me look silly, picking up cams, and in transition, Vortex as well. All of a sudden, Novo Esports in the back foot.
Yeah, great shots coming out from everyone in EXO Esports. That will be control over towards control center for them, and they will take that all day long. But back over towards the factory. Everything was really kicking off towards this side of the map in the previous series, of course. Arm and Nicole looking to try and get things going. Had a really good game. Number 4 for them. Number 2 for some of the teams coming in now as we go into Group C versus Group A. Having a look across the map, though, things settling just a little bit. We can already see a move being made from Falcons over towards Control. Keep an eye on how that's going to be going. But still, the fight continues over towards Factory.
Yeah, pretty important piece here is, of course, the continued fight for Factory here with Twisted Minds and Leviathan. But we actually see that I think it was Lennon who does get actually punished from the tower by Rated with AG from on high. That fight continuing. Rated continuing to play spoiler as per the usual. He'd like to pick up a few more kills as we see the Falcons doing what they do best, which is swing over to control and wipe everybody in their path in a 2v3. They pick up Penguin, even the odds, and unfortunately nobody wants to fight Shifty and Biffle in a 2v2. Hamoud tries and gets punished for it.
The problem is everybody else splits, but another team are getting involved here. You can already see Novo on the way again.
Perfect execution from Novo. Another perfect third party. And they lose Havix. Unfortunately, Hamoud trying to go crazy, but Vortex punishes him and says, no, this is our drop spot. And the Falcons continuing to help other teams turn the tides of these battles for POIs.
Yeah, Falcons currently at Stronghold. The zone is closing up towards them. They'll have to make their move and then going towards the Living Quarters side. So things could get mixy over towards the factory side. And things do continue on. Oh, thank you very much. I'll have that free kill. No problem. Scumming. Going to take that one all day long, and there's been a bit more of a fight over towards headquarters this time. We can see AG are over here, of course, alongside EVOS, who have had themselves a couple of decent games. They just continue to get those placements, trying to find the kills. Rated is there to pick up the pieces. Yeah. This man has been around as long as I have. He is an old man these days.
He is. He's still really dang good at this game, I gotta say. And this fight, an important one here in HQ because it is Ultimate High inside of that tower. You saw Rated picking up a couple in transition. Scummin now playing Ultimate High and punishing one. Here's some footsteps, or maybe just wants a different position. And it is the Falcons, one of the Falcons below him. They're able to pinch on this, picking up Biffle before Shifty can get there. That's the best case scenario. But Robstar continues to try to fight this in HQ as Biffle now from behind picks up Rated. They didn't know he was here. I thought they heard footsteps. They allowed Shifty to catch up with him, and now with Rated down, they've got a 2v1 inside of this building. AG entirely on their back foot, have nowhere to go.
I mean, that kind of works out for EVOS, right? They were the ones that wanted headquarters. AG are forced away. Here come the Falcons, and now drop AG. Wiped in the blink of an eye, and everywhere Falcons go at the moment turns to gold. Hisoka trying to get himself over towards the top of Robstar, though, so Hisoka's going to fall. Biffle and Shifty are nice and safe here, but your linchpin, your anchor, is then just gone. They're going to have to reposition here right now. They're not quite as safe as they would like to be.
I can't wait for the analysts to break down that play. I don't know what AG.AL call it was to give up HQ and push down to Grandma's, but it was the wrong call, and Biffle, I guess, predicted it perfectly. Right place at the right time. Trying to take top prison. See if Jawad can maybe play spoiler. Robstar does have an angle on this, so at least info will be gained, and they can definitely trade. Biffle knows he's up here, of course, because the Silka got cut down. But there is a fight down towards Factory as well we've got to keep our eyes on. Not only is Leviathan still alive, but so is Twisted Minds, and so is Vision, and Robstar, unfortunately, will not be joining them in the alive category.
Bit of a problem here for Virtus.pro in general, mates. They're kind of having their own battle over towards chemical and engineering. Yeah, okay, they're farming away, but they're not getting big kills. There's not a lot of activity towards the northeast side of the map. Everything's going on over towards headquarters, factory, and of course inside of prison. So maybe a change up and drop as things do continue throughout the rest of today, potentially coming from two of those teams.
And we do see FaZe on our screen. Again, I'm not saying I was right, but they are looking pretty good right now, at least in terms of the first group. You see VP has maintained control for the most part, as it does look like the Frenchman, Gentlemates, coming down from Bio, being pushed out by the zone. Gonna try to get involved here at Chemical, and Noob's kind of by himself. Oh, gets traded out actually, I believe by a PA that he just couldn't get down the stairs fast enough. No big deal, but it does give them a little bit room to work with. Gentlemates should be able to push inside and maybe try to force Sage out of here.
Yeah, again, both these two teams kind of fighting on an island right now. 3 versus 3 consistently going in up against each other, and Enki looking for a little bit more. They didn't have the best of first games, but Enki already with more kills than his team managed in the previous map themselves. And the pickup is going to be there. Should be able to get the res on Grom as well. This is working out a lot better for Gentlemates, who are having a significantly better game too.
Yeah, a couple quick updates, by the way. Gentlemates, yes, they've taken control of Chemical, but it is, I believe, XO that is completely taking control of Control. Here's a quick look at that map. That pink lavender color, 13, that's going to be XO. So they've completely won out on Control, and it does look like the Falcons have regained over an HQ and are maintaining position there rather than top prison. It's just a little bit too big right now. So we see a lot of fights happening here in the kill feed and a couple folks getting knocked. Nothing incredibly important necessarily, but player advantages across the board. We'll see if anybody can execute on them.
I think Bethel's the one who has made his way in towards prison from the Falcons side. They're looking to try and get a little bit of purchase now if they can. And it's just a free route for Enki and Co here, right? Gentlemates can quite happily make their way through Industries, have a few kills, plenty of cash, can get things rolling. But the problem for them is going to be height here. I mean, they need to get themselves over towards the prison side. Big fights going on there. Towards the other side of the map, though, we're still lingering around Harbor. A lot of these teams who have been Harbor, Chemical, Bioweapons haven't really been able to get things going. Again, as mentioned, maybe a switch up could come, but circles have not came their way.
Yeah, and for the looks of it, I was about to say Twisted Minds on their heels, but no, they are out of here. They are in the lobby. Finally, Leviathan has struck back here in map number 5. These two teams consistently battling. Leviathan on the upper hand this time around.
Having a look over towards prison as well. Falcons are starting to make some inroads there, but still as we continue over towards Harbor. Right now, if you're Team Vision, you are very much on your own, but you have to make it up the hill. That's going to be the problem. You can see which way the zone's pulling. We'll see where that's going to go. We've got a couple of minutes before things do go that way, but Halo trying to keep things going here. Big fight going on between themselves and Novo, and this is really nice from Gentlemates now. I can hear Enigma getting excited.
It's huge. I mean, obviously 2 EU squads, but right now it is Gentlemates all day, every day, including today. Good grief. A nice wipe there on Novo, who technically, I believe, was top of their pool, their group, after our first game. They fought here in game number 4. So in game 5, Gentlemates on top. They got a lot of kills to work with, but like we just talked about, we need some multipliers. So we've got another fight out of hands as a team from Control came swinging down towards Ammo Shack.
Yeah, XO are on the way over as the fight over towards prison continues as well. But here come VP. They've kind of got a good of an overlook here across everybody else. Let's listen in with VP.
Crack on the right. Absolutely right. Gonna be a lot of kids in the sky soon. Pull back to you. Okay, I get that done. I'm getting out of the tower to get that. Come back. Come back. It looks free, by the way.
Lower left.
Free. I got it done. No resurgence. No resurgence.
Okay. I have 10k. We don't have enough.
I'm gonna grab this money. We have money. We have money. We almost have enough.
We got 14.
There's a couple crates here. I have it for Yui. I have it for Yui.
Okay. Hold on.
I dropped my money on the buy.
I'm coming to you guys.
How much did you drop?
I'm gonna zip back up and show on the tower.
Okay. Coming. Drop me your money, Eddie. I can buy.
I'm buying.
Okay.
So kids are red.
I dropped.
Stop popping. Yeah, I'll pop. Guys, I have bounty on you. Matter top prison. One landing in on the right. The courtyard.
They're not on advance. They're not on advance.
Comms seem clean, and, well, patience is a virtue. Virtus.pro seem to have plenty of virtues as they continue to be extremely patient around this water tower. Unfortunately, the Falcons, they may not be patient. They have the high ground, and they are pushing every equation they can find. They have the ego that is bigger than this entire map, and it doesn't really matter. They're not getting punished for it.
I mean, it's just their positioning every single map. I'm sitting there watching the minimap. You guys at home don't have that luxury, but every single time you can see they just weave their way into the middle, and it is just inevitable every single map. Some teams are going to have to figure out how to do something against this right now because Falcons are starting to run away. Plenty of points to their name. But we have seen some of the teams over towards the bottom side of things after the first map that we just seen of our second section starting to get things going a little more. But the zone's starting to come in, inviting teams, inviting that pressure, and inviting players, particularly to the killing factory that is Falcons.
Yeah, Virtus.pro was in a pretty decent position, but the Falcons pushed them out and take 1, and obviously I don't think they're getting that player back. Now they're down to 1, Donkey down. Sage in trouble by himself. If there's any player that can play his life well, it's Sage. Shifty getting traded out here as Sissoko picks up 1, but think Sage is just going to try to make sure to try to stay alive to top 5. Unfortunately, I think it's Notria's just out in the middle of nowhere. Sage, there was no way he knew anybody was over there, spotted somebody, but Ahsoka picks it up from the back. VP is out of here in 6th. They just barely miss out on the multiplier. Yet again, not capitalizing on their kills.
And Gentleman's out as well. But the thing is here for Falcons, they've lost a little bit of control over towards the top prison side. They still have members in and around it. Hisoka's able to call somebody back in, so that's Shifty back into it. Biffle is already in lower prison. But look at the team who have made the charge here. Inner Circle had a good game number 1, now in complete control of Prison Roof.
Yeah, Prison Roof, a huge boon for them. The big question is which zone pulls off. And yeah, I was going to say, this Inner Circle team has moved to the Inner Circle and now on top of Prison as well, kind of trading blows up on top. Prison. Gentlemates do have 2, so we lost 1 inside, but they are playing this extremely slow because they know they don't have the advantage. Falcons the same. They also only have 2. One of the only teams with 3 is the team on top, Inner Circle. The other team, though? Team Vision, they're still here. Not hardly a kill to their name, but they're alive, and they've got all 3 breathing.
Oh, they may well just sneak themselves inside the prison. And that's going to be the important thing here. The circle is closing down. Which way is it going to move? This is big for some of these teams moving over towards the other side. This is nightmare fuel for Team Vision. They've got to get through prison, somehow unscathed, or they may well just go around. Starting to make their move, but they have maybe been spotted by some of the members over towards the top side. Orbs having a little look. Bray is up here with them. To be honest, looking towards it, this feels like Inner Circle's getting loose.
Yeah, this is a very tough zone, but it's not a huge boon for most. The only team with the advantage is Inner Circle. A fight underneath, though. See what Hollow could do. Gentlemates, they get snuffed out, and it is the Falcons coming in to get the cleanup on a couple. Nobody full wipe now, and FIFA Kill also getting cut down as well, so no one with a massive advantage aside from Inner Circle. They can still maintain position in this zone on the roof. They don't have to get active. We thought Virtus Pro had some patience. Inner Circle, now it's time to exercise yours. You have to have patience on top zone. Shoot down amongst your enemies.
Yeah, it's 2 players remaining for the side of Falcons, but constantly just chasing down Team Vision. Looking over now towards Inner Circle, still in that prime spot, still have that advantage. But it depends which way this circle goes. If it goes over towards the other side, if it comes off the side of prison, they could be in a really bad spot.
It should just collapse here, and now the question is who's got an advantage. Top, yes, sure. If you've got gas masks to play with, you've got the resources, you're going to be able to shoot down. Everybody's going to get just pinched into this wide open space. Player advantage is still Inner Circle. You jump first, you might get shot first. Everyone's trying to stay patient, and as per the usual, the Falcons making a crazy gas rotation. This is what they are known for. They almost categorize this play, and unfortunately getting caught. Bray has rotated early. They've jumped all the way to this shack. A perfect execution. They've lost obs in transition, but they have the only remaining piece of cover on this map. Inner Circle are going to be your winners unless they absolutely sell, and they're going to make sure Echo does not stand back up to shoot back.
Yeah, Echo drop, but Biffle's in a good position to maybe do something here, but into the center circle we go. Just no way they can do anything. Biffle. We will try, and he will try again. Just not going to happen this time out. Big win coming in for Inner Circle. Sensational work from them. Positioning was key. Falcons forced off prison, and Inner Circle took it with both hands.
A strong map from Inner Circle, man. They played positioning perfectly. The thing that rattles around in my brain, though, 1.6 multiplier is a huge boon. I don't know how many kills they had. I don't think it was all that many. They got to top prison early. They pick up several in transition. They played the final map perfectly, the final zone, and they punished the Falcons. But you got to remember, the Falcons just went first, second, and they slayed out again.
I mean, we can see the points. We'll keep that surprise for later, but things are starting to get a little stinky for some of the other squads. When you look at the numbers, Falcons are putting up. It may well only be day 1, but our current champions looking solid as ever. Another high placement, another high amount of kills. Falcons still the team to beat.
Well, folks, we're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it's going to be the last map for Group A and the third for Group C.
Shit, right?
to heal? Why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know if time's supposed to heal? Why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Mercy, mercy, none from my head down to my toes. Immobilized, as if my brain completely froze. Colder I go, colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to say my mind's actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, heating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? If I'm rock bottom, I've hit a new low.
I'm stuck here.
I'm looking at the ladder.
Dead, I'm dead.
Where? Deep left. Calf.
Play left. He's selfing, by the way. He's selfing. The guy.
Where'd you knock him?
Shower window.
He's still in calf.
I got naded from cap. Ahsoka. Rails.
We need this. I'm telling. I'm on win.
Nice. Rails, money. Oh, it's a two solos. One more. 2v1.
Where's he?
He died.
Let's fucking go, baby! Hey!
Fucking good shit, bro. Teeny, bro.
Good shit, bro.
Good shit, bro. Come on.
Let's fucking go, boys. Let's go, Oops.
I'm fucking talking about you.
Wow, maybe Taylor Reflections does know ball. He called Inner Circle when no one thought the APAC squad was going to do anything. You called it at the start of the day. They just got the job done.
Hey, without a doubt, Inner Circle, they look special. I mean, Shift, we were watching them right there at the APAC qualifiers, and I think you would agree with me. There was something about them that just simply worked for us.
Now, remember, Navi got top 5 for APAC last year, Shift. This year, this is the team that knocked them out. But I know you and Dream were focused on some early game action. What did we spot?
I mean, let's just talk about the fact that Shifty landed Bio and contested Fnatic. Shifty and Biffle landing Bio, contesting Fnatic, and completely wiping out early. That really changed the pace of the game.
This is a really scary precedent to set if you're playing anyone against Falcons right now, because last year was the story of no one tested a Stronghold. Now they're so comfortable rotating off Stronghold that they're like, hey, you know what, whatever. Let's just go and test people everywhere else on the map. And that is something that's going to have to change. If no one's going to try to bodyguard them over towards controller headquarters. Falcons are just going to drop down early, get a couple of early kills, and then say, all right, well, let's go back over to Hisoka and get our free farm.
Plus, he has advanced UAVs the whole time.
Without a doubt, because they have so much money, because they're slayed out the entire lobby. What Shifty and Biffle do that's so great is they make the entire lobby uncomfortable. They made Twisted Minds uncomfortable over at Factory. They've landed over at Control, made 100 Thieves, Leviathan uncomfortable. They've now landed over at Bio, making other rosters uncomfortable and eliminating Fnatic.
Great call out here. Virtus Pro is not off to that hot start I expected, and Dongy, he was at high ground at one point. They're talking about their rotation in, and then all of a sudden he jumps off of the watchtower, and they all three get wiped. Was that a panic moment? Is that needing better leadership? How do you have a team like Falcons playing position perfectly, and then other top 3 squads from different regions struggling?
Well, Shift, actually, I think this is for you because you were complimenting how well Falcons were on top of the prison rooftop early on.
Yeah, I think the thing is for Virtus Pro, the question mark was how was this team going to vibe and where were they going to drop and how could they control the tempo around them? If Dongy's going to be sitting on top of a water tower, that is not what you want to see if you're Virtus Pro. You want him down into the mix. And if he starts to get anxious and antsy like that, where he knows there are major squads in front of him, he's going to want to be in the party, not be the one opening the door for everyone else. So there's a level of frustration there, I think, for Virtus Pro.
Great call out there. And Reflections, you were calling out that EVOS was able to finish top 5 a few times so far today. They had an opportunity going up against the Falcons. How did that fight go down?
No, it didn't go too well. I mean, look, because Falcons have been dominating everybody, but you have to appreciate rosters that ended up going for it. Now, this was big. Robstar's holding top watchtower at this point in time. Hisoka goes for it the first time. He ends up getting absolutely denied and melted. Now, mind you, this is his natural rotation. He goes from Stronghold up towards Green and normally up to this lighthouse tower in order he can so he can watch over, of course, on the prison rooftop. But the beautiful thing is he doesn't give up. Hisoka then comes back down and he ends up taking the bottom of the lighthouse. Shifty then takes over, takes Robstar out, allowing Hisoka to take once again the anchor spot and overwatch the entirety of prison from the lighthouse tower. Doing so gave Falcons control of prison.
And we will get to more clips, but right now I'm told the players are ready to rock. We got 2 fantastic casters to bring you another drop.
Thank you so much, Chris Puckett and our amazing desk. And Chris, I gotta say, Mr. Chris Tunn, that that last map was a lot of fun. I think our analysts know ball. I think Puckett's right.
It's crazy, isn't it? And it's almost like they're good at their job. Sensational work. Look, I think, you know, we were having the conversation in the break, though. It's like, right, okay, Falcons are doing this right, and they're doing that well, and they're doing this well. But what do you do to stop it happening? That's what some of these other teams kind of need to start figuring out pretty quickly, because they are dominating these lobbies time and time again. But we've seen a potential route to some teams to potentially do something about that there. And the clue came from the switch up that Falcons did. Yeah, we've seen 2 players land over towards bioweapons. We've seen Shifty, we've seen Biffle go that way. And when they did, that leaves somebody like Soka completely isolated. That could be a route in for one of these teams. Could well be Falcons just testing the waters to see if any teams have got the balls to do it.
It's a tall task, but you're absolutely right. If you know that Shifty and Biffle are getting extremely active early, if you could somehow either drop or make your way over to Soka, cut down their safety net, this team is vulnerable.
Oh, yeah.
But that is an extremely tall task, especially because Soka's got the entirety of Stronghold to himself. It's going to take a while to route him out.
But it was crazy because you seen as soon as Soka went down after they didn't grief by jumping over prison, but they got so aggressive, Hisoka falls, and all of a sudden Shifty and Biffle have to slow things down.
That's
but
right.
Really slow things down here in map number 3 of our second little block. I'm not too sure. Keep an eye on the number 1s on the map. I'll let you know when they go.
Yeah, maybe for Group C, the answer to that question is, well, let's just get through this game so that the Falcons are done for the day. Folks, I don't know the exact points. I'm thinking the Falcons are up by over 50 on second. I can't believe how many points they're putting onto the board. But as we go into the final map of the day for Group A, the final map for the Falcons to get mixy, let's drop in and see what happens, where they go, and who do they try to grief.
They do it again. They do it exactly again. They're going in a different direction here, though. The EU teams are about to find out once again what they're doing all the way over towards Chemical almost immediately. Last time out, Fnatic got wiped, and the EU squads hold on this time.
Everybody dropping into the mix, and immediately we see some pretty normal fights that we were expecting. Of course, over here in Control, it's been a fight between XO and our Novo squad. They're trading a few blows. Off screen, though, I think Chemical is getting real mixy with not only VP, but also the Falcons and also Team Vision. It is nasty over here, and Shifty is somehow still alive, at least for a moment, with just a pistol in his hand as he gets in and can't quite get it. As Sage says, not today, buddy. Might be former teammates. Don't like you anymore.
Yeah, well, for Virtus.pro, that's a couple of kills towards their name. They will take that all day long. A nice way for them to kick things off. Now they've got Team Vision who are getting in amongst it as well. They also find the trade after Echo did find one, and of course, the pickup comes through. But now for the side of Falcons, look, they just default back to it. It is just entirely free for them to move over towards Stronghold. We'll keep an eye on how things are going for them, but once again, we were speaking about the teams who are dropping over towards Bio, dropping over towards Chemical. They are not having a great deal of luck when it comes to that late game, but that circle tells me we may well get a little bit more mixy towards the end.
Yeah, it's a really good shout. There have been some really good fights up there, some cool moments, but scores-wise, not looking fantastic. You can see Biffle, as per the usual, hunting this time by himself. Goes to headquarters early, saying, okay, where is this AG squad? Where is Showstopper and Robstar? Oh, I hear them. They're up in the tower, as per the usual as well. The question is, how do you even approach that, if you do it all? As Shifty's looking for some guns.
And I wonder if the question is for them that they really did struggle to get control of that as quickly as they would have liked on that last recession. They maybe are sending Shifty out that direction just to try and get it done a little earlier, get them a little bit of purchase. Biffle will actually fall though, sorry, it was Biffle, not Shifty, who's making the move. Not going to get much going there. This fight over towards Control still ongoing, and this being a fight is kind of tested of the entire series that we've had in these last previous games. Teams fighting over Control, it's been these two teams time and time again.
Yeah, the key here is, of course, when players respawn with this resurgence timer. It closes, about 3/4 of the way through the map. Try to pick them up before they land, and Havix this time says you might be on the ground, you might have even a gun that you like to use. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Nice trades here. It looks like Notrius, though, trying to punish back. Can't quite get the better of one, therefore Vortex alive. I think the advantage still technically on the side of Novo, at least for a moment.
And Hamoud actually gets the kill on Shifty, who was trying to get in amongst the party, doesn't get involved.
Yeah, and Hamoud also gets cut down, so Shifty may not really get into the party, but got Hamoud weak enough for Vortex to clean up. This is best case scenario for Novo to get back on top of Control and back in control of the POI they'd like to start in. And after that, Notrius full out. I don't think this team is fully wiped, but they are definitely not coming back to Control, not anytime soon.
I have not looked over yet. Robstar and Co may well have been out from that one. Not working out for them. Headquarters was well sought after, and once again you can see Falcons are on their way over there, as well as AG, who are already over there themselves, so they need to try and find some kills as well. Falcons are not the ones you want to try and find, but looking here for the Australian. Can you find the turn? Comes here, you can sit down. Teeny deals with him, no problem, will have you as well, and the shots from Teeny are crispy, surviving on a women of prayer here, but managing to find some kills along the way.
Teeny's alone. His teammates are over at Ammo Shack. That guy doesn't care. He said, let them come. I want everybody in my sights. He is shooting beams right now and is thinking about maybe trying to pick up some shots from top roof onto some flyers, but you can see the Falcons, they go towards headquarters and can't quite get control of headquarters. But this time, they're going to get on top of this factory and maybe look over Twisted Minds, who I think currently are winning their fight against that Leviathan team.
Yeah, they're changing it up. Headquarters control wasn't really working out for them. Shifty, though, will find Nate Dogg almost immediately. So now if you are, of course, AG, you want to try and get away from that, or do you try and find the kills themselves? Here they go again, the deadly duo of Biffle and Shifty. Haven't really got things going here in map number 3 of our second set, but looking to try and find a kill here now.
Yeah, Aiden in trouble in a 2v1 technically. You can see a little bit of help trying to come in from the bot side, and Z-Smith actually gets cut down. So now with the advantage, they're going to push the equation on Aiden, especially with nades in hand. Pushes up, gets the kill, takes him down. There is still one alive. Their anchor is out on the boat. Shouldn't be found out too quickly. Almond by himself, hiding, laying in wait, hoping his teammates can get back alive. But Shifty and Biffle know exactly where he is. UAV's in the sky most likely. They're going to try to hunt this player down as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah, they're trying to get a hold of him. This is a big moment now for Twisted Minds to just try and survive. Looking over towards the rest of their squad. They have managed to find their way in, so they're absolutely fine. Armin survived long enough, but will he survive much longer? I'm not sure. Just looking over towards the general meta and how everybody is kind of starting to make their way in different directions. A lot of a migration, I feel like, over towards the top side. Chemical engineering, industries, bioweapon, starting to get a little bit more popular.
Now their anchor's been cut down. Lays off screen, landed on Soka, and they won that fight over in Living Quarters. Stronghold outside of the zone currently. The Falcons gonna have to slow down. We're gonna swing over to another fight. Inxian, this is the team that actually got shocked by the Falcons last time, trying to make a better map out of it, and unfortunately, not getting hardly anything going this map. Fnatic started so strong for Group A, and now they're in deep trouble as one of our first water fights on screen. Inner Circle getting the better of their opponents pretty easily.
Yeah, Fnatic dropping. Haven't necessarily had a great time of things since map number 1, to be honest. They absolutely fried throughout. But then since then, it's really been a bit of a mid-performance, but they're not doing too badly whatsoever. Now the move's starting to be made by Team Falcons. They're making their way up through Factory, Harbor, and moving very quickly. A lot of teams are going to start getting involved here. Fights are going to start breaking out. Falcons, this is not clear-cut for them whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a big pick here from Team Vision. They just picked up one of Twisted Minds, Linen.
3 big teams here.
The Bradford Biffle about to see the actual Biffle on his screen as Dongi VP comes in for a potential third party. Not going to bring the whole roster. Dongi's just trying to play spoiler, and he gets sniffed out, so he's going to back up and make sure he plays his life correctly.
Team's starting to just try and find a position. Falcons are here, but are struggling to weed out Team Vision, who are now starting to get involved. Echo's dropped one, Biffle finds another. Big fight's been broken out, and you can already see Hisoka backing off because this one is not as easy as Biffle and Shifty would have liked. Bit of a 50-50 trade there. Echo will find Biffle, and that's a nice win for Team Vision. We'll get them a couple kills on the board, and if you are Vertus Pro, though, you didn't get involved in it, but you're still alive and kicking.
This is a key fight. Hisoka was alive by himself, fighting Almond. If you were to get caught down there, this Falcons team would have gotten out early for the first time in, well, I think all of our maps at this point. But they're all alive and certainly breathing as we head back to control. I think Novo technically in control of this POI as Hamoud is just fighting for his life with a pistol in hand. Likely not going to get a lot from this. It's control for the first time, maybe, I don't know, in a long time at the very least, not in the zone here in just the third.
Twisted Mind's getting very aggressive over into Falcons, who have not been able to get things going. This is probably the most precarious situation that they've been in quite some time. They're stuck between 2 other very big boys. Biffle is going to be able to find Lays, though, and we'll keep things rolling. 9 kills to his name. Feels like his name has been creeping up every now and then, but 9 out of nothing.
Yeah, it almost doesn't even matter what your placements are at this point. They're so far ahead of everybody else, and they're picking up a crazy amount of kills, even if it does feel like they're on their back foot. They've got control of this boat for now, as Almond's trying to find an angle on Hisoka and maybe take down the Falcons. Of course, Biffle with the majority of their kills. But it looks like Factory is Twisted Minds, Team Vision is Harbor, and everybody else is on the north side of the map.
Phase out of this one. AG got involved over towards the prison side and managed to find Dongi. Look at him lighting up the kill feed, looking for all 3. Is it a solo team wipe coming in from Dongi, looking for Nick? Can he find him? You absolutely believe he can. Teammates may well have been back in. The self-revive is there. He will cut him down. Squad 10 dead. Dongi does it all on his own.
There he is. Virtus Pro waking up finally, trying to get a little bit of blood from Group A before they face Group B here. Even got our controller cam on screen showing how fast Twisted Minds can move. That's Aiden on your screen right now on the right, Hisoka on your screen in main. So we see a couple of our different players' perspectives and see where they're at on the map. It looks like Twisted Minds have moved all the way into HQ. This time they're taking the high ground. The Falcons are playing low side on Factory with Twisted Minds completely out of the picture on the low side. They're going to try to take some fights. Twisted Minds taking high, looking over Prison, will actually be able to spot out Novo Esports, who won the fight in control, now into Prison.
The circle's coming in 20 seconds. We're about to find out which way we are going, and that will be a big indicator. So who comes out on top on this game? There are teams very well split. There's a lot of room in between Prison and moving down towards this Factory side. You can see the team that are over there at Gentlemates. They've currently got Prison control. We're about to find out if it even matters.
You can see Virtus Pro tends to like to keep people up in the high ground. They're going to get off the water tower and I guess get into the mix. They're looking at Team Vision and they said, this looks like a fight we want to take. Going to go play low side here with Twisted Minds on high. They're going to look for Team Vision down below. Lennon by himself for a moment and actually gets punished for it. It's a huge pick from them. A couple players flying in, several folks in the water as Decky actually picks one up for free. VP in control of Roof here. Now playing underneath, just picking up FIFA kill. Team Vision, after having what looked like a great early map, all of a sudden in deep trouble losing 2 with 1 instantly respawn.
And who's there again, though? Falcons now trying to get control of Factory. They smell blood in the water, and it's Twisted Minds who are in a lot of trouble. Team Vision, though, they get it done, but Neil fancies 2. He manages to find 1. Hisoka's there for the pickup. We'll see you later. Twisted Minds sitting in second. Team Falcons are the one who wipes them.
A statement has been made on main. If it hadn't been made at this point, it's been made again. A reiteration and some body shots. The Falcons on top of our leaderboard. Twisted Minds likely inside the top 3, but not inside the top 5 on this map alone. Twisted Minds are out of here as Team Vision is just searching for a home. And unfortunately, this is not the one you want. Shifty has found an angle and picked up 1. Echo now on the run.
Shifty will fall to Sage, though. Vertus Pro starting to get involved. Hisoka will find Lennon back, though. Another team does drop. That's EXO going to be gone. But still, once again, they always seem to find themselves in the middle of the zone. Their survivability is commendable every single time. Team Vision have 1 play, and once again, they are already in the zone. We're moving over towards Zone 5, and once more, Falcons in prime control position.
Unfortunately for Team Vision, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Tough.
Just going to be Vertus Pro and the Falcons. Biffle down below, yeah, hiding out. There's an angle here that VP could find. Well, Shifty up above. They know exactly where he is. Biffle's not going to give him an angle. Biffle's on 11.
Big fight. May well be for the game. Vertus Pro have themselves involved, but here comes everybody else now. Novo starting to get themselves in and amongst the mix. Is this the first time that the Falcons will be felled? And yes, it is. They get caught between a rock and a hard place. Novo swoop in, Vertus Pro positioned to pinch them the other side. Falcons are gone. Anybody's game.
Anybody's game, but frankly, Novo Esports came here to make a statement, especially against Vertus Pro. They would love to shout for EU, and unfortunately, it might not be them shouting for EU. It might be the Gentlemates who've been playing this backside, and they've been playing pretty slow, really being patient before they get into these fights, and have found angles to make sure that Novo, they get cut down. Trading of blows between Novo and VP actually goes to the side of the Gentlemates.
3v3 for the game. Let's see which way this one's going to go. Seems that Vertus Pro are the ones who want to get aggressive. Dongy looking for an angle potentially. He's got noobs up above him. You're kind of just stuck here if you're Gentlemates. That's the problem. They're going to have to start making the move. The positioning is very much there for Vertus Pro.
Yeah, Vertus Pro got the luck of the draw.
Big smokes.
There's a lot of skill and a little bit of RNG on this game, and one of the big RNG plays is this zone, and because of that, VP, a massive advantage, and the kills that we thought they would have the entirety of this matchup. Gentlemates, they're fighting for every tooth and nail that they can get, but it's not even close. Vertus Pro, your champions of Game 6.
Incredible work once again from Vertus Pro. Positioned themselves so well, time and time again. They were sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard for a little while. They will no longer be there. It's a big win for them up against Gentlemates. But a big win, honestly, for Group C. They managed to get themselves all 3 top 3 teams. Well, the ones from the group who have only managed to have 3 games. That is a nice one for them to get themselves on the board and get themselves accelerated. Team Falcons once again in the mix, causing problems. Not quite able to repeat what they have been able to do over the previous spot.
Yeah, but you got to remember, first, second, and what, 6th? I mean, come on. It's pretty good. Vertus Pro, though, looking like the Vertus Pro we've been watching all year. I think that's the key thing to remember. They were probably near the bottom of the leaderboard, like you mentioned, in their group in 2 games. After the 3rd, most likely at the top. I think I saw Donkey on over 14 kills, and if he picked up a couple of those last couple, he could be at like 16, 17 by himself, which is unbelievable. That's what we were expecting. That's what Puckett's been calling out when he's talking about this Donkey kid.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a solo team wipe. I think it was AG.AL just got wiped off the face of the planet by Donkey all on his own. A big catalyst as to the reason why Vertus Pro go on to win that game and catapult themselves up that leaderboard. Really interesting game. It was nice to see it pull more towards the factory side. We've seen some of those teams who have been involved in quiet games over towards that side of the map get themselves involved towards the latter stages. Gentlemates, yes, okay, get themselves a 2nd place finish, but that multiplier doesn't count for a great deal when you don't have many kills.
Yeah, they were playing extremely patient on the backside. It was actually pretty reminiscent of what Vertus Pro was trying to do in the first 2 games in this matchup. Playing really patient, playing kind of the weak side, slow rolling into some of these fights. This time, though, Vertus Pro get a little bit more active when they take a look after the first 2 and see that their scores are low. Good grief. Dongy says, well, I'm just going to get Mixie. You guys stay alive. And it works out perfectly for them, right? And that's the strategy that most of these teams try to implement. It just takes a special skill set to be actually able to execute on it.
Seen a big fight over headquarters as well. I think that was between AG.AL and I believe, seen EXO over towards that side too. It was a really tough one. Actually, you've seen immediately that Falcons, as soon as that circle wasn't pulling in their general direction, they're making their moves so early. And their moves were, well, made well enough for a 6th place, but they'll be happy enough with it.
That's exactly right. Well, we've got an interview down on stage. Let's hear from Barney and the crew.
Welcome back to the Gidea Esports Arena. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I've got Teeny here from Inner Circle because we got to talk about that really impressive Game 5. Let's start out strong. Rotations were clean. It was awesome. Bray was obviously throwing you guys out with the comms. Talk us through those last moments of that Game 5 win.
Honestly, Bray is a very, very strong AG.AL, and I think the row that won us that game was the call from tunnel to control. When we popped the advance, and then we seen everyone had their backs to us, so we just climbed up the ladder, shot Falcons in the back, and then ended up holding out everyone and ended up winning the game. It was just easy as that, you know?
It was. You make it sound easy, but honestly, you made it look easy as well because, you know, holding out that circle at the very end just looked like it was just clean-up crew. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Tommy being in your back as a coach. You know, he's got that his kind of legendary status, let's be honest, within Warzone. What's he helping you guys with? What's the focus point of him being with you, and, like, how has he helped?
Just giving us, like, tips, VOD reviewing with us, just honestly giving us experience that we don't have, you know? Just letting us know, like, just teaching us how to play the game properly, you know?
I think part of it as well is it mental, like, strength as well, because coming to an event like this, you know, the bright lights, got lots going on as well. Does he help you with that side as well?
Yes, of course. Just his experience, like, it's just great to have him in our corner, you know?
Yeah, man, I'm sure it is. Teeny, I'm going to let you go back to the guys, and congratulations on that Game 5 win. You guys are doing well. You've got 3 more maps to go, though, until we end out day 1 of the group stage. We're going to go to a very quick break. We'll be back with you guys very shortly.
I fucking told you, kid.
left door. We have no info.
Yeah,
left door. Trying to get a nade. What's
I'm
the
getting out for now. They're smoking
up.
I'm about to tell
Hop out right. They're trying to hop out right.
Okay, I'm down here with you, okay?
Yeah.
I got a molly.
They're playing bottom right. They're trying to go bottom right.
I'm here. I'm hitting with that molly. Go back.
Don't scam. Stay alive. Hop down right.
Cracked up top. I'm down low. I'm here.
And they're on top.
He's on top.
Crack the one anyway. Good fucking shit. Come on. Like you said it.
Good shit.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Good fucking shit. Come on.
What we say? Huh? That was our game.
Come on, baby.
That was our game. You called it.
Come on, baby. I fucking told you, kid.
That's the Dong we all know and love. Fantastic performance, dropping some big ones on his opponent's forehead. We got Alan, we got Dream, we have Taylor here, all breaking down game number 6. But at the end of this, we have to recognize Group A is done. So let's start here with with game 6. What did we just witness, Taylor?
Well, first and foremost, Inner Circle, 10th place, but Teeny was tearing it up. We had a chance to hear from him, and clearly a lot of passion. Having a veteran in his corner to be able to coach him up, you can clearly see how much of an impact it's had for the Inner Circle team. Of course, they've got one more opportunity to continue to play, but the big narrative was Virtus Pro. They finally wake up, and they did so in wonderful fashion.
Yeah, it's this engagement even right here that we're seeing on your screen. Noobs, right? He got a lot of eliminations around that shack side, taking over red. That was super important. And, well, in these final engagements versus the Gentle Mates, Noobs obviously reigning supreme, and then down low, you can see Dongi, Sage, locking it down, picking up those eliminations, and surely it was a great win. But I have to shout them out because they left Chemical early. You guys could see them rotating the other side of the map, right? And they rotated late back in. So they left Team Vision alone.
All right, so Twisted Minds fell early. Later, we saw Falcons out of the mix. It makes it a little bit easier to win the game. But Alan, if we're looking big picture across 6 games, we've got 2 winners from Group A. That was Falcons. We got 2 winners from Group B. That was Rock and VKA. And now we have Inner Circle and Virtus Pro from Group C. A very balanced field so far.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing for me about this Virtus Pro team, kind of going from what we saw from Drop 1 to what we saw from Drop 3, you're letting Dongi go out and slay again. He's not sitting on top of a water tower playing observer. So that's just one of those things. Again, role identity, finding ways to get your balance of what your roster is built for. Let Noob slow things down. That's what he did when he was playing competitive multiplayer. Let him lock things up. Let Dongi go do Dongi things. Profit.
Virtus Pro only 3 drops in. They still have 3 more to go, but a team that is done is FaZe Clan. Did they get enough done in day number 1 to feel confident about their spot in the top 14?
Well, that's going to be the tricky thing because, yes, they're going to have to be sitting on the sidelines hoping. I believe sitting in 4th right now. Yeah. And, well, they picked up a lot of good kills, right, early game when it came to flanked and locking down this prison side. And that was the biggest question for FaZe. Where are they going to be landing? Well, we saw them taking over around the prison side, taking a lot of heavy teams. And, well, again, I got to shout out Clumsy because there's so many engagements for these guys stayed alive.
Yeah, a lot of hype for flank coming into this one. Clumsy caught my eye. Biggest strength of FaZe so far?
Slaying presence. Okay. The other side of that question, and where I think the conversation is going to have to be between them tonight, is how do we rotate better? Currently averaging 8th place, not what you want in terms of fighting up against other major squads, not just in your group, but when you get a chance to play up against B and C again. So I think that's kind of the conversation point for FaZe. How do we turn that slaying presence from the north side of the map into actually seeing an end game? Because so far they really haven't, at least not in the last 3 drops.
Just one more thing to note. We're seeing a lot of close action gameplay with LC10s. The sub last year was the Superi, so now we see that with the LC10 and like FaZe, all 3 members, you'll see that in their hand. They're winning at close range.
Absolutely. I think one of the teams using that as well is CT, right? They are playing short range battles and they are surviving. This is definitely my surprise on day number 1.
Without question, 60 total eliminations throughout their 6 drops, so it's easy math. They're averaging 10 per drop. Great stuff. Problem is, kind of like FaZe, they're not getting to a late game circle. Their average placement's been solid, still sitting over in the top 7. They did have a really poor drop in their 6th drop most recently, but the thing about it is they're finding good kill presence specifically out of one of the top slayers from the region. They've got Resolve looking super solid. He's at 27 total so far today, so he's providing. It just, again, is a conversation for CT, a dark horse. How do we do well to get to an end game and survive versus the other top teams in the game?
Last year, I got a chance to catch up with King Matty from Ecuador. He was saying how excited he was to be here at EWC. Now he's alongside 2 Mexican stars. What is the ceiling for a team that's been consistently going deep every round?
Well, for that, I mean, you just never know. I feel like even if you're a top team, right? Expect the unexpected. And for some teams, they're like, oh yeah, these other regions, they're going to be burgers. No Mickey Mouse regions here, especially for APAC, as we saw, of course, Teeny slaying out. So, they got to be feeling pretty good. You just got to keep the momentum up.
Taylor, how is the fan favorite, Twisted Minds? If you look in that venue, I think there's more teal jerseys than any other color.
As it should be. Twisted Minds were hyped up coming into this event naturally because they have some heavy hitters. Almond being one of them, of course, Aiden, and then you top it off with Z-Smith. I really feel like this roster performed incredibly well. Second place, if I'm not mistaken, unofficially anyways, just behind that of Falcons, who ended up dominating. But locking in Factory is never easy. But again, this is Aiden's playing ground, and I really feel they did a wonderful job, especially with the first 4 zones they were given, the first 4 end zones, having to rotate from Factory through Bottom Prison all the way over towards Control. That's the longest rotate you could possibly imagine, and you're going through the heaviest hitters. So for Twisted Minds to slay out as well as they did with as much pressure as they had from Falcons and other rosters, and to make those long rotates, and to finish in second, I think they did a sensational job.
Also, too, they were saying in the last couple of weeks how Aiden's discipline has immensely improved from last year.
Good call.
So, I mean, they played with DJ Moss. They were doing really well, but Aiden really has stepped up in just being more disciplined, playing slower. Of course, Z-Smith just does his thing, and Almond, I mean, we know what he brings to the table.
Twisted Minds is very much in the running for the club championship here for 2025. If they want to win it, they need some help from their Warzone team, and we talked to Aiden about it.
I'm here with Twisted Minds, Smith and Aiden. Fellas, high kill games, but not necessarily a win. It's enough to keep you afloat.
Yeah, I feel like we're still in a pretty comfortable spot. We made a couple mistakes, but our big thing was to just after we make mistakes, adapt, and I feel like we were able to do that. But we're pretty calm right now. We'll make sure we're good for tomorrow.
Speaking of tomorrow, Smith, anything you want to share about what you're willing to change? Things that have challenged you today, maybe?
I don't think we're really going to change anything. It's just more of adjusting and a little bit of a confidence thing. I feel like we're playing really well for the situations we're being put in. I mean, we have a lot more points and we can't even get out of our POI right now. So, I mean, we haven't won a game. Our placement's kind of been high and we're still fragging out. So just placement comes with everything.
One placement could change it all. And what's the competition like? Because this is a qualifier, essentially. Everyone here has earned their place. Is there a high level? Can you feel the difference in this kind of tournament?
I feel like it kind of just feels like we're at home. I mean, it doesn't feel really any harder here competition-wise. I've been just trying to keep the mindset of almost pretend like I'm at home, just be loose. You don't want to be thinking about it too much. Oh, I'm on the big stage. I feel like that causes nerves. So I'm just playing my game personally, and I feel like nothing is more challenging than even when we're all the qualifiers and stuff.
Ice cold here in Riyadh. Guys, thank you so much for your time. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you again, gents.
Thank you.
Oh, it's back to the desk.
Thank you, Aiden, Z-Smith, and Miles Ross. Always fun to catch up with the Twisted crew. They're pretty okay with today's performance.
They're good. I'm going to make an early call. Just going to say it. Aiden, you need to find a way to challenge Falcons early, because I don't want to see them do the same thing they did last year, which is, we only got 2 games left. We got to find a way to beat Falcons. They need to get in the mix earlier and take Falcons out of the picture.
Do you go for that risk? I
Yes.
feel like that is
Yes,
an
you do.
explosive maneuver.
The question is, how do you do it, though? Biffle's the only guy who's been challenging him. For the rest of the roster, you've got his Soak over and Stronghold. Shifty's typically on the opposite side. It's hard to take down all 3 at the same time.
I do have a great suggestion.
Okay.
You go back to your hotel room right now, and you load up the YouTube stream. Why?
Boom.
Because you can go back and watch every single game. They are done for the day. They should be feeling good about their odds of making it into the top 7. For now, though, things are just heating up in the Qiddiya Arena as well as the Boulevard. Isn't that right, Miles Ross?
Here on the Boulevard, there is an incredible selection of food. There are games to play, things to see, people of all ages. We've got ourselves brand new games. We've got some retro games. And we have a game that is eternal. I'm going to be knocking the teeth out of some zombies. And who doesn't love zombies as a COD player? Oh, my friend. Time to rock. Thank you, brother. Let's do this. I've got to get all the teeth with 3 hits. It's not going great. Or is it? I'm the winner. C. That one, please, sir. We've got to go back. This is how we do it here on the Boulevard. That's for my boy. Oh, maybe I'll give it to Barney.
Those sassy Wombats go by the name of Inner Circle. They took game number 5. We're 6 games deep, and we're about to re-see Group B. They went up against the Falcons and Crew in their first 3 drops. Not the easiest path, but we did see 2 winners from this group. We'll highlight them in just a second, but first, can I call out a squad that we need to watch? They're at number 2. They go by the name of Scythe, Anxiety, and Big Man, aka 5 Fierce. A lot of excitement for NA's third best team in the qualifier. But Alad, I feel like they're getting exposed here in Riyadh. Is it jet lag or maybe just don't have all the tools that they have at home?
I'm thinking of a 3-letter word, and that's sus. But outside of that, the best thing you could say out of their first 2 drops, 14th, 14th, then a 10th with 12 kills. So maybe not as sus, but a little sus.
All right, well, they're dropping out early. We'll find out, is it their drop spot or what is going on? I think the happy surprise for all of us is VKA, a team that comes in after cheaters were booted out.
Yeah, and I mean, VKA surprising us all, the French phenoms, and I mean, AZ, who just recently, again, went from mouse and keyboard to controller. But speaking of control, right, we saw them a lot on that far most controlled dock side where a lot of teams regain, right? And you can pick up a lot of eliminations, a lot of regain kills, and then, of course, we saw Azen sniping. So having a huge Game 2 win, you guys, first place, and I mean, well, with that average, I think, in the kill line, they're doing pretty fair, but it's just their late game placements and, of course, that win that really sent them over to the edge and surprised us all.
Azen hitting some headshots. That's what we like to see with our snipers. Not a lot of snipers finding success, but that could be a team to look out for. Who else is in Group B that deserves your attention?
Rock Esports, without question, 6th place during the EU competition, but one of the big things coming into this tournament, and even the competitors saying themselves, they felt this was the #1 EU team they were going to have to fight off against. Rock Esports, Wars, Vision, Prodigy, all three of them LAN experience, not only on the World Series of Warzone stage, but also last year,
right.
2 of them competing in Guild, the other one, I believe, on Savage Esports, if I'm not mistaken. So the point is, they come back with a vengeance. They come up and they team up, and, well, I believe top 4, if I'm not mistaken, from Guild last year. So high expectations for this roster, one that can truly surprise the world.
And they already took a game here, as we had 2 winners from Group A, 2 winners from Group B, and 2 winners from Group C. Just how strong is this group as a whole? I know we have 100 Thieves that we haven't even talked about.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think when we looked at when the groups are put together, at least I was expecting that Group C was going to get farmed. Not the case. Outside of a couple of firsts and maybe a follow-up runner-up from ROC, Group B has not been a force whatsoever. Caught off guard massively by what Group A was bringing to the table. They need to have had a good little come-to-Jesus moment in the backstage, rather, to get ready to go for this next 3 games because they're all in a little bit of trouble.
Well, Group A is done. We still have 3 more drops for Group B and Group C. They're all going to be in the same lobby, and we have some massive hitters. There is a live look at Eddie, a.k.a. Noobs from Vertus Pro. A lot of experience playing with Fnatic last year. This year, an even stronger roster, if you ask him, adding Dongy, who just led the lobby as he takes home first place in game number 6. Who else do you have eyes on? This squad has been pretty quiet. Rated and squad are running out of time.
They definitely are. You know, Rated as an OG, without question, coming in with Scummin and Nate Dogg, all gamers. A lot of expectations on their shoulders, but definitely not the best performance in their last group stage. But yes, another roster, Movie Star Koi coming back into the fold. They were impressive for multiple reasons, and one of the teams to, at times, really challenge and put Falcons at risk.
I need one-word answers. Who is going to win this game from B and C?
Vision.
Vision.
Gentlemates.
Gentlemates, the Frenchies are going to take one. What do you got for me?
Movie Star Koi.
Movie Star Koi. Big shout out to our Mexican squad. We'll see what they can do. I'm calling out Inner Circle, APAC, under the leadership of Tommy. Let's go back to back, baby, as we head back to the studio.
Well, Chris Puckett, you always have a way with words, my friend.
Certainly.
And, excited to be back here in the booth to round out our day number 1 of the Esports World Cup here with Call of Duty Warzone. We are having some new faces join back up in the lobby. Some of these squads already feeling a little bit of the heat already, and I'm excited because we have a couple little changes when it comes to the map and some potential drop spots.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see different contests now. With Falcons being out of the equation, suddenly we can turn a potentially more fair eye towards 5 Fears. Their landing spot is typically over towards Stronghold, so it's time to find out exactly what they are made of. They may well be contested by XO Esports, but that's likely a more balanced discussion than it was when you were talking about the Falcons. We're looking at 3 teams potentially contesting Control. Go back to 100 Thieves, Movistar Koi, and Novo, so that could be a bloodbath for us all to enjoy. Rock Esports might actually get proven for free. That's kind of like how it's looking at the minute. They might get a lot of the lay of the land. They've looked great already in their opening games, so what did they do when they don't have those hot contests? Can they pick their fights carefully? And then also towards Chemical, we're going to get a lot of action. So we are in for some absolute treats here to kick us off.
Yeah, we said coming into this event, the key key difference maker between some of these teams is which teams could adapt, right? And this is sort of one of those moments. You're rounding out your day for some of these teams are coming on in. Everybody's just trying to play their last final 3 games of the day. How are you going to change depending on the games you played earlier today and how you're going on in right now? Let's get ready, folks, because I think that this game number 4 is going to be wild as we get ready to drop on in. And by game number 4, I, of course, mean game number 7.
Oh yeah, I was totally with you actually.
I was like, wait, what?
It's game 4 for everybody out on that stage, but of course game 7 across the day. But don't worry about that, I was right with you there.
It's okay.
Knew exactly where you was going, but ladies and gentlemen, we are just seconds away from watching our players descend from the skies to close things out here on day 1. Group A v Group C, and we have got a heavy zone pulling off towards Harborside.
Now let's see where we're looking at, and a little fly through over Stronghold. I'm seeing some trails land on in Enigma. And that is going to be 5 fears. So seeing Falcons out of the lobby, they want to go to a POI that they feel a lot more comfortable with. I don't play them, try and make it happen. But look at this down at Control. There is a lot going on. And same thing at Factory as well. We see Lennon and Echo. They've landed on over here and are looking to get active early on.
Yeah, just off screen, by the way, sorry. 3 teams landed on boat, which was interesting to watch. But we get a bit of a glimpse at the back end of this. It's going to be Vortex and Co. This EXO Esports, sorry, not Vortex and Co. Who will win some of the fights against Netodds, but Volcom then trades it on out. Javi will be there to clean it up. You survived just long enough in order to ensure you come back in. But VKA were the other part of this equation, and Kazu, he's tucked himself in just to stay alive. It's basically a 1v1v1 here. Javi will come out on top. Netodds, though, has landed in behind. Can Go stay up? Yes, is the answer. But still that 1v1v1 going on as players float from the skies.
If you're 100 Thieves right now, you're loving this. You had to deal with so many contests through your first 3 games of the day. You get a little bit of a break. You come back in for the last 3, and well, hey, all of the action's happening down below you. You finally get Control Center for free, and you let all of these teams who are trying to play spoiler to you have to go ahead, battle it out down on the boat. And you're loving that because you're just watching all of these kills happen to the kill feed. Well, yes, they could go towards you. Hey, you are just feeling a lot more secure, and that's what I think 100 Thieves needs in this first game of our last series of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. You can drop your anchor and just let the rest of your boys go on the hunt a little bit. As we see Gabe pick himself up in the feed. There's a reason for that, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I will talk about that later. We're on with Inner Circle. Teeny going to get aggressive here, but potentially a little bit too much, as he ends up being covered over by some of this Gamax roster. It's going to be 10x in the distance. Sucker's up close. Orbs, what can you do? As he continues to assess this push. Sucre, I mean, don't get me wrong, it would look gorgeous on mainstream if you could pull this off, but that's a close range to be trying to pull out a sniper rifle, pistol in hand. Now, we'll still have that cover from 10x over the top, but also there's going to be the third player, Elolam, on the opposite side. Could they set up a pinch if you just stay alive?
It's going to be really tough, and you can see he's just trying to maybe find any type of angle. Bray's going to be the one to jump up on the top. Pistol in hand. Sucre, he is going to be able to at least find the knock, but there isn't a full there. Bray, he's going to move on forward and find them, but Wars from distance actually brings down odds. So just like that, for Inner Circle, Bray kind of has to play his life. You're probably telling Teeny, hey, just bleed out. It's A-okay. We can get you back on, and we are still very early game with the Resurgence timer. For Alatu, hey, guess what? 9Z, they are back into the mix, and they are just trying to hang on here. PA will rip across, no worries there. But they obviously kind of at the end of that first series were feeling very, very good. Glad to see them back on into the mix for Virtus Pro and Gentlemates still looking to get active here at Chemical.
Nochius will come out on top in the fight against Sage, so just managing to keep his squad in it here. The EXO Esports roster with plenty of company, of course, Virtus Pro. We've seen what they can do already, and looks like they're just only getting started. Noob trying to hold the high ground, looking out on over the top. He's going to try and give out intel and also finds a knock onto Nochius to make it even better. As teammates float on in, that will give you the 3v2 numbers advantage. Your third isn't necessarily going to have the weaponry, but the numbers themselves will just hand you the advantage in the fight.
And I wonder at all, is Gentlemates going to maybe see this happening, hear these gunshots, and are they going to rotate over? Are they just worried about holding down their own POI? Looks like no movement for the time being because, well, Inner Circle, they've tried to come over here and land at Bio. So no opportunity for movement for Virtus Pro, though. They're going to go ahead. Managed to hold on to Chemical for the time being, and you are just a little bit farming this EXO Esports roster here right now. Yet again, Hamoud found on out, taken on down. We can see, okay, you got somebody is trying to get active on over here. One member of Gentlemates has entered into the Chemical side, but you might just be an easy picking for the time being. Bramalok looking up over the top as Enkyo looks to get active.
Yeah, the Gentlemates are here to take part in this fight. Enkyo's just going to shield himself from the Semtex and won't find much purchase as Noob to Sage flood on forward. Gromlock and Hollow unable to provide that support distance. It's a nice side shot at least to back Dongi down for the moment. That's probably all you're going to get. Yeah. A circle, by the way. We did get a quick look at the full map. It will continue to pull off towards this direction. So all the fights happening now could have huge repercussions for later.
Yeah, and I like that sort of patience from Virtus Pro. They easily could have tried to maybe ego on top of Chemical against some of those members of Gentlemates, but they get their one, A-okay, don't have to worry about it. They back on up, they are fine.
We had a moment there where the kill feed said that 5 Fizz had been wiped, but I'm seeing at the top still 14 teams, so maybe you've just about squeaked back in. The answer is yes, you get one in, so a bit of a delay on that kill timer. However, you survive for a moment, and never mind, anxiety found. So we will see 5 Fizz eliminated, so that stronghold landing might be there for free, right? Most certainly not on the cards.
Notrius, last member alive, EXO, gonna go for a swim a little bit, hang on out here. Looks like he can get the other teammates back on through. A lot of movement happening up towards this prison side, though. Elalam throwing a little bit of a shoulder down below. Vision with the heat check. Prodigy slides on forward. It's now a 2v2. It's a great sort of bait right there from Gamax as Elalam continuing trying to hold that door. Great play from that squad in the tunnel. Bait them on in, be able to get the trade. Elalam currently sitting on 4. Not a bad way to start this game.
No, I said before we came into the whole day that this Gamax roster are a bit of a dark horse, really. They've had LAN experience, they've brought in Sucker and surprised everybody. Qualifying from North America, a bad team doesn't do that. And you see a couple of kills coming up in the feed. The Scummin finds Blast. 100 Thieves that will trade that out with Grom. Also then being found by walls elsewhere. And it's just a bit of a feed here for everybody. VP will lay claim to more of this chemical land as they send Inner Circle packing, gaining so much space on the map that really they're going to have to go on the hunt to find any kills, otherwise just locking in for a late position.
Yeah, and I kind of love, I was looking exactly, I'm like, wait, where is Team Vision in all of this? Because we've seen them getting active, and I look kind of down on in, and they are landing towards that factory side, down towards the boat. So everybody looking to get a little bit active, and well, VKA, part of that crew, as we see Sukro get taken on out in the kill feed, and that is a wipe. So very quickly we went from no teams eliminated to 3 teams being eliminated, and we are just ending our second circle.
Yeah, Gamax there needed a bit of a heat check. You had the 2 players pushing in through prison. They get found, and at the wrong moment, Sukri is then cleaned up by Vidati. So unfortunate timing for a team that looked like they were just about finding their footing. XO Esports looking to fight over this ball. Climbing up, that's FIFA kill. Vision Esports here then to try and lock this down. You do have support from your teammates. One on factory roof, one floating in the sky. FIFA kill just deciding to do this himself. LC10 in hand. Can you stay up for now? Notrius trying to pull that out and finds the finish.
Yeah, would have loved to maybe see a little bit of help there from Echo. It's not going to be enough. Lennon, I think he tries to land, but he's not going to be able to stay alive as well as Notrius will find him. So a nice little 2-piece there from Notrius onto some members of Team Vision. You can see in our upper left-hand corner where the zone is pulling. This feels like we're going to that sort of split harbor red final end zone. And when we look at some of the teams that are there, I think we have a lot of squads who have this same idea because it is a nice little layer cake happening at red.
Yeah, VKA have got a big amount of action to hold off here. This could reward them greatly later on. Can you third-party the situation though? And yes, you do find Volcom as he also finds Nate Dogg in turn. So you're going to understand that you're full 3 right now fighting against the remainder of squads. So not only is that a couple of kills on the board, do you spot the leg of Goat Clamp? Aizen, pull out the sniper. Do you see him just slipping away? Katsu trying to chase after that. And eventually Goat Clamp somehow not spotted. Fish in the water will swim away. Kill feed, by the way, did kill being found. So Vision Esports continue to be in a little bit of a blender. Echo was the only player up for them for a while. And yeah, in trouble. Virtus Pro looking to hold this rotation down. That is actually going to be the Gentlemates trying to find their way out of this industry building. Not going to be easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, the zone is pulling them away, and that's what I'm a little bit worried about here, Enigma. You have to go up this sort of a ladder area, and it just feels like maybe 2 ships passing in the night as a member of Virtus Pro. Not even looking over here. Could have caught them on the steps if they need to, but Smoke will go ahead, cover their backside. But you're not out of danger just yet. You enter that prison courtyard. You have some members of Rock looking down at you as well. It does look like Hollow is found, but Grom, he's there for a good trade. PA rings out across the top, and well, we're starting to see Blast get in the mix as well as Gabe Kuhn. He slides out here, is able to find Grom along. That's going to leave Hollow be the last one alive. Just as Enkyo spawns back on in, hiding in a corner that is there. So a couple of top teams starting to get active here at Prison.
Yeah, weird series of timings happening just as everybody kind of slips and slides past each other. It all benefits the Thieves, though, as they find kills in the feed. Hollow's trying to tuck himself away, and the Gentlemates will be eliminated. Gabe Kuhn with the punishing blow towards the end, trying to collapse back in towards this courtyard. You're going to Volcom for company. You've also got Rock Esports deciding to swarm towards this. You see Vision Esports eliminated early here, far earlier than they would have liked in 10th. But Rock have kills on the board, 6 for Vision himself. I was wondering just how much they were going to do with the fact that not many people were landing prison, but this circle has dragged so many squads rotating through here, and they are loving that.
Yeah, that is what you have to be really sort of cautious about, is yes, you've sort of cut your way up into prison, but you know you're going to have to play out of this. But I think if I'm thinking about where the zone is ending, you want to play from this prison side up, down. You don't want to have to kind of play from the bottom up, but when I'm taking a look, you can see squad number 6 on your minimap, VKA. They've already laid claim to sort of red and this area. They're set up for final center zone. They're going to be feeling very, very solid. But I think for 100 Thieves, if you could do exactly what Blast is doing, hop on up, try and get some of those kills, it's going to be great. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to do it uncontested because Rock, they're playing from the other side. We see Wars with a sniper in hand, and he is trying to land those shots and play a little bit of spoil.
Skull just turns the tide on that whole fight there. You actually have a knock come through onto 100 Thieves, but his PA actually covers over and does enough defensively to knock one of the Rock players. So you set yourselves up then 3v3 for the rooftop control. Got to be a little bit worried about the hanging around of Novo in behind. They are underneath, so it's not a threat right now, but could always play that late gas rotation. Thing is, this next circle's dragging everybody off the top of prison, so at some point, one of you has got to abandon ship and send sail into the wind, and well, you get this kind of cross-trade situation. Blast just trying to provide coverage, cracks one, backs one down, but now could be spawned. Beautiful movement to get himself out of that situation, but Vision will find Skull in the feed.
I mean, great way for Blast to be able to play his life and stay alive. But look at the kill feed. Actually, looks like Vision is still alive.
Okay.
We were a little bit baited here. Not only are they alive, but they're kicking Enigma, finding kills in the kill feed. They're going to go ahead, play over towards this double-story building on the outside of Gens. And look who's surging on forward, the Vertus Pro. They're still here. They say, hey, we understand you don't want to drop on us, but we're going to try and answer on back. Lennon, he's able to make the trade, and you can see maybe a little bit of frustration from Vertus Pro there. Not expecting Vision to be in that position. And next thing you know, hey, they're right back into this game.
Yeah, Rock and Novo trying to hit this rotation down, by the way. You will lose pretty much everybody if you are Novo. Cams does just enough. Wow. Prodigy's there for the trade. So Novo out of here into our top 6. To give you a bit of a lay of the land, you will have V-Daddy still holding that main ground, but you do have all 3 remaining in Vision who have claimed Harbor. So everybody else got to figure their routes in, and it's not going to be easy heading downhill in very much so open territory.
One more team needs to be eliminated for us to be into our top 5, get to that 1.4 times multiplier. And with the amount of kills that we are seeing on the board, a couple of these teams can absolutely make use of that. Gabe Kuhn, he's looking to get a little bit active, but overheats. You can see Prodigy, not only does he knock Blast, but he's able to find Gabe. Foles coming on in. And is that going to be it for 100 Thieves? No, you got Skullface still alive, just trying to hang on for that placement multiplier. But while Rock has been here at the top, they're trying to be able to clean up 100T. Well, Team Vision, they have the high ground. They have the ability to use this sort of roof as a little bit of lookover, and Prodigy, he's just ticking out in the gas.
Set it up then. A couple of solos, a couple of swimmers. Prodigy's going to tuck himself into the shag. 3 on one rooftop, 3 on the other. Who blinks first? Well, Lennon will find the kill. H-Mood will also be found by Netods. 2 swimmers remain then. Otherwise, it's hold your ground, stand your buildings, but the zone will pull the direction of the French, so Vision Esports have to go.
Yeah, you have to start moving here. And well, the early rotations are great. Skullface in the feed. He finds Netods. That is a squad getting eliminated. He's doing what he needs to do, and that is stay alive. And the fact that he's finding kills in this multiplier is huge. FIFA kill. He's going to take a lot of damage. Jumps over the top into the water. Meanwhile, his teammate Lennon playing from the inside. Could be a little bit of a wrap coming on in. Moving on forward, Skullface down below. It's a 3v2v1. Lennon, he's going to be the one to find the slide. Brings down Skullface. Add another one to the tally. Puts him at 8. You're looking for the final kills, though.
Be that. Gonna hold the high ground here, Kadzu, Aizen. When do you swarm? When do you drop onto Lennon? When do you give him trouble? Well, Lennon will find one. The Thermite, absolute perfection, is also gonna bottleneck the door, but it's not enough for him to hold the Frenchman who laid claim to the end building early and swatted away all challengers. Will stand tall, draw the line in the sand, and cut everybody down for the victory here in map number 7.
Hey, they win a game against Group A, they win a game against Group C, and I think if you are a fan of this team, that is what you wanted to see. It was not a fluke that they performed in those earlier games. They come back on in, it's a fresh set of teams, and they looked absolutely lights out. What's more importantly about some of those kill fights that we saw there, Enigma, it's the early rotation. They understand where this zone is going, they understand the power position, the building they need to be in, they set up early, and not only only do they give up kills to try and make that happen, they let all the kills come to them. And that's how you're able to get high elims and take advantage of that 1.6 times multiplier.
Yeah, I love the decision as well from them to set up around the sniper rifle. It meant that they could just bat everyone at long range, find a couple of armor breaks, slaughter a couple of opponents before they ever get close, and use the SMGs when required to finish the deal. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are done then with map 7, and we will see you for map 8 on the other side of this quick break.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
à gauche. Ok. Entendu. Un qui passe sur water, un qui part sur water, Ok. Un water et un à gauche.
Il y a juste un balise, si jamais. À gauche, il est passé en dessous, à gauche.
Ok. Don't tweak, il se fight.
3v2.
Water. Crack water, un HP water.
Un HP.
Dead.
En dessous. En bas le dernier. Ensemble. 3. Vas-y, go.
2. 1, go.
Il m'a collé la thermite.
One way that, nice, come on.
Bien joué.
Come on, baby, frère.
Yes. They won game 2.
The French stars are popping off. VKA not expected to be here, and now you've won 2 of our 7 drops. Welcome back in, everybody. It's Chris Bucket alongside my friends. We've got I Hold Shift, Dream Crazy, and Reflections. Can we just start with you, Alan? Before the match,
Sure.
I asked you which team from Group A or B was feeling a little sus, and you said it's the team that had more than 4 fears.
Yeah, they've got maybe more than 5 fears at this point. Free drop at Stronghold, first rotation in, beat bonk, speak bonk, later.
And this cannot happen because Stronghold, if you're watching the previous 6 drops, is so highly contested. So if you're giving it for free, you got to take advantage of it. Who was able to take advantage of the power positions throughout this game?
Well, I would say first and foremost for 5 fears, but by the way, been challenging Falcons, been challenging Ahsoka over in Stronghold since
there was no Falcons in this game.
I know there wasn't, so they thought they could take it over and do a good job, but then all of a sudden they don't. As soon as they go Stronghold, it's wide open. it's not for them. No, but as far as this game goes, we were asking some questions. Who would be performing well? And without a doubt, VKA shows out and goes big. Along with Vision, second place. Vision no longer has to battle against Twisted Minds. They no longer have to battle against Biffle, who's getting over there and getting mixy, and therefore Vision has a much better run, second place, their best game yet.
Also have to shout out Skullface right there in the final game moments, as we've seen 100 Thieves lose control time and time again. They finally won it and did the business, and of course, Gabe and Blast getting those eliminations and taking out Gentlemates down at the water tower.
Can we talk about this though, Alan? So many times we see players just come out of nowhere and take over a scene. But to come over from mouse and keyboard now to controllers, when in 2 games, VKA is in 4th after that running. We look at the top, Rock Esports has been able to drop a lot more eliminations. Any other shockers here?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is even though 100 Thieves have not been able to put together good placements, they are still finding a lot of success getting the kills. So that's helping keep their score, really get them in the mix. The thing about it is they need to find a way to pull consistent placements from here on out. That's the biggest thing. They've really fallen short in their first 3. Now you're starting to see what their potential could be. Just comes down to seeing if they can get it over the finish line. That's always the big key as we get deeper and deeper into this event. You have to be able to win if you're going to find a way to raise the championship trophy at the end of this.
And looking on that right side of the screen, there's so many squads that are running out of time. You got 2 drops left. Otherwise, you're probably looking at an LCQ.
Yeah, I was just looking at that Gamic squad because of some of their landing spots. I think they're like G4 at the shack, by rotating into prison. And I know, like, as far as these lower half teams, do you switch up your POIs? What do you need to do to pick up eliminations? But also, they're not making it to late game.
Last map, I was told that maybe you should challenge the top teams early in game. Would you give that advice to any of the squads that are back in points?
Back in points, challenge the teams early in game that are at the top. That's a tough call, man, because you become a martyr at that point. Who wants to be the martyr? Who wants to give up their potential spot, just a direct route into the finals, just to maybe help a team avoid LCQ? It's always a tough call.
Just one more thing, though. The players that are doing good are the ones that are just like, I don't care. I'm going to go out and fry, and they're picking up kills. So maybe these squads need to play more confident, have that mindset.
If you have been keeping track of the score at home with a pen and paper, throw it away, because my officials have put it into digital format. So pull out your phone and screenshot this bad boy right now, because here is your first official look at the standing shift. You are the closest of all of our analysts. You said, no way Falcons are under 110 kills. They're up to 113, 167 points.
See, the next closest kill tally is 70 freaking 1.
Insane.
Like, wow. Put a leash on these kids. That's unbelievable. And I think, again, the scariest thing about where Falcons are is not just their total score, it's the fact that they're getting strongholds plus control plus headquarters for free. So they're rotating into the late game so wide open. As you start to look down the leaderboard again, what we're looking for here are who are the top 7 teams to get that instant bye into the grand finals playoff bracket. So far, if it were to end right now, how about Inner Circle, man? You want to talk about teams that just do not care? Yeah. We saw that happen versus Na'Vi in the APAC qualifiers. Na'Vi could not get a finger on them, and so far Inner Circle seem to be doing that against the world's best.
Yeah. All gamers running out of time. I'm looking at squads like Gentlemates, XO, who can have a big finish. You have 2 drops left, and look at 100 Thieves. 13th is not where we expected. NA's best. They're looking to finish on top of the leaderboard next.
But they've got time, and that's the important fact about it. 2 more games to go, and they also have tomorrow as well. So plenty of time as far as I'm concerned, but I would not have put 100 Thieves that far down the leaderboard, at least at this point in time. And by the way, I do want to point out, Chris Tunn once again did say Falcons, for his hot take, would not place top 3.
What an idiot.
I just want to make sure that stays alive.
Yeah, shave your mustache, Tunn. You're embarrassing. Let's go back to the casters to get game number 8 underway.
Thank you so much, Desk. I love all of the banter that we hear from you and love how you break down all of that. But we are getting ready to head on in here into map number 8. I only had so many French phrases prepared because I thought we were going to be saying them about the Gentlemates. But VKA, hey, they're giving us another reason to use them as well. But they're not the only team who did good in that last game. Let's talk a little bit about Team Vision.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a weird one because they rotate away from Harbor, actually, and that's obviously where we end up playing to go and contest Factory. And many people would have called that out as the wrong move in the long run. However, they actually end up with more points because they get a hell of a lot of kills. So it's certainly working for them. Remember, group stage is all about getting kills, finding points, not necessarily your final placing. It helps, of course, to get that multiplier, but it's not the be-all and end-all. And with them right on the cusp of that top 7 as we get a look at that full leaderboard, they'll be feeling very confident about qualifying at this point. However, still plenty to go yet. And Rock Esports as well, who are in this. They've been phenomenal so far through their performances. Can they continue their prison dominance?
And I know we talked about 100 Thieves a little bit coming on into this game. Currently sitting 13th on the overall. But a fantastic last game puts them in a right position to have 2 more bangers, and they could be finding themselves in top 7 looking at day number 2. Let's get ready to get this next match started though, Enigma, because we brought in some new teams in the last game. We saw some new rotations, some new drop spots, some new aggression coming out from some of our squads. Now that some of the heavy hitters have made an exit. But let's get ready to drop on in, and I don't want to spoil anything, but I can't wait for you guys to see this zone, because let me tell you what, in the words of professionals, it's bad.
Oh, it's a dragger all the way up to one side, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to see it in just a second. But I'll tell you something, 5 Fears, they've had a couple of difficulties so far. If they don't manage to profit from this one, I don't know what we're doing. But then again, they're going to be contested heavily off towards Stronghold. We've got EXO Esports in the vicinity, as well as the Gentlemates all deciding to scrap it out. And there's very good reason for that, ladies and gentlemen. If we don't get a circle finishing here, I don't know what the hell the podcast is telling us.
But here's the thing, Enigma. It's not all of the Gentlemates, it's only 2. Because the final player in Hollow, he's on literally the opposite side of the map, over in Bio, just by himself. That's there. And 5 Fears, they thought they were going to be getting Stronghold for free. Nope, not the case. EXO Esports, they were dropping a Stronghold here as well. Maybe looking like, hey, we think that we can take 5 Fears down. We think we can take this fight early. But I don't think they were expecting to find the little French demon Enkyo running amok.
No, absolutely not. But now you've got to fight this EXO Esports squad. We've got H-Mood, the local here in Riyadh, trying to provide protection from the top tower. Spots Gromlok rolling below, and some great shots will catch him on the rotation. And Enkyo also found and dealt with by Penguin. So that then will have to reset the Gentlemates and their fight and their quest so far to get themselves into this tournament. It's not been a strong day 1 for them. EXO Esports, who've also had their own difficulties, they now have 5 Fears coming back at them. Big man gets the initial damage. Can you slide out and find it? Well, the protection coming on over the top, I've got to assume is from Penguin up there towards the right, doing just enough to keep his teammate alive as they do lose 1 in the fight. So a bit of a reset, a bit of a go again. H-Mood, he's looking good from this top tower if he can continue protecting his boys down low. They're going to do well. Scythe and Big Man fall yet again. 5 Fears being absolutely sent packing.
Yeah, you lose 1 player very early on, but it's not a big, huge deal, right? You have the other players who back on up. Kamud and Notrius do a great job of just kind of looking over a couple of your teammates there. You can see Anxiety has backed on up, just trying to slide around this picket booth, stay alive. Not going to be able to, so for EXO, they do a great job. They sort of win this fight at Stronghold. Gentlemates, they got active a little bit, and they kind of get a couple kills that go on in, and next thing you know, hey, we see a little bit of a different sort of style. Now, my only worry with the Gentlemates, having 2 players land here, die, and then go all the way back to bioweapons, is when we took a look at the zone, it literally cuts off halfway through prison. They have a fat rotation they have to try and make. And for 5 Fears, well, looks like they are still trying to hold on to this location.
Yeah, scrambling bit by bit, piece by piece, being pulled apart here. H-Mood going to get on the aggressor. Trying to find his way up and into this fight. It's not clean, it's not tidy, but you're there. You get one of your boys being knocked, you're there to instantly find the trade though, so it's enough. 5 Fears will continue to be in this region, but honestly, it's actually going to be VKA looking at this, considering rotating in and finding themselves another early rotation to build off the strategy that found them a win in map 7. H-Mood's just going to hold this top tower for now, continue to dish out a little bit of damage, and 5 Fears, well, Anxiety, you're dealt with, you're cut down. Your boys will be here, but I don't know how much longer.
Yeah, I love that this battle's going on at Stronghold, but maybe let's go ahead. Let's take a look what else is happening elsewhere on the map, because with basically half of this map immediately being out of zone, we know how much has to be happening elsewhere that's going on here. I saw Gabe Kuhn in the kill feed doing a nice little trick, bringing himself on down with the Molotov so he could keep the loadout alive for his teams. We can see Gentlemates after that having to regain back at bioweapons. We can see them moving on this sort of northern side of the map as well as they're starting to go their way on in. They're not going to be the only teams that are there as well. You got one member of Inner Circle behind them, just kind of hanging on out. Vertus Pro, they've made their way onto the inside of the prison courtyard. So surprisingly, for such a drastic circle pull, we haven't really seen as many of the, I guess, rotation fights that we would normally come to expect.
No, an interesting one that has happened early though for me. Rock Esports will be the first team to fall. So you end up in a situation where they've had so much dominance of prison, you end up in a spot where so many squads have to rotate through there, and I think they just get overwhelmed in the end. Yes. NKO here up high in a fight against Noobs. Out goes the flash. It does connect for now. And, well, a couple of snakes, a couple of pop-ups will come through, and NKO just going to back down for a second. He doesn't have support. That's the big question here. Smoke's going to try and allow him to escape out the backside. Noobs reads that, tries to push up, doesn't find the timing. Gromlock will find Sage in the feed, so this fight will continue. Gromlock also finds Teeny. Bray dies to FIFA kill, so the Inner Circle, they're wiped out of here. Of course, a lovely story at the minute, but it's not been a great back-to-back set of games so far.
No, I think that Circle kind of maybe threw away their plan just a little bit, did not let them establish themselves where they really wanted to, but I got to give some credit to Virtus Pro, right? They get pushed out of their POI very, very early. We saw them have some absolute dominance from that location in that last game. So now that they have to do something a little bit different, that they have to adapt. Looks like they are still successful, and they're still looking A-OK. 100 Thieves, they're doing a great job. They're still hanging out here at control. Let's go ahead. Let's take a listen in with 100 Thieves.
He's knocked. Okay, not stopping. Okay. Let's get boat. I'm going back to tunnel. We got a lot. We're finding. Yeah, watch the tunnel. Plus 20. Talk to our tunnel side. Yeah, watch top tower. Yeah, it's the top tower. Teammate 3. He's top 3 boat. Top 3 boat. Yeah. I still have right, bro, dude. Yeah, we need money. We can start looting. Dude, we can get a lot of kills from like kids flying in, bro. Should I try and grab this recon? Yeah. Yeah, grab it. Okay. Mortar right here too. Could get a UA. Jeez. What up, holy. Yeah, we could loot up. Another one flying. Can we get angles? I do not have angle right now. 3, 2, 1. Flash it down. Crack. I cut the right, kid, 20. Absolute. One ball, water. Absolute. Yep. We're both shooting 2 different kids. That's all I saw. I'm just looting up right now. We do have enough for advance. On the fire sale, yeah, we just got to play for that fire sale advance.
Seems like it was a little bit of a slight miscomm on some of those players flying on in, but more importantly, though, I like the strategy.
Yeah, no, I love the fact that they're slowing it down. Let's find some money. Let's set ourselves up for the later game, play around the recon. I don't mind it at all. We've seen so many teams try and just punch their way in through various POIs and be cut down early. 100 Thieves refusing to fold to that, keeping themselves locked on the final objective, and that is to work their way systematically across the map. Move over. We'll see Novo in trouble here as Javi's cut down by Big Man. Somehow Fine Feet is still in this fight despite all the struggles earlier on. Never mind, Vortex will deal a blow that turns it into a little bit of a 2v2. Slide on out, Sight's going to be here, and Volcom trapped between a rock and a hard place. Well, truly, Vortex will finish that. A couple of kills in the feed as well for EXO Esports. So we are seeing that squad of Movistar Koi in trouble. Just one player remaining for them. Anxiety trying to hold on here in Stronghold. This battle just back and forth all over the place. 3 teams scrambling over it. That circle's going to let us know where we're going off to next. At best, you're going to be between Stronghold and Living Quarters. So these fights down here, very important.
Listen, I ain't Rebirth Island without a little bit of a stimmy shimmy, that's for sure. Able to play your life, get on out of there, which is huge because you're able to stay alive long enough to get your teammate back on in. You can see Anxiety is here. Big Man gonna go ahead, get his feet on the ground. But in the middle of that whole battle, you know what I did see? It's still Hamoud at top of the satellite tower, raining it down from above, still being able to find those picks. So EXO Esports, seemingly they figured out the Stronghold strategy, which is basically take a page out of the Falcons book. Go ahead, hold it on down, especially when you get zone, and just look over all of this entire area. Take your picks where you can. They want to be able to play down here, but a number of other teams, they want to play from that top side as well, splitting a map in about half and half right now. So while these teams battle it out down here, you can have the whole other half of the lobby up on top. And for the time being, well, Novo, you're basically just trying to get as many kills as you possibly can. 2 teammates eliminated. We are still a little bit away from Resurgence being disabled, but we are missing 4 teams.
You're right to make the call about the Resurgence still being up, but not for much longer. Vision Esports, they recognize an opportunity to third party this situation. They swarm. That's going to be shot in the back by Dongi, and Sage as well gets spotted up high. So Vision Esports aware that they're being contested right now. FIFA kill guiding the sniper rifle over the wrong side of that fight. and will instead decide to push forward, find Scum in an AG Global. Or, well, I will tentatively say wipe, because that thing's lied to us a couple of times, but I think we all good to call that one. Scum wasn't expecting that, I don't think, and he ended up being cut down at a moment where he probably wishes he'd just stayed up in the fight. Movistar Koi, they're still alive. They're in this living quarters as well. Next to be contested by Vision Esports as they think about the push, but it's trying to break this down. You do have the numbers in a 3v2, but you got to play this together.
I think if you are Vision right now, you're doing what you can. Try and break this trophy system. Do what you can to make sure that you can throw all of your ordnance up through this window. But there's really only one way on in to this building, unless you have somebody who wants to try and hit this nice little hop up on the outside. But I think for the time being, they realize saying, hey, it isn't worth us trying to throw some life away to just get a couple more kills on the board. On this top side, though, take a look at this. Virtus Pro, they've moved on up towards headquarters, and it's going to be Aizen and Kazu actually find noobs in the meantime. And for 100 Thieves, they've gone ahead. They've spent all of their money. We heard them talking in that listening about grabbing an advanced UAV, and that is going to be so crucial for them once this zone pulls on how they want to go ahead and try and play it. They have a pretty wide open cut down into this zone, and we can see them. They're rotating all through the bottom side. We have Gamax all out in the water as a team. EXO Esports holding the satellite. A number of trios just picking their POI, picking their power position, and they do not want to move.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, if I'm EXO Esports, I'm a little bit nervous because yours is on the edge of the circle, so likely going to be you moved on shortly. Living Quarters teams as well are going to have to consider that rotation in. It is probably going to be the squads that are holding themselves in these mid-buildings. That is Squad 11, also known as Novo Esports, and of course the 5 Fears, who, for me, relatively central zone, probably feeling best about that POI. Sure. But, I mean, kills-wise right now, a couple coming through for 100 Thieves as they navigate their way down. But all teams right now kind of trying to assess the route. They're giving a bit of breathing room.
I think 100 Thieves has a realization that VP is above them. They would love to be able to take out a strong team like that in this lobby, get some more kills on the side. And it might be easy when we have VKA holding top green. They have their sights set on Vertus Pro as well. Damage going in from across. You can see Blast, he gets the knock onto Sage. VDOT's good for the full. And already it's just Donkey, last one alive. Blast currently on 9, getting a little bit back to the form that we have seen him do through the qualifiers and through recent events. Really starting to feel himself, really starting to have that confidence that we know and love coming out of him. It's just Dongi alive. Can he manage to get inside this building? It looks like he's able to. As you can see in your top left corner here, folks, let's watch where that zone pulls on over to.
And Kazu's the linchpin here for me because he's in a spot where we can look over anyone rotating through this area, so he could be a real problem for multiple teams. They are going to have to rotate away soon. Movistar Koi positioning themselves down beneath. Also got one play out towards the shoreline just in case of late rotators. But this spot here, this VKA location, is the one that's caused so many other teams problems, and 100 Thieves over the far side, giving them the room, set themselves up center zone instead. As that circle tells us exactly where we're going to go. My friend, it is out in the open as much as you could possibly hope for. This will turn into a bloodbath real soon.
I think the only people who are set up for this is 100 Thieves. They're kind of right on the edge of it. They can gatekeep this VKA squad. Donkey finally gets dropped from Vertus Pro. They could hold out Movistar Koi. They can hold out VKA if they want to. And if they're able to do that, they just turn their sights down below at all of these teams down here at Stronghold. Finally, EXO Esports, they start to make the move. They hop on down, being above Novo. Just laying in wait. Do you start to make this movement forward? On the other side, there's a lot of teams that are starting to move as well. You can see Movistar Koi, Go Clamp. He's good for a nice little two-piece as he finds it. Team Vision on the other side. 5 Fears, they are hanging on as well. Great shots across the way. Notrius going to hit that stim. Tries to reset the health regen. Maybe you can play from a different angle. On to Big Man. A beautiful play from Notrius to find a member of 5 Fears. Cut them down. And we are at that point where if you're getting knocked now, guess what? You're not coming back in unless it's bot.
The zone pull's outrageous, by the way. It's right into Stronghold, pulling off towards this bottom corner where Vision Esports had actually set themselves up. And they've still got all 3 members. Needed a couple of revives, but you've actually managed to find the kill onto Anxiety. Blast finishes off what's left of VKA, so the 100 Thieves are still holding the high ground. Got to find their way across. However, you lose a couple of bodies if you are Vision Esports, and that could well destabilize your defensive hold later on. It's a bloodbath. It's all over the feed. It's Novo Esports being eliminated. Gamax are here to join the party. We're down to our top 6 teams, but pretty much everybody is in bits and pieces except for EXO.
Yeah, if ELOM can get Sucro back up, that is huge. But 100 Thieves, they've made a fast rotation. They want to get a little bit active. They're still up as a 3, and Lennon, he's still alive and kicking. He's still in the kill feed. He's currently sitting on 6 right now. And I think they're just looking to hold the smite little corner of the Stronghold. 5 teams remain as Blast finds sight. 5 Fears finally get some points on the board, and it's a great angle for Blast. Swings out onto the outside. 12 kills to Racim's name. He's looking to make it even more.
Gabe Kuhn and Skull go on the hunt, and they find all of EXO Esports. 2 high, 1 low, squeezing, throttling, and suffocating anybody in their path. Vision Esports, though, they'll actually find Gabe, and then Lennon and Echo are here to join the party for sure. 3 teams left, only 4 players, though.
Heavy Skullface, he's just trying to do what he can, but Nanods goes huge! It's a double kill on the Echo and Lennon! Just like that, we get down to a final 1v1. It's Skullface, it's Nanods, 100 Thieves! We were looking for them to get on the leaderboard. Finally, they do it. A monumental game from Blast, showing everybody that they are the team we expected them to be.
It's the rotation. It's the way that they find themselves from that far side up near living quarters into the stronghold fight. What they do is they just kind of tuck themselves in towards the rocks and then hug that southern wall, slipping basically through the side of the building, through that alleyway that so many people kind of forget exists, and they're just finding a couple of free kills on the backside that allows them then to get on the aggression late on once there's bits and pieces of other teams. It's just a wonderful job from 100 Thieves. That composure that we talked about earlier, when we got that listening, we said they're controlling the situation, they're not panicking, they're not throwing their life away, and that shows big time there as they seal the deal. And they've not been bad so far, they've not been awful, but that is much more like the 100 Thieves we expected here in Riyadh.
Yes, we expected greatness from this team. A little bit of a understanding that maybe they only win games when they get the control center pull. Not going to be the case this time. Great movement out of them. And well, let's see if they can keep it going, Enigma, because we have one more game left here today. We're going to go to a quick break, everybody, and we'll be right back with our last final game of the day.
Good shit, baby, come on.
This land is calling.
I'm come back up. Yeah. I like smoke. One more. Yeah. One more top. I locked it. Come on. Reloading. Mama. What's the doorway? Yeah. Nice. People are Fuck, I fucked up. My bad. There's two. I found on accident, bro. You're good. It's a do one there. They're coming out. 1v1. Come on, baby. Fucking shit, bro. Good shit, baby. Come on. Let's go, bro. Come on, man. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go.
Somewhere in Texas, Nate Shot is smiling ear to ear right now because Blast and his crew just pulled up a big dub. We got to talk about another team, though, before we dive deep into 100 Thieves. Ellen, we mentioned everyone on that right side of our scoreboard needed to have a big game, and we highlighted 3 teams. XO was one of them.
Yeah, and they were a team that switched up at their landing stronghold, contesting 5 fears, but it was just these 2 teams that just kept going back and forth.
Tell them what you told me. Hamoud was farming them.
I was going to say, yeah, that's literally what I was about to say. Hamoud being the player that he is, quiet anchored, just farming them, sniping, getting those picks in the tower.
It doesn't look like Stronghold is the place to be right now for a certain team, but for others, they are really scoring big there. Who else had a crucial Game 8?
Crucial Game 8, 100 Thieves. I mean, without a doubt, right? Getting that win. We talked about how low they were in the standings. Granted, 2 more games to go, but 2 more games isn't a lot. That can pass very quickly. So for them getting this victory, it was critical because now I think they probably unofficially break into about top 7, if not, probably around there. Skullface, he never loses his once. Like I said, Solo YOLO winner from 2023. He's going to win every time.
Great call.
Still not a better Solo YOLO winner than Scump. But I will say, how about Team Vision, bro? They have actually had 2 very salvage drops after last game in 7. They had to do a long water route to get themselves a buyback, ended up finishing in the top 3. This game, same situation, kind of way out towards Chem, had to go all the way down through boat to get over towards Stronghold again, and they somehow found themselves in the mix, the late circle. So considering they have gotten blessed at all by circles, this team is rotating and playing very well to get to the late game.
You were speaking of circles, and like I was talking about that Hamoud team roading outside of Stronghold, which they thought zone pull was going to go there. Guess what? It didn't. And a team that was also in the final standings was Movie Star Koi and Novo Esports, which that was a team that was holding Hamoud squad. So pretty cool to see them up there in the standings, Chris.
Now, I do want to call out Koi finished 2nd in that game. Nito drops a double kill, a 2v1 at the end. They only get 9 kills. So, Koi, I know you're playing for the win. Maybe we need to start fragging out a little bit more. How do you do that with just 1 drop left?
If it was last year, playing for the win would have made much more sense with the 2x multiplier. Now that it's 1.6, you've got to slay out. And for Movie Star Koi, we know they have the ability to do it. We witnessed it when they were playing against Group A a little bit earlier. So I know they can slay out. Now it's about getting the confidence and just full sending it. You have respawns for a reason. It's Resurgence. Now it's time to get active.
We're going to get active here in just a moment with our 9th drop of day number 1. Before that, let's take a look at our overall standings. With those with bad vision at home on their cell phone, go ahead and walk me through this, Alan. What do we see?
Yeah, the big bump here is you look at the teams that were on the right side of your board and no longer are. Team Vision has a big bump up right there. Virtus Pro cracks into the top 3 in terms of, again, not just looking at this overall, but on top of that, also things like World Cup standings, which they're going to be looking for in particular. But 100 Thieves all the way up to number 2. That's a significant jump. Did not expect that, but hey, that's what happens when you get a win and a lot of kills with it.
Yeah, I mean, credits to Blast. I mean, right, he was really leading that charge in the final game moments, and then, like, he had an engagement against Movie Star Koi, I think, where he decided, let's back down, let's take the high ground, and even though Gabe messed up, they still were able to close out.
Now, I do want to call out a few teams here. 100 Thieves in 2nd, Vertus Pro, and I look a little bit down further, you got Rock Esports and VKA. All with potential to win this final drop. Who is going to finish in 2nd?
Ooh, 2nd. Man, honestly, I'm feeling Vision. They've been highly consistent. 2nd place in the last game, 3rd place. Well, excuse me, 2nd place 2 games ago, 3rd place in the last game. And if they get blessed by Zone over on the factory side, I could definitely see them taking it and overtaking a 100 Thieves spot in 2nd.
Ellen?
I'm just going to say movie star Koi, man. I mean, every one of those individual players, and I'm just going to throw a random team out there just because, you know, we know our top NA teams are looking pretty good, but you got to give them their flowers because they were sitting dead last, I think, in scrims. The last 4 scrims, 100 Thieves was like, we're going to push you out. We're going to make you, you know, beat burgers. They're not. They've been doing really well and could make it and qualify.
Casters, I know you're not supposed to be biased, but I need to know who finishes in second tonight. Is it 100 Thieves or Virtus Pro?
Well, Chris Puckett, I can only say one thing, buddy, with my full chest, full bias. I'm thinking Thieves, baby, after watching that last game. I mean, for them to go from that right side of the leaderboard on the overall in one singular game to jump to now second overall, to me, you have to be any of these teams looking at Enigma saying, hey, all it takes is one game for us to get into the mix.
Yeah, and I think as well the way in which they executed in that previous game, the composure, the control, not just to lock down control, but then how they played it in from there, very impressive indeed, and signs of that squad coming to life, finding their footing on LAN after a couple of difficult early games. I think, honestly, though, I'm not going with either of those. I think I'm going to agree with reflections and talk about this team vision lineup. I think that if they get that zone pulling off towards their side, they look really good to hold it. I think earlier on they had that situation where they rotated away a little bit early on the hunt for kills, and that, well, it got them some kills, but not necessarily the placement. I think they've been consistent all damn day, and I'm looking to see them leapfrog their way up into that second place. But of course, for many of our teams, it's about finishing inside the top 7 today, and we have quite a few squads that are a mile off that, and unfortunately, one of those being my Gentlemates. You've also got Gamax, all struggling right now, need to find the form online. You do not want to be going into day 2 staring down the barrel.
Yeah, if you're one of these teams, you need to be as consistent as Enigma is with his EU bias, and that is for certain. If you want to try and be in that top 7 to be able just to skip our elimination day and find yourself sitting pretty for our day of finals. But I love that you bring up some of these squads, like the Gentlemates, right? Here's the thing, right? We know how good this team can be in different game modes.
Yeah.
But we went into that EU qualifier, you and I sat there and casted it, we did all of our prep, and we said, Gentlemates is a team that is going to be a problem. And what happened? They barely squeaked on in to find themselves here. I had hoped that maybe they had, you know, done their study, done their prep, figured out some of their issues and what they wanted to do. It just feels like maybe they haven't been able to.
Yeah, one of the problems was in those qualifiers that they were trying to do the Falcon strategy from last year because Falcons weren't in the qualifiers, and while it gets you there just about, the problem was that they then had to change their strategy completely coming into LAN, and I don't think they've had enough reps really to just figure out what it is that they want to do. They won't get too many more before we start talking last chance qualifiers. That's a typical spot to be in, of course. So yeah, they've really got to come online, have the Frenchmen. But then again, as much as I love them, there is of course plenty of other talent out here to talk about, and that is the other Frenchman, VKA.
Yeah.
God, they shouldn't be here, quite frankly. Handed an opportunity, they're only gaining that bonus opportunity by 0.6 points. If the Germans had picked up 1 extra kill, they'd be here instead.
Yes.
So VKA not missing a beat here, showing up and doing a fantastic job, leading their own revolution. But if we are going to see the climax to day 1 and line up so many of these stories into day 2, we have to, of course, drop into map number 9. And my friend, we're just seconds away from seeing where that takes us.
For some squads, it's a Cinderella story. For others, it is a horror novel in the writing. Game number 9 of day 1 of the Esports World Cup for Call of Duty Warzone here in 2025 starts now. This is your last opportunity to get those points on the board and feel good about your chances going into day number 2.
And I will spoil nice and early, ladies and gentlemen, we do get a zone that pulls heavily, seemingly either towards Harbour, Chem, Prison, maybe somewhere in between the 3. You know how we can be here in Warzone. But the action kicks off early, in control of all places. 100 Thieves, despite a very impressive previous map, find nothing but shotgun shells to the damn chest as Volcom, the rest of the Movistar Koi, run amok.
That was game 7. We saw Movistar Koi land down on the boat. Game 8, they're kind of nowhere to be found. And here in game 9, when push comes to shove, well, hey, they answer right back on the top of the 100 Thieves. And well, we had our questions about the Gentlemates, but I'm looking at the kill feed, and I'm seeing Echo going crazy over at Bioweapons. Great job from them to be able to find a lot of those kills that are there. And well, surprisingly, up at Grandma's, EXO Esports, yet again, have moved.
It's an interesting one, this, because every time we've tuned into AG Global, they want their anchor in that tower. They are not finding the win for that. consistently bullied away. They need to find a way to get themselves going, because the thing is, you can't really have your Slayers in scumming and so, for example, pushing out and finding those kills if your anchor isn't in position, because it leaves you highly exposed. It's why they're struggling to get going as we tune in with 9Z Globe and that squad coming in from Argentina. Talking about a couple of these boys coming into this weekend, they'd never flown long-distance planes before this tournament. An insane story for sure.
Yeah, love seeing them being on in here. Would love to see them get to our finals day, because they have a very, very cool story that deserves to be told. They've had some moments of greatness, oftentimes off the back of Alatu, who loves to stay up in that tower, and I think make it a little bit difficult for AG Global to be here. But as I'm looking at the skill feed Enigma, I am seeing AG Global seems like maybe they've won this contest here in our final map of the day. As we can see, Scummin and Nate Dogg, I think, working together in tandem to make sure that they can bring them down.
Yeah, for everything that I was trying to set up about the lovely story to do with 9Z, by the way, they are the first team won. So I am sorry, gentlemen.
They call it the caster curse, baby.
In full flow, as AG Global finally get a hold of the tower. We will tune in with 5 Fears. Of course, a lot of eyes on them for good reason right now. They are starting to find a couple of kills and managed to stay alive a lot longer than they probably should have in the last map, but it's a hell of a rotation for them from here. Stopping them en route will be AG Global, of course, holding the tower. You then also got presence in this headquarters region from Esports, and off towards factory side is going to be none other than Team Vision, so not an easy crossing from this point on.
No, not at all. We see Skullface getting a kill onto Goat Clamp in the meantime as well, but look who's starting to move their way on in. It's Novo. They want to get active here at Control. We knew this was going to happen when we walked into this group stage. Obviously, with both Movistar Koi and 100 Thieves being in the same group, we said, okay, we understand this contest can happen, but what's going to happen when they go against the other groups? And we're starting to see that now with Novo starting to get a little bit of a third-party action rolling. And when we kind of see on our mini-map right there, it looks like 100 Thieves, they've decided to kind of disperse for the moment, figure out a different area they would like to hang on to.
Yeah, indeed, and well, we get a look at Rock Esports in prison, and Noobs is going to back Vision down as Virtus.pro want to fight for this. Rock Esports went down very early last map, and it's all about how they're going to fight for this. Noobs does a great job over the top to find Prodigy. And what do you do here if you're Rock? Well, Wars goes down as well, so Vision's just going to have to try to get the hell out of here. The problem is you're going to land in Noobs' lap, and that will be Rock dealt with. Had a fantastic start to the day. You could argue the first 4 or 5 maps better, well, first 4 at least better than many would have expected, but the last 2, they'll want to watch these ones back and do a bit of odd reviewing, because it has not been a good climax today.
No, it is not. In 5 gears, well, look where they are. They get a little bit of just desserts playing alongside this grandma side, answering on back to EXO Esports. So as the zone has pulled a lot of these teams outside of that stronghold area, kind of up here towards this prison side, you got to take the fight to somebody when you're on this rotation. And well, it looks like the 5 gears starting to be able to maybe find some of those kills that they have been so desperate for. The problem is now that you've made your way on up, you have this team who loves hanging out here and loves farming some of these teams that make their way towards grandmas. And you're starting to see maybe a little bit of success finally for AG Global, as this is what they've been known to do. It is hold down this headquarters area and just kind of keep their heads on a swivel and shoot at anything that moves.
White Shot's going to tell us a couple of things here, but one of them is that 5 Fears is starting to collapse on towards this AG Global fight. Nate Dogg's going to get aggressive here, so I'm trying to provide support over the top using that Cypher. LC10 though for Nate Dogg. He's going to try and get aggressive. It's just avoiding being isolated. You want to get into this fight, but with your teammates backing you up. So trying to bait them in up the stairwell. Scum's going to send out the Prox mine, but the problem is you're kind of arriving in bits and pieces. Nate Dogg needed to recover, put plates in, so Scummin then tries to help. He gets found. 5 Fears might have punched their way through another hole, and they're trying to solve a couple of the problems that they've had by just simply playing together, turtling and using their numbers to flatten anything in front of us.
Yeah, Nate Dogg not able to get on out of that one. Just gets caught on the hop on over. So it's going to be only one player left from AG Global, who has made their way into prison, which seems all fine and dandy until we remember that, well, Vertus Pro, they had made their way on up. Down towards the industry side, though, we can see Gamax already still trying to be able to bring it to the Gentlemates. And wow, what a win from Elolam. Nice little slide shot to make it happen. Can he find the second? No, he can't. Noobs there to play a little bit of a spoiler. And I'm looking at this mini-map here, Enigma, and well, Noobs just kind of by himself just slides on down out of prison, goes and finds that one, and it looks like they're just going to kind of push on back to Chemical. You got one player who's just hanging on out back there, and that should be enough for Noobs and Dongi to kind of start flexing out of this POI that we know and love.
Yeah, especially considering the way the situation is going on that side of the map. So many teams just trying to recover this. They could just go and mop all of that up. You do get Orbs finding one here in a circle, just trying to find a couple of bits and pieces of this 5 Fears team, but with 5 Fears coming out on top, up in this engagement. Anxiety and Scythe continuing to roam through prison. There will be company from AG Global potentially. We move on over to the fight that's happening at Bioweapons. 100 Thieves recovering. You've got Hollow down low. You've also got Netodds assessing this one from a distance, just trying to get his boys back in. They will spawn on the opposite side of the map. Maybe float on over. This bioweapons could be huge. It's probably a chemical zone, to be honest, towards the end. That's where Virtus.pro are going to largely set themselves up. But a regain here would give you a great rotation for later.
Yeah, I do love that 100 Thieves have basically just cut all the way across the map, decided to put their feet right here at bioweapons, because I agree. I think this is, if you can't hold chemical, hold the next best one. And I think that's going to be bio. It lets you look down towards this north side of the map. It lets you hold all the southern side. If anybody tries to make their way through industries, you're going to have a great idea as well. Glass engaging that drone, just trying to get an idea of maybe where there's some people around him, and I think he's going to get an idea that potentially Hollow is sitting underneath as well. So do they go ahead? Do they try and make that happen? Not entirely certain. Virtus.pro at distance, looking to just be a nuisance for 100 Thieves for the time being, and well, right below them at Industry, you have the Gentlemates as well, who are still hanging on. Hollow, 0 kills to his name. Don't usually expect a lot from the Anchor, but you also at least expect something.
Yeah, it's been a difficult game for Gentlemates and none more so than for their Anchor, and it will get even worse as he gets shot in the back, and I don't think you're getting away from that one. You're absolutely not. As Gabe finds you, Gromlock and Enko then going to try and reset in the Industries as the circle squeezes yet more teams off towards the chemical side of the map. I can tell you that AG Global have a bit of lands across. They also have company from a hell of a lot of teams here in prison. Five Fears being one of them. They continue to survive for now. Novo Esports being the other. So at some point, those three teams are going to meet each other, and it's going to get very messy. We've seen Novo dying in the feed to 5 Fears, so they're coming out on top in that little bit of an engagement. The wide shot gives us the perspective that we want. This fight will last a bit longer. However, once we start talking that fourth circle, it will move everybody. So you want to be in the best possible position for rotations.
Yeah, I was just kind of looking over this. I'm like, man, there's so many teams at prison right now. Like, where do you try and play out of this? I think AG Global probably has the best idea, and that is just to kind of play from a different side. Unfortunately for Nate Dogg, though, he tries to join up with his teammates, and he just gets taken out from the sky. And, well, we're starting to see a little bit of a battle here at Chemical from two teams who make no surprise. They know this fight inside and out, as it is Team Vision tries to make their way on in, but Virtus.pro, it is just them running as a death ball right now, as they just absolutely put to dirt both Lennon and Echo. Thankfully, FIFA Kill, he's still alive elsewhere. We'll see them get brought back on in, but I think Virtus.pro, it's a little bit of a slap in the hand saying, hey, no, this is our POI. It's not yours anymore.
Well, a team that has been trying to recover is 5 Fears, and let's find out how they're doing that with the listening.
Watch that fight, just kill these guys. Another ranch, another ranch. Repop. Here, money. Do not let these kids cut in for free, bro. I have to cover for the advance, I have to. Yeah, I'm taking the top height. I'm up. So let's go. I left it to you, just pop them. Okay. You have a PA, remember that. He's sniping, bro, it's landing on, there's 3 of them. You have a PA to force anything. Yeah. They're rowing. They're turning around. Just bang out the solo, Zed, bang out the solo. Cracked, bro, they're fucking in the scabs, bro. Get it. I'll tall. I'm straight down, one shot. Tempered. They have quick armor. They're gonna armor up quick. We're good for the zone. Go cam. I'm grabbing the armor box. Go cam, it's free. Yeah, you see the solo, yeah? Go sit down.
Scythe doing a lot of the leading of the comms there, just trying to give his boys an opportunity to calm. You could hear the nerves when we first went in, I think. They recognize that they're in a better opportunity than they've been most of the day. But Scythe just assesses what we've got here and how we can play this out. And it's a great rotation actually into Chem, and you start to get damage. You find perches as well onto Virtus.pro as Noobs is cleaned up. I'll say, by the way, in the back, Team Vision did not get wiped. They just about are surviving over towards prison side. So Killfeed giving us a little bit of a do-si-do there, I think is the term you use, my friend.
Yes.
But this is an incredible rotation, actually. Out of 5 Fears, they find themselves into Chem. They've got Virtus.pro recovering nearby, and everybody else, they're going to want this land, and they're going to have to do it mostly in bits and pieces.
Yeah, you have a couple big squads around you, though, who see the position that you have, and they want to take it from you. Also, while that fight was going on, we watched the Gentlemates get taken off the map as well, so they're going to be away from that top 5, that 1.4 times multiplier that they are desperately looking for. But for 5 Fears, I'm totally in agreement with you. That listen-in didn't feel good when we went on over. I wasn't feeling super confident about it, but hey, guess what? It was enough for them to be able to get into that positioning. For some of our other teams, though, it's about where can you also play if you can't manage to hold Chem. We watched Team Vision. They wanted to try and take Chem. They lose the fight against VP. They have to back on up. So where's the next best spot? They want to play underneath here at Gens. FIFA Kill, sniper in hand, hoping to get an opening pick.
Interesting fight going on off towards this north side. We are going to get a look at it. 100 Thieves against VP. There was not Peach However, I don't think anyone actually struck a finishing blow. Actually, yes, you will be missing one of the Vertus Pro players, so 2v3. They're going to have to back off, reassess that situation. That might force them into 5 fears. Then again, they might try and just counter-wrap that and blast Worried as he gets picked up by the nade. You're going to have this Gamax team rolling in from the backside. They need a big game to close things out here, and they're flooding.
We could see a third party from 100 Thieves. If they watch this fight happen below them, they could try and activate, clean it on up if they wanted to, as they are playing from above. And Sage, last player alive. He's got to go ahead. He's got to back on up, try to stay alive for the time being. And here we go, 100 Thieves. They're going to drop on and down. You're trying to make it happen. Tenix, he's able to slide on in. Is good for some trades, but Skullface will deal the final blow. Gamax, I believe, taken out of this lobby. 100 Thieves getting a little active, getting some more points on the board, continuing that momentum off a last game win.
By the way, off screen, we've actually had 5 Fears manage to bully Vision out of Chem. So you've ended up in a situation where they've got control of that again. It's 5 Fears as Vision try and recover nearer to the harbor side, just left relatively out in the open. Will have placing though for top 5, so it's all about assessing this next push in. 100 Thieves are going to be squeezed by gas. We get a quick look at the fact that Novo not in a great spot. He'll looking to finish this, finds Cams. There will be one more left in the water, but the Overwatch is a problem, and that zone is going to pull to the opposite side of this Chem building, so a huge position for Vision to try and rotate to.
Novo taken on down. While that's all happening, Skullface, he makes a gas play, gets a buyback on in. So all 3 members of 100 Thieves, they're going to be here in game, playing from below. He's good for 1. Blast was his ones on the other side. Echo and Lennon taken on down. You still got FIFA Kill down below, but he's going to have to make his way up to that buy station if he wants to try and get his teammates back on in, and Scythe will not let it happen. Final 3 teams sitting out here. We still got a member of Virtus Pro hanging on out. It's 100 Thieves looking to go back-to-back, and maybe, finally, some life out of 5 Fears.
Sage just desperately trying to third-party some sort of situation, just hold on for dear life. He has 3 kills. Can you get any cherry on the cake here for getting into top 3? But it's a 3v3 potentially happening above. 100 Thieves are going to have the bottom portion of the building. 5 Fears up top. They have the overlook. They have the overwatch. Will that result in a map win for them?
100 Thieves. They sense the blood in the water, the nerves running through 5 Fears right now. This is the first time they've looked good all day. They've made the right decisions. It's just all about closing it out now. It's about silencing the haters in this moment. It's either go big or potentially go home if you can make it happen, as they sit on top of Chemical, just begging anybody to scam.
Zone starting to squeeze. Sage will have to move, and Xayah team may well have the look over. Thieves have a player out towards gas. Is that a wrap potentially coming in? No, I think you're assessing that situation, deciding against it. Sage, well, I love you, buddy, but this is a difficult place to be in for sure. Going to try and get high. Big man's going to dive, though, and the bodies fly. So where does Sage actually come into this? Keep an eye on him potentially arriving. Big man going to get up close. LC10 in hand. Skullface Blast come prowling out of the doorway. Hand in hand, there's a pinstripe feed for pretty much everybody. 100 Thieves lose 2 bodies in this. Sage is still up.
How do you make this happen? Big man, he's still alive. He's still in zone, trying to be able just to keep it alive. That's there. Sage will get the confirmation onto Blast. He's dropped on down. Gas is ticking. He doesn't have a gas mask. It's just not enough. He's still able to stay here. He goes down. He has to self-revive, though. Are we going to get into a final moment of a heal-off, potentially? He's able to get it. Finally, 100 Thieves take it on out. Sage hops on up. He finds Big Man. He's looking for Scythe. Can you manage to find him? He's just playing around this buy station. We'll make sure there's no opportunity to get the teammate back on in, but he's got a self. It's a heal off, ladies and gentlemen, and well, it might have been the way 5 Fears wanted to take the win, but a win is a win in the W column. They get some much needed points on the board, and maybe finally we're starting to see the rust come off from these inexperienced players.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions. Let's be straight up about that, about this 5 Fears team. They come 3rd in North America. They've surprised pretty much everybody all year long. Seemingly 3 players that were not a part of anyone's conversation, putting themselves on the map. And of course, that raises eyebrows. You come into today, it's been a very tough day.
Yes.
Could that be an awful landing spot that they need to reassess? Potentially. Could that be land nerves? Very much so, as we see them finally come online here towards the end, doing a great job of keeping themselves alive for a long time in map 8, but also here in map 9, sealing the deal with some great rotations, some great positioning. And you got to remember, they had to bully away some big teams there. Vision Esports were sent packing just when it looked like they'd put themselves in a great spot. They're fighting off against 100 Thieves, they're fighting off against VP, and they do enough to seal the deal at the end of the day.
Yeah, and we got to talk about Sage as well. Being able to stay alive for so long and coming down to be the team in second. Those are the type of plays we're going to be looking at all week long, because that could be the difference between a good game and a pretty solid game. And for a team like Virtus Pro, we heard from the desk, we were looking at a couple of the different teams who could have ended up in second. We were talking about 100 Thieves, we were talking about Team Vision. Virtus Pro had to also be one of those squads we talked about. And with games like that, being able to have that consistency that we know that they love to have, it's a great way to maybe start having the Falcons think about saying, all right, maybe we do need to be just a titch worried.
I think with the Falcons, it's just a case of how many motions have you ran through? I've already seen them start to test out different strategies, landing over the bioweapons, for God's sake, if you are two of their players. So I think nice and early here, Falcons feeling very comfortable. For others, about finding their footing. I think one of the big things, of course, is seeing Thieves stay alive for so long as well. Thought that they were going to be wiped way before they were. But we will get the leaderboard tally. We will tell you all exactly what that looks like. But in the meantime, let's get over to an interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I've got FIFA Kill here from Team Vision, a familiar face to a lot of you at home and, of course, here in the arena. FIFA Kill, let's have a quick chat. I want to kind of just get your scope of how you feel day one has gone. You were 6th place coming into that final map. I think after securing that 4th position, you guys have probably climbed a little bit more. How are you feeling about today?
I mean, honestly, couldn't really have gone better. We knew we were going to be kind of one of the best teams first 3 games. We kind of adapted to that. It didn't go as well as we'd hoped, but we found different strategy and it went perfectly. Next 3 games, I don't think anyone expected us to go factory. No one conned it. That was 3 big points and job's done, really, isn't it?
Job's done. Easy peasy. Now, maybe it's a good time to give some props to your teammates as well after day one. Talk about Echo. What's it like teaming with Echo? Hardcore, grinds the game, absolutely loves it. And maybe a teammate that not many of us know too much about.
I was actually hoping you'd ask me this because my teammates today just went out of this world, bro. They were playing unbelievable. Obviously, first map, maybe Len started a bit slower than usual. 3rd map comes out with 11. Echo goes without saying. I mean, the guys got great calls. Some of the situations we got out of, some of the zone pulls, and we're always in that middle zone, getting that placement. Couldn't ask for more from the boys. Great plays from them.
Yeah, great plays from them. I think we've got to talk about your return to the main stage, my friend, because come on, a little bit of a hiatus. You've come back. Is it scratching that competitive itch now? How does it feel to be here under the bright lights once again?
I mean, to be honest, I wasn't going to compete this year, but like my viewers, my Shed gang, shout out to them. They've just missed it so much, and I always want to make them happy. So being back here and just killing it feels so good. Obviously, being on the stage with the boys and actually showing out for everyone, just best feeling ever. So yeah, happy to be back.
Well, a really impressive day one FIFA Kill. Congratulations. We can't wait to see what you guys bring to the studio tomorrow. I was going to say today. Tomorrow. But for now, let's go back to the desk to round out what we saw in day one of the group stage.
Thank you, Barney. Yes, we have 9 more drops tomorrow, but first, let's take a look here at the finish to our epic drop number 9. What do we see, Taylor?
Epic indeed. Sage stays alive for the longest time, but it was a battle between 100 Thieves, Vertus Pro, and 5 Fierce finally making a deep run, but it got a bit sketchy towards the end with Sage going against Scythe, and Scythe was able to stand back up just in the nick of time to take the win. 5 Fierce out of nowhere getting a win.
Yeah, 5 Fierce. If your social media team doesn't get on Twitter right now and clap back against the Falcons, I'll be so disappointed because everyone put you under the microscope after failing all day long.
That's right.
They showcase how they earned that number 3 seed for North America. Dream, you got to give them credit.
Absolutely. I mean, but that was really looking like a 100 Thieves win for the longest, especially with all of them being alive. And then, well, Sage just completely ruined that engagement.
No, I think the biggest thing here for 5 Fierce is always like, again, you take what's in front of you. You know for a fact Falcons aren't dropping. 3 straight drops over towards Stronghold. A couple of mixy battles in the first 2, but finally they get a little space to work with. It's a bit of a pillow fight for a while until Scythe shows up. And that's the biggest story is finally you start to see the frag potential that 5 Fierce has, why this organization believed in this roster, and, of course, matching what they did at the qualifier finally here on the international stage.
Is there a star player on this roster, or do you feel they're just a well-balanced team?
It feels like Scythe is based on how he played just this last map.
Leadership.
Yeah, I think just generally speaking. Plus, he was solo, single-handedly dealing with a number of major opponents coming his way. So I like Scythe in that.
Let's give it a buck, Dream. They went from 0 to hero. They were at the bottom of the leaderboard before this game.
But going into this, though, the biggest slayer of this team was actually Big Man. So there was a lot of pressure, and people are saying, hey, if you don't have Big Man, you don't have 5 Fears. So for Scythe to be able to pick it up and clutch right here in the end, superb.
I want to say, I think this is the first time we've seen 5 Fears leave Stronghold. The first time they've had a chance to even leave because they've been getting gate kept by, Team Falcons with Ahsoka and Co. and other rosters. So if they make it out, maybe they have a deep run, but it's a matter when Group A gets back involved again.
Before the game, I asked you, who should we put eyes on, Virtus Pro or 100 Thieves? While we're still tallying the score, let's take a look at some of the highlights from Noobs and Friends.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, again, the slow start at the beginning of the day immediately counteracted with what they were able to do in the back half of today. It's just one of those things that it didn't feel like that first drop was indicative of what we were going to experience from Virtus Pro. Everything since then has been right on the money. Okay. Dongy's fragging, Noobs is calling plays, and Sage, of course, staying alive. And a couple of the key moments, especially that last drop, helped Virtus Pro get to one of the top kill tallies overall and one of the strongest point tallies after day one.
Yeah, Virtus Pro is a team that came in very excited for. Again, Sage transfers back from a coach now into the player seat and does not disappoint. Like you said, the start wasn't indicative to how they ended up ending, but it does show how high of a skill ceiling this Virtus Pro roster has.
Ellen, what's better right now in Resurgence, brawn or brains?
In this, it seems like brawn today, right? But you gotta have brains overall in Call of Duty because we know
to win
Call of
EWC,
Duty,
you're going with the brain.
Yeah, no, I'm trolling you. Call of Duty, we always say it's 90% mental, 10% gun skill, right? Maybe there's a little bit of a difference in that equation, but here today for Virtus Pro, they played so smart, and we love to see Noobs get into the mix, more aggressive with that LC-10.
Alan, I know you're a huge fan of slumber parties. You keep talking about pillow fights.
Yeah.
I want to see bare knuckle boxing tomorrow, right? We want to see it get a little bit more aggro, finish the kills. Where do they need to do it on the map? What was the hot drop from day number 1?
I think the thing about it is not necessarily the drop spot. It's where we're contesting as we get to circle 3 and 4. Because the teams that are finding the most success are taking some of those more central points of interest, not just prison itself. That is kind of dependent on where the circle goes. For me, it's, again, set by the tone that Falcons put in the mix. Stronghold's free. We know that. But their ability to manipulate where the circle goes north, they'll go towards control. If it goes south, they'll go down towards factory. They're controlling those pivot points in the map, and it makes life a living hell for everybody else. That's the issue I think that teams need to start to deal with if you're going to try to find a way to dethrone Falcons for finding a back-to-back championship.
Falcons are in the top spot, but who finished on top of the leaderboard after map number 9? Let's take a look here as the results are in. This is just the final game. 5 Fears, a 38-point finish with 24 kills on top of that 1.6 multiplier. That is a fantastic way to end your rough day.
Without a doubt, and it comes to show what they're capable of and how scary they could potentially be going into day 2 of the group play. For Virtus Pro, another phenomenal game. They continue to inch their way up the leaderboard. We had a little bit of a question mark around them, but now I think we have all the answers we need. For 100 Thieves, talk about stepping it up. Last 2 games of the day, they did exactly which was needed to break in not only to top 5, but also to be in second place.
Gotta give a shout out to the Italian Stallion Vortex at Novo Esports, sitting in 3rd right now with Cams and Javix. Those guys have been slaying out of their mind. We saw them at Control.
Gamix had their best game as well to end their night. 100 Thieves, despite finishing in the top 3, only had 12 eliminations. Blasted Crew trying to have more game 8s tomorrow as we take a look at our overall leaderboard. 100 Thieves are going to finish in the top 3. A bit of a surprise as Virtus Pro did edge them out for the second place.
That's right, Virtus Pro, through consistency and brawn, as we talked about, managed to take over second place. Very good for them. For 100 Thieves in 3rd, they're happy with it. I think the big takeaway for today, outside of the Falcons dominating, is how close it is on the bubble, right? Where Twisted Minds currently stand at 94.8, Movie Star Koi just below them. For me, Shift, I think it's anybody's ball game going into tomorrow, even those who are on the second page.
Yeah, I'm actually looking particularly, I'm glad you put out Movistar Koi, but also Inner Circle. Both teams have very high average placements, but low average kill tallies. So that's something I think you look at overnight and say, how do we get more frags to potentially get that multiplier to actually mean something? Because for both of those 2 teams, high finishes have not merited high points.
Dream Crazy, one of my favorite parts of Esports World Cup is the global nature of this competition, and my Twitter feed is all in Spanish. Leviathan has a ton of fans out there. They're doing watch parties, and at the end of the night, you look at that scoreboard, we're 20th out of 21 teams. We know the potential of this squad. What do you need to see on day number 2?
I need to see them to make it to late game. We know they're capable of getting those kills. They have done it time and time again. It's just about getting to the late game, maybe not forcing engagements that you know you don't need to be taking.
Well, Leviathan is second from the bottom. Virtus Pro is second from the top. And we talked to Dongy about it.
Dongy of Vertus Pro. Mate, well, firstly, congratulations on the first day. Things are going pretty well for you guys. How's the experience been for you, sir?
So far, Esports World Cup is literally the best thing that could ever happen in like sports gaming and stuff like that, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, the first day went well. Can't really complain about anything. We definitely made some mistakes, but it's groups. Like, this is pretty much free. So it's kind of like practice days, today, tomorrow, get used to like how the lobbies play, and then obviously finals is the goal.
It's a high skill tournament. It's a low ping environment. How's that been for you getting here in Riyadh?
I mean, I'm so glad we're not playing online. It's LAN's a different environment. I love it. It's my element. No nerves. You sit down, you lock in. It's great. Yeah, the ping's everything. I mean, I played on a little bit higher ping compared to some people, not really. But yeah, it's great. I love it.
I mean, anything surprised you in the tournament so far? How's the first day been treating you?
Nothing really surprised me. I mean, we were getting con the first 3 maps. It was pretty much belt to ass, I can't lie. FIFA and them, they didn't con us the next 3, so we had pretty much our whole area for free. I can't really complain about too much, so I mean, that's about it. Just straight to business, honestly.
Strictly business, mate. Thank you so much. Give you a handshake, and we'll wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
It's just group play. It's basically free. That's what I took away from Doggy's interview. The man knows he has a goal.
Yeah.
And he's 2 days away from accomplishing it. A strong start for Virtus Pro. Who else shined on day number 1?
Falcons, bro. Like, I know, I get it. It's easy to say, but dude, we're talking 113 total kills and an average placement of 3rd. Shut up. I don't want to hear about it.
They are crushing. Hold that thought, because I'm told we have our Kadia top plays of day number 1. The package is ready. Walk me through some of the big moments, Taylor.
Well, we had a lot of them without question and off the rip, right? Lays going off. He was a tremendous talking point at the very start for Leviathan. Of course, fighting against Twisted Minds. In this case, just roaming around and slaying out everybody in his path.
Oh, most definitely. And of course, the 100 Thieves having a little bit of a slower start, but having a huge game win number 8. And of course, it was Movistar Koi, of Goat Clamp, really being the one that was annoying in control. And for this squad, they definitely did great.
Yeah, so close to the top 8.
Yeah, so close to the top 8. I think the other storyline, as much as we gave a lot of credit to Twisted Minds, they don't finish inside the top 3. So our power rankings at the beginning of the day maybe cut a bit short because, well, let's be honest, you had to face up against Falcons in every single one of your drops, and the Falcons did Falcons things. So, you know, business as usual.
Falcons taking care of business. It feels like 2024. All of the big names, though, are still on the expected side of our scoreboard. Things could mix up, though, because we have 9 more drops tomorrow. The one thing we know for sure, there's a player you got to look out for. He is our day 1 MVP, and he goes by the name of Shifty. 45 eliminations in just 1 day. That has 6 drops, 45 kills. The most on a map was 14. Shifty taking over the lobby. There's a reason they call him L1R1.
No, facts. And the thing about it is his teammate Biffle's behind him with 2 less. Sure. Like, it's business as usual. It's the same story, different chapter maybe, but it is the same story. These guys are just absolutely destroying.
Without a doubt, Shifty, again, we started the discussion at the top of the day, and it was he has unwavering confidence in his ability to roam around the map and outgun anybody, and it shows at multiple points in time. When you have Hisoka, the AG.AL anchoring back, it lets Shifty and Biffle get loose, and for Shifty, 45 is incredible.
For some of these teams, though, what really messed them up was the fact that Shifty and Biffle were there, right? We saw them at Factory. We saw them at Bio. They were literally going anywhere, and as you'd mentioned, having Stronghold free allows Hisoka to constantly pick up those advanced UAVs so they know where everyone is on the map.
Want to give a big shout out to everyone who tuned in from all of our watch parties. The Repulse Pulse Check crew is going crazy today. Scumps watch party, Symphonies, everyone who tuned in. Thank you all for checking out the first day of LAN here from EWC. It's one of the highlights of my year. Definitely was last year. And one of the big notes I want to say is if you missed any of the games, don't worry. They're all going to be on YouTube. But more importantly, get to know the players a little bit deeper. Esports World Cup put out an incredible documentary. It's called Level Up. Episode 1 features my guy Hisoka. Learn about the Tongan monster, his crew Falcons, and why they are some of the favorites. What are your guys' final thoughts on an epic day 1?
Our power rankings were pretty good. I'll say that much. Like, even some of the underdogs that we were listing did show up when they mattered most. Some of our favorites struggled a little bit, but definitely showed their true colors by the end of the day.
Dream?
Hey, like Dongi said, this was a practice day. I mean, and not tomorrow, but the day after that, we're going to be wearing black because some teams are going to be going home. But tomorrow, this is going to be really intense.
You know, I look forward to this event each and every year, and the fact that we're back, I couldn't be more ecstatic. Day 1 was incredible. Day 2 is going to be even better.
Warzone community, thank you all for joining us. This is day 1 of 4. We're coming back with 9 more drops at the same time. We'll catch you then.
Same time tomorrow.
Same.